our voice together as one in reverence. We call on thee within the endless dark to deliver us. As the midnight moon rises on black wings, we await the light at the end. In life and in death, glory to Mother Miranda.
Hey, remember me?
I talk too much, roll the window down.
I got a shot of it. You watching. You're literally so weird. This fat bitch, I don't care, bro. You know what? I'm gonna say it. Alex, fat bitch, you're always in my fucking replies with some negative shit. You're fat as fuck. Hit a fuck. Go. You need to get bullied. I don't give a fuck, bitch. Listen to me, you fucking whale. Get in the fucking treadmill. Get in the fucking gym and lose some fucking weight. Holy fuck, you're huge. Weight shaming, body shaming, I am. I'm using it as motivation to go get in the fucking gym. You're ugly as fuck because you're fat, big is fucking huge. We're triple XL, bitch. You think you'll be on Twitter all day in your fucking bed? No, bitch. Get the fuck up and get the fucking cardio treadmill, pussy. I said this shit. Hit the electrical, whatever the fuck it's called. Nah, I don't care, bro. Fuck this fat whale. Always that fat bitch. And my community straight goes for her head. She still comes at us every time, bro. I don't care. Fuck that whale. Fucking go back to SeaWorld, bitch. Hey, you're watching. You're literally.
How much money is in your bank account right now?
Like $20, which I know isn't good, but I.
I only listen to people who are younger than me. These are the only people with ideas. You cannot give me any advice. You can help me. You can support Donda. You can cut a check. You can help me build some infrastructure. But I have the ideas. No one older than me has a better idea than me because I'm the only 36-year-old me. I'm the most relevant voice on the planet Earth at age 36. So don't I own
I launched Camps for Kids after watching.
Yeah, the kids you threw a fire for me, baby. But yeah, she's well over.
buddy, Sheriff Lamb. Hey, doesn't look like you have more.
Why are you calling, bro? If the devil's calling me, bro, like the devil wants me to answer right now, bro. I'm like, I don't know I can answer, bro. The devil is calling my phone, bro. The devil is calling my phone. She's calling my phone, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Hey, sorry I missed your call. It's busy. It's good. It's Joe. What's going on? How are you? The great question. I think the answer to that question is
No. You read one comment.
Ow. Hi. Thank you. What? My microphone? Maybe. What? Wait, what, she come up here, right? It's not a photo. Hey. Are you real? Wait, look at what happened here? Hey. What's up?
Can we see her? Yeah. We'll see if there's in there.
Wait, can I do a volume booster?
Why can they barely hear us?
Yeah. You can barely hear us? How about now? No sound again? Yeah, they can hear. They hear it through the mic. That's why I'm putting the volume booster on. Hello? Oh, it's so creepy. Are people trying to jerk off?
You outside?
Hello? Ah! How is he jerking off with 2 fingers? How are you jerking off with 2 fingers?
That shit was little, boy.
No,
That shit was
no.
little, Chad. That shit was little.
Why is he jerking off with 2 fingers?
better, right? Could you admit it's getting better? Could you admit it's getting... Hello? Why you call my phone?
You sound so bad.
Curtis, why you call me?
I'm bored watching the stream.
So I'm gonna explain to you what's going on here. Turn up. Because I just worked out today. You know what I just realized to myself? This is the devil calling. I'm not gonna apply to your Satan. Ew. No, that's Satan. It's a temptation. It's curiosity. Demon. Hurrah. Oh. No, I didn't know that you got that video. I don't have to put my name in it. You know how I want to watch it.
I told you you said you were gonna watch it yesterday. You watched it.
You didn't post that thing yesterday, though. So why? You posted it at before.
No, I posted it now.
Brother, I'll be honest,
And what happened? You didn't watch the stream. You said you were gonna watch it.
I watched it. Okay.
On a different stream.
Today I watched it, yes. Yes. But I thought that message came before. That's why I didn't watch it that stream. What is this, bro? You know I don't give a fuck. And I watched it because I have criticals. And I said it's a great fucking video.
Oh, thanks.
Great. Who edited that, by the way? Amazing editing. Who did that?
Yeah, what do you eat?
Avocado. Seaweed. Avocado. Right.
No more free steak.
Amazing. Free.
Yeah, when are you gonna have on your stream?
I just spoke to Tristan today. I don't want to say anything publicly, but hopefully soon, right? What's your plan? Are you gonna go out there?
We'll see. I don't want to say too much yet, but yeah, things are being discussed.
Well, I mean, hopefully we go out there at the same time. You know, that's what I want to do. You know, when I went to Romania, I told David, you have to come with Romania. Instead of being too much of a last record. They said it was too much of a fucking it would cost too much having or some shit. Some weird reason. But you know,
Okay, big bro, you're famous.
doesn't matter. I want to come to fucking Romania and shove the tape house because they were locked up.
You know, what do you think, and I don't want to say this with like anger, I realize how you write about it, but what do you think a lot of the haters, like Hassan, not Hassan, Destiny, what do you think all the people that were saying that they're guilty all the time, now that they're free, are they going to backpedal the position? Are they going to apologize? It's pretty funny seeing the fact that they were calling him a trafficker for 4 months straight, and now they've been proven wrong by the judge.
It's actually hilarious, though, because I was just talking about that. You know, if these guys don't come forward and take accountability for what they did was wrong and then rode the hate tape train, then they're honestly, I can say this, they're literally admitting to basically being controlled. They're pussies, bro. If you can admit that you were wrong when they get found not guilty, what, like, you know, they are pussies. They are. And they're free, bro. You don't have to say that you were wrong. You know what I'm saying?
But it's even funnier because their audience hates them just as equally. They're not going to pressure the streamers that they like that lie to go and hold themselves accountable because they also want Tate to be guilty. So it's now proven that people are lying. They know they're lying.
They're on house arrest now. When will the case get dropped?
We will see.
I'm saying, how long do these things usually take?
It could be a while. I mean, the first raid was back in April of 2022, and then that was the same case that happened in December. Basically, they're so high profile that if they wanted to go and try to put them in for charges that are not even backed by any evidence, it seems like it's possible. It seems like they can do whatever they want. we did a debate. We did a debate last night. I was at a club. Debated on the street on my phone, just like this for everybody.
Did you see that there's this TikTok going around? I gotta send it to you. This pissed me off, bro. There's a 3-year-old or 4-year-old, and the parents are like supporting them changing their gender. I just think it's too fucking young to make that decision. It's a very, too young to make that decision.
They're calling it baby. They don't have a baby now. It's just not a boy, it's not a girl, it's a baby because you want to let the kid decide. And this is when things start collapsing. This is why I want to continue traveling. What's so great about Japan? Because there's none of this nonsense here. There's absolutely no trans thing. There's no gender. People here respect the difference between men and women. It's really interesting seeing how the women act here because they're really happy being feminine. They're happy being themselves. They don't feel the need to be girl bosses, be loud. Everybody's respectful. There's just the binary genders. It's completely removed from the woke world. And I think a lot of people need to see more of that because when you see like a man dressed like a girl on a can, you see kids 3 years old changing their gender, you get brainwashed and it starts to normalize things that are literally mental illnesses. Transgenderism at this point is just a mental illness. And I don't say that. No, let me explain my point. I don't say that to be disrespectful. I say that genuinely because if you're filled up with all these hormones, if you're filled up with testosterone, estrogen, you're on SSRIs, you're on antidepressants, you're just like filled with all these meds and all this garbage, and you're just like putting on makeup and it is a mental illness because it has no existence in biology. It's people playing.
What I will say is this. The way that this generation is formed and all these things, it's become a regular, it's become a normal in the society. I don't think you're right about that, bro. I'm all for people doing.
It's only become regular in woke society. It's not regular in Japan. It doesn't exist.
I get you. I'm not being a bitch. I'm just saying I know I have people in my life who are trans that I've conversated with, and I just know that what they've gone through. I know what you're saying.
They're extremely confused. And look, the depression rate is way higher for them. The suicide rate is extremely high for these people. These people are not happy. Most of trans people are on antidepressants. You can't tell me that these people are stable if most of them are on SSRIs, if they need to take serotonin balancers. And I'm not saying it to be disrespectful. disrespectful. Say that with all this, with love speech, like Ye would say, we need to address this like it really is. It's a problem. It's mental illness in these people.
Let me ask you a question. How do you feel about gay people?
I don't have no problem with gay people. I have no problem with trans people either.
Okay, I'm just curious. Like, what is your state of mind on a gay person?
I have no problem with gay people, but what I'm starting to see, and if you really want to be completely honest, there's a pattern with gay people. A lot of gay people were molested when they were children, and so their idea of sexuality is war from a young age. And if you ask
All right,
about
notice how you said a lot. Listen, Sneeko, one thing I'll say is this: kings back in 1840 were gay, right? And they were burned or stoned if they were caught being gay, and like princes. A lot of there's gayness back in royalty days. So
right, because that's the culture. So a king is gay, and then he touches a little boy, and then the little boy grows up, and guess what? He's gay too.
I think you're born gay.
That's true. I'm sure some people are born gay, but there's a lot more people that have been victims of molestation that turn out gay. Building to say that the shooter is the victim because they shot it up because they were not accepted.
Yes, that is.
Look, it's getting to the point where every young man watching needs to understand that there's a life outside of this. And I don't say this to try to fight the ideology that Hasanami pushes. I say that with empathy because if you look at the state of the events, if you look even how Biden, the sitting president, addressed it, he started talking about chocolate ice cream.
That's crazy.
People don't care. They don't do anything to provide you with a solution to this problem. I'm trying to tell you that this is a mental illness. It's not going to get better in the West. You need to start making money so that you can get out of these places so that you can be able to travel the world. And you're not bound to a society that champions men who turn into women by putting on makeup. It's garbage.
You know what's crazy?
I almost died with that castle. Tell me, what is going on around here?
How can a man be almost dead? That's a question for the wise.
You know what I mean. And I still haven't found Rose. Where did Mother Miranda take her?
You're too late! Or maybe almost too late. The child will be sacrificed, life for life.
What kind of sick medieval shit is this? She's just a baby.
Crests of the four bloodlines may open the path you seek.
Will you please stop talking in riddles? I just want to find my daughter.
It's only a riddle if you don't know the answer.
Wait a second. That looks familiar. Hey, wait!
for something that happened 20 years ago, right?
I really feel like if Trump was not trying to run for presidency again, they wouldn't have done that. You feel that way too?
Of course it would have. Of course it would have. I mean, see, Trump's getting attacked just like Kate was. Everybody who speaks out and it doesn't fit into exactly what the globalist agenda is, they always get targeted. I mean, Hillary Clinton has assassinated dozens of people and she's fine. She's never going to go to jail. Joe Biden will never go to jail for Hunter Biden's laptop and all the crimes.
Yeah, what happened to the laptop? I don't know.
Biden family is literally a mafia. His son has connections with China, has done all these backhanded deals, has taken millions of dollars and smoked crack and then lied about it. These people are all corrupt, head to toe, and they will never face charges about it because there is no justice with this. It's a certain agenda that you have to follow. And there's a lot of people, young guys, watching this stuff. The best thing you need to do is make money and then just understand the brainwashing and don't play a part of it.
I do want to say one thing. Do you think you saying all this stuff makes you an even bigger threat? Do you think that they're gonna, like, do you think that they're gonna come after you in a way? People are gonna come after you.
I mean, I just dropped 2 podcasts, one about Epstein with Brian Dawson and one about 9/11. The truth about 9/11. And then also about Epstein and who's on the fire. It's pretty interesting to see. If you want to play yourself, it's a lot of fun. Does that make you a target? Yes, but I believe it's true. I like to. This is the only thing that I feel like is worth talking about, and I think it'll be okay.
Someone said that you do that. I don't fuck with that.
No, it wasn't Jews that did not.
Okay. So.
I'll figure that out right now. Japan is a great place.
I love Dubai. Dubai is amazing.
Dubai is great, but it's kind of just like a Muslim Miami. You know, it is pretty superficial, a lot of it. And
It's very touristy though. You're not wrong.
very touristy and very expensive, and it's like just all this flashy lifestyle
I
for a
know.
place that's supposed to be about Islamic values. You know?
I know. Yo, you're not wrong about that. And also, bro, when I was in Dubai, the hotel I was staying at, there was a lot of prostitutes there.
Where you say 5 Bomb?
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of, yeah, they go in the lobby. I mean, I don't want to like say anything negative about 5 Bomb.
Nah, Dubai, I love Dubai.
I love
It's
Dubai, I love UAE. But, I mean, yeah, just you're being honest. Japan's great. That's why I want to continue traveling the world in these places that have not succumbed to the world pressure, that still put their foot down and
Yo,
say no.
you should go to North Korea.
You can go there?
Yeah.
We're not going to
Jonah Hill and Dave Franco, they went to North Korea, or they went there.
For real? I thought it was a movie.
It's based off a true story. They actually went there.
Do they have food there?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do there. If you have permission to go.
I think I'm a couple other places I want to see before North Korea.
Nah, this Nico, bro. I just want to say, like, what happened to you and your age? Were you guys arguing over Twitter?
Your age doesn't want to debate. You're like,
There you are. I had a feeling you would pop up here.
He's like, yeah.
It was all worthless.
Is that so? I assume you've picked up something of value.
Not sure if it's a value, but
Why, you have your daughter right in your own hands.
what are you saying?
Take a closer look. That flask seems to contain her head.
No. What?
Roses.
Don't say another word! This is impossible! This just can't be!
Your daughter's essence is still intact. Her powers are truly unique.
Who could even do this?
She can be saved, you know.
Saved? From this? Are you insane?
There's a house with a red chimney on the western side of the village. Go and seek out the man who lives there. Then we can continue our conversation.
Quit holding out and get to the damn point.
You don't have to trust my words. But do you have any better options? Your choice. The customer is always right. After all.
You'll pay if I find out this is a lie. Fucking joker.
Naturally. These hands are more dexterous than one might think. Please do take a look at my new stock. Pay me no mind. Oh, Lady Dimitrescu. Beautiful even in death. That waistline. Yes. Aha! Aha! Till next we meet.
So...
Well, I tweeted once that I think that gym is better than therapy. I think that for young men, the gym is a better solution to sitting down and talking to a therapist. I think it's better to have conversations with people that you know and to be active and to be forward thinking. And the gym will relieve a lot of that stress that people get relieved in therapy. I just think that's better. And he's like, well, therapy helps me. I'm just like, overall, the gym is better. You know, I wouldn't promote therapy because most young men would benefit more from the gym than therapy. He's also like, oh, nobody watches Rumble, respectfully. You know, somebody re-uploaded my video from Rumble, the one that you just watched, on YouTube, and in 12 hours got 1 million views. I uploaded on Rumble, has like 160,000 views in 2-3 days, which sucks, but I mean, Rumble's growing, and especially the Tate emergency meeting, the first one back, that's going to be the biggest podcast of all time.
Nah, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be huge.
Biggest of all time.
Massive.
Are you getting banned on Kick? Like, what are you doing? I keep seeing that you're getting in trouble. Like, what did you do? You said kill them to some gender-neutral people? What else did you do?
No, I had an argument. I had a disagreement with somebody. I said kill them, but I wasn't coming at trans people or gay people. I was coming at people with pronouns.
Do you think that we should kill them?
No, I say you should kill the pronoun game. I don't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I just think. Yeah, bro. I just have my beliefs. Like, I just think if you're trans, you're going from male to female. By the way, bro, I know you feel differently about it, but I support trans. I support gay. I do. But listen. I think if you're trans, you're going from male to female or female to male. There's only 2 genders. I don't think there's, you need to specify. So I saw a TikTok of a girl trying to refer to herself as a hawk. Bitch, I'm not going to call you a bird. You don't got wings. You can't fly. You know what I mean? I'm not doing that.
Well, I disagree. I think that we should, I don't support more trans people. I think we should support teaching these people that they're mentally ill and that they've been duped. They've been fed a lie. I don't think we should. The more you say something like, I support trans people, the more people fall into this garbage. Because people, they grow up confused. It's getting more confusing with social media to figure out what you want to be or who you really are. And they offer gender ideology as a scapegoat for a lot of confused people. And then they end up with their dick cut off and then they're 15 and they regret it. And they end up on a subreddit.
I think if you're 18, somewhere between the ages of 18 and 25 is when you should be allowed to do that. If you want to. You could definitely. I guess you. Okay.
Yeah, you should be. Yeah, I guess if you want to cut your dick off, you should be able to. But I don't want to live in a society where that's normalized. But
all right, so Sneako, get out of the United States. Go to fucking Japan.
They don't speak English here, man. It's brutal.
It's hard out there?
They think I'm black here, and I'm Asian.
Really?
Yeah, the Asians come up to me like, Snoop Dogg?
Yo, are you serious?
Basketball player?
Yo!
Rodney Rich. Like, no, I don't know.
Have you had fans come up to you and said Sneako, though, there?
Yeah, just foreigners. Japanese people don't know who I am.
Okay. Well, what's it
Yo,
called?
enjoy that food.
Oh, you got out of here? Alright, you get out of here?
Well, I mean, yeah, what else how long have you been streaming for?
I don't know, man. I've been live for fucking 3 hours. No, I was gonna ask you one more thing, though, before you get... Go enjoy your trip. Listen.
No. Ask me that one last question, then I do have to check out this hotel.
Okay, well, 2 questions now. I gotta know. Where the fuck you going next?
I'm gonna go to, I think, Kobe or Okinawa, Japan. And then, I don't know, maybe Thailand, do a training camp. I think I want to start, I really want to start training seriously to get my mind right. I've noticed, and maybe you could relate to this, like, I grew up so much on social media, and I noticed talking to more accomplished men that have actually had real careers and stuff like that, and how to deal with the real life people, like how how I have to untrain my social media ADHD brain to
Yeah.
have more manners.
I know.
To be more respectful. To have more discipline. I want more discipline. I want to have more. So I think like doing like a month training camp in Thailand would be cool. Something where I can have like a system, because you know streaming every day is fun, stuff like that, but you're not really growing, and then there's nothing. You know, you're just getting validated, easy money.
I get what you're saying. Nah, man. Just saying, bro. And again, man, keep doing what you're doing. And keep me updated, man. You know, when you made that little Discord thing, just know before you do that, just text me. You got my number, bro. I'm not gonna defend what's critical, and then I'm not gonna see your video and be like, fuck.
Blue, 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 don't like blue, blue, huh? Don't like blue, 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 I've been blue, 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 don't like blue, hey, don't like blue, 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 don't like blue, blue, huh? Don't like blue, 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 I've been blue, 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 don't like blue, hey, don't like blue, 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 don't like blue, blue, huh? Don't like blue, 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 I've been blue, 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 don't like blue, hey, don't like blue. Blue, 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 don't like blue, blue, huh? Don't like blue, 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 I've been blue, 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 don't like blue, hey, don't like blue, 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 don't like blue, blue, huh? Don't like blue, blue.
I'm thoroughly satisfied. You know, something weird happened the other day. I was playing the Resi 4 remake demo and having a great time when halfway through the village fight it hit me. I'm feeling exhilarated. I got zombies closing in, dunking between buildings, having to tap flanking foes in the head for a quick roundhouse, taking the occasional glance at my ammo, and I suddenly thought to myself, man, I really don't want to get killed here. Why did I say that to myself? I mean, I get into situations like this all the time in video games. Baddies on all sides, knee-deep in hell sort of thing. But most of the time, I'm not worried about dying or running out of ammo or playing super tactically. Why am I doing it now? Well, the obvious answer is the mechanics, and that's true, but this feeling only shows up for a handful of titles I've played. There are plenty which try to do it and end up failing. Games where you're worried about item conservation and taking on enemies are almost a dime a dozen nowadays, but they all fail to elicit that feeling, even at their hardest difficulty. In particular, I thought back to my old Last of Us playthroughs. Now, uninteresting they actually were because failure in that game was frustrating and success was boring. How could these two games who are going for a generally similar feeling come out so different? And then it hit me. Resident Evil 4 presents challenges because they want you to have fun. The Last of Us presents challenges because it's a formality. Perhaps the biggest difference between these titles is their enemies, the variety of which is skewed heavily in Resident Evil's favor. The Ganados alone come equipped with like 20 different weapons, which escalate in power as the game goes on, culminating in fucking miniguns of all things. The closest equivalent for The Last of Us is hard to pick, though. I mean, on one hand, humans have a variety of weapons, while normal zombies are, zombies. Neither comparison, though, feels accurate, does it? Why is that? Well, for one, Ganados don't fight like either group. Humans, assuming you even get to a fight with them instead of using stealth, which I'll get to in a second, are fairly basic opponents who aren't that hard to kill. The difficulty comes in that Joel's aim is awful. You missed most shots not because you missed, but because Joel can't keep his weapon on target. You missed that one. But your ammo supply is low because of bad, arbitrary ammo scarcity. Running zombies, on the other hand, are even more brain dead, and I mean that both literally and figuratively. They tend to just run at you, which makes them fucking cannon fodder half the time, even if they do outnumber you. In general, they're really just a chore to take out, and when you add stealth into the mix, they become even more impotent. The only reason they can be dangerous is that Joel sucks at aiming, so you might not hit them good enough to kill them really quick. But you have your overpowered melee to back you up if that's the case. Human enemies aren't much better. They have a more diverse set of attack patterns, for sure. Their AI is better, and they tend to be more dynamic, but they're rarely threatening, even if you're outnumbered by so much. The fact is that all the decent weapons and AI...
but the result is undoubted.
Jimmy?
Dad?
Come here. Come here. Yeah. Jimmy. Jimmy, stay back. Jimmy, I am warning you.
You almost have to admire the hedonism of looking at The Last of Us Remastered, which is still visually impressive 8 years later, and saying, yeah, that looks pretty good, but we can do better. There's very little left to be said about the original The Last of Us, a potent post-apocalyptic cocktail of stealth, survival, and slaughter that's revered for its haunting storytelling in an amazingly well-crafted world. You almost certainly knew that. It's widely lauded as one of the best games of all time and one of the few to get a 10 from IGN, but I reckon you knew that too. In fact, it's a game so nice they built it thrice, which is where we find ourselves with The Last of Us Part 1, now the third version of Naughty Dog's 2013 masterpiece to arrive inside a decade. Unsurprisingly, this remake takes full advantage of the added grunt afforded to it by the PS5 by delivering astonishing new levels of detail and fluidity in its fully rebuilt world, characters, and animations, along with some subtle but well-considered use of the haptic feedback in the DualSense controller, and a simply remarkable array of accessibility options. It's missing the original's multiplayer mode, but the result is undoubtedly the definitive way for solo players to experience this modern classic. Even so, there is something inherently inessential about it that it can't quite shake as a remake of an already fabulous remaster that remains a must-play on hardware only a single generation old. Make no mistake, the story here in both the main game and the short prequel Left Behind, which is included in Part 1, still as a separate story, remains as strong, as captivating, and as shocking as it ever was. If you've yet to play it, The Last of Us is a tangled bramble of themes, but Naughty Dog weaves them together expertly. It may trade in despair, selfishness, and misery, but it's also quick to lightly breathe on the embers of hope, redemption, and love that glow within its darkness. The upshot is an unforgettable journey that I still can't recommend highly enough. Of course, if you're familiar with the story already, know that I really enjoyed watching it unfold all over again, from its harrowing opening chapter to its bruising final moments. Playing again actually confirmed to me a suspicion I've held since playing The Last of Us Part 2, that the original remains superior over its sequel in terms of its story. The Last of Us Part 2 is a technically outstanding follow-up with a fascinating tale of its own that completely immersed me, but it's an almost exclusively grim one, and the heavy spotlight on revenge, hate, and self-destruction is exhausting and disillusioning in a way the original is not.
Whoa! How the hell do you even walk around with that thing?
Get rid of that.
Hold your horses. I want to see what all the fuss is about.
For clarity, The Last of Us Part 1 has been positioned as a complete rebuild for PS5, a remake and not a remaster. Despite some hand-wringing to the contrary, this does feel mostly true. While The Last of Us Part 1 features 2 display modes, one that achieves 84K at a targeted 30 frames per second, and another that presents dynamic 4K at a targeted 60 frames per second, Naughty Dog has done much more here than simply dial up the resolution and crank out an increased frame rate. Our full performance review of The Last of Us Part 1 goes into more technical detail, but broadly speaking, all the characters and environments have been remade entirely, and it does show. While I'd agree that it's been tough to see a vast gulf between 2014's The Last of Us Remastered and The Last of Us Part 1 in the video comparisons Sony has been rationing out, in-game there's definitely an overt leap in fidelity and quality. I opted for the dynamic 4K 60 FPS performance mode and toggled off the film grain, as the higher frame rate makes for far smoother camera panning left and right, and the default grain effect honestly does a little bit obscure how good everything looks on PS5. Among the most noticeable changes are the facts that foliage is denser, destructible objects more abundant, and reflections are a standout. The soft lighting is also absolutely stunning, and it's brimming with details so granular you'll miss them if you don't look closely enough. Watch as the rain drizzles down Joel's rifle and snakes down his wet shirt before dripping realistically off the bunched parts of his sleeves. See how the light picks up airborne dust and spores in the dankest levels. It's an absolutely top-shelf visual showcase of what the PlayStation 5 is capable of. There have been some moderate redesigns for a couple of key characters too, most notably Joel's smuggling partner, Tess. Now, I've seen some resistance to the updated Tess, but I think it's a minor but smart change. Crafting a Tess that more authentically appears to be a woman well into her 40s rather than her 20s paints her more as a generational peer of Joel's rather than a woman younger than his own daughter would have been 20 years after the outbreak. The faint hint of a relationship between the two that perhaps hasn't always been entirely platonic makes way more sense in this context. And the later bond between Joel and Ellie is made all the more special when it's clearer it's not the kind of connection Joel could have made with Tess previously.
This is not us.
What do you know about us? About me?
The Last of Us Part 1 does, however, lean on the exact same performance capture, voice acting, and cutscene direction that was used for the original PS3 version, Tess included. Admittedly, they have been touched up, and I do appreciate how the ultra-high level of facial detail has allowed Naughty Dog to extract even more subtle micro-expressions from the cast's performances. Even the small addition of flecks of spit shooting from a character's mouth as they shout adds a new layer of intensity to the drama that I admire.
It is over, Tess!
It's a testament to just how high quality and future-proof it all was in the 2013 original that there simply was no need to redo these story sequences wholesale. But it does mean I wouldn't necessarily group The Last of Us Part 1 in quite the same category as re-scripted wall-to-wall do-overs like 2019's Resident Evil 2 remake or 2020's Mafia Definitive Edition. We group The Last of Us Part 1 in quite the same category as re-scripted wall-to-wall do-overs like 2019's Resident Evil 2 remake or 2020's Mafia Definitive Edition. You go to miss the larger and regularly more vertical levels of Part 2. With a few exceptions, Part 1's levels are generally more intimate and compartmentalised. No doubt, thanks to their origins of being designed to run on hardware that was first debuted when Beyoncé was still 33% of Destiny's Child and Netflix was still only renting DVDs via the post. I also miss the improved melee combat of Part 2. Part 1 doesn't feature the useful dodge move implemented in the sequel, nor the ability to go prone and crawl. The latter doesn't feel like a huge loss considering the levels weren't designed to ever require it in the first place. The lack of a dodge feels odd considering bringing Part 1's gameplay more in line with Part 2's was a stated aim. Naughty Dog has succeeded in other areas though, especially with movement, which is a lot smoother than it was in the original and the 2014 remaster. Animations that seem to seamlessly blend character movements from one direction to another make them appear less skatey and more connected to the ground. Joel and Ellie feel a little weightier as a result, which makes them feel more like they're always really interacting with the world. There have also been tweaks to the enemy AI, who skulk around the environments in unpredictable patterns and who are now far more effective at flanking and working in small teams to flush us out, just as they were in Part 2. Part 1 has unfortunately stopped short of copying Part 2's brilliant trick of naming its unfortunate grunts for their buddies to call out dismay as they stumble across their bodies, though. I thought that was quite a clever way of adding more gravity to the bloodshed, and it's a shame it didn't make the cut.
We lost one! We got a turret!
It also reduces but doesn't completely eliminate instances where your AI buddy characters shuffle out into the open during stealth sequences and yet remain unseen, making it crystal clear that this is in fact a video game. The Last of Us Part 1 also features some of the best use of the DualSense's haptics that I've felt to date. All manner of subtle feedback is mapped, from the sharp crunch of racking a shotgun shell to the rhythmic beat of a galloping horse. Triggers for weapons can sometimes feel a fraction too firm by default, but overall feeling what's happening on screen in your hands adds a lot to the experience. The avalanche of haptics do appear to wreak hell on my controller battery though. I haven't finished the session yet with more than a single bar of charge left on it. Finishing the story still takes about 20 hours, factoring in Left Behind's 2.5-hour campaign, and when you do, it unlocks a pretty extensive set of unlockable outfits, visual modes, and gameplay modifiers. Messing around with costumes isn't something I particularly value, although if you find adding a bit of individuality to your second playthrough attractive, you may feel differently. I guess even I was temporarily distracted at the idea of making Ellie a Gran Turismo fan.
I feel sick.
I wouldn't expect to get much mileage out of the visual modes either. The comic-style filter is worth a look, but the bulk of them are simply coloured filters I can't imagine playing through for any length of time, let alone the entire game. The Last of Us, but Green. The Last of Us, but red. The Last of Us, but dark red. The gameplay modifiers, though, are easily the most appealing as far as I'm concerned, as they're good old-fashioned cheats, a concept virtually extinct in the modern games industry. Infinite ammo and crafting ingredients, slow motion, one-hit kills, all need to experiment with. Blasting infected to bits with unlimited exploding arrows may seem a bit off-brand in The Last of Us, but it's bloody fun, and more than a little cathartic after being on the run from those bastards for so long.
Wakey, wakey.
A gorgeous and well-honed remake of one of the biggest boppers in the PlayStation pantheon, The Last of Us Part 1 is the best way to play, or replay, Naughty Dog's esteemed survival classic. The striking improvements it makes to its completely rebuilt world are complemented by the subtle refinements of its characters' performances. And while it isn't retrofitted with every one of the sequel's best changes, the upgrades to movement and AI make a welcome difference in an already outstanding game. It's harder to argue it was an entirely crucial remake, though, considering 2014's The Last of Us Remastered still stands head and shoulders above nearly all of its story-driven action-adventure peers to this day. For a full technical rundown of The Last of Us Part 1, watch our in-depth performance review, and check out some of our gameplay footage to see it in action. For everything else, stay on IGN.
Gaming is all about making the smartest decision for you to defeat an opponent.
And the PS5 is leading the drive thanks to its Tempest audio system, a core feature of the PSVR 2 experience. Sony's own Pulse 3D headphones offer quality that justifies the price. And with Sony's long-established heritage in audio peripherals, you can be confident in the production. A soft padded cup cushions and cradles your ears. This can be used alongside your DualSense or your Walkman. Talk about generational sound. With both USB and analog options, you can use this across PS4, PS5, Switch, Xbox, PC, and more. As you may have guessed, though, they are best used with the supplied wireless option as it opens up cable-free sound, plus the PS5 operating system integration that brings a deeper level of audio customization with equalizer settings, custom presets, and direct control of the mic and audio from the headset itself or from your controller. Preset 3D audio profiles can also be created and saved, meaning a fully tailored audio package can be achieved for each user and even per game title. Although the rich sound, deep bass, and separation is still good with the analog option, the best quality offered requires USB connection and integration into the PS5 itself. The mic quality is good enough to suffice, but don't expect to be using this for more than in-game chat and basic communications. If you are in the market for a high-quality set of headphones, these may just be right on the pulse. Adjustable mic with voice isolation, and an equally comfy fit with cushion and cradle cups to take you through hours of action. From a connectivity basis, it offers fewer choices outside of Windows PC and Xbox consoles, but any Bluetooth device that supports BT 4.2 should be good to go. The auto pair in use with the Xbox Series consoles offers a simple charge and go setup of up to 15 hours between charges. PC and Xbox audio solutions include DTS, Dolby Atmos, and more. So you will have using the Xbox Accessories app allows you to pick from a specific set of profiles for game. The quality, although superb customization of best quality inside and out, alongside the widest range of platforms, with all current and last generation consoles included. In fact, almost all devices are catered for right out of the box. The price most certainly reflects the high-end build, but this does feel like a step up from our previous two. The style is so good, you can even wear these on the train, plane, or even in the office. From the magnetic brushed metal covers that simply pop off to reveal one of the two supplied lithium-ion batteries that last 22 hours each, charged via the USB-C cable or base charger. The plush leatherette earpieces are soft and will fit to almost any head and ears. The build is solid, light, and drips quality from each curve and padded cushion. It also does not skimp where it matters, with the sound production being head and shoulders the best on test here. From a warm, vibrant sound that has channel separation and bass that makes you feel like you're sitting in a concert or an IMAX cinema, offering Bluetooth 5.0 and wireless connections via the supplied base, the headset is ready to connect to anything that offers a cableless connection. Old school connections are also catered for with a 3.5mm analog socket on the base station that allows you to leave the cords on the desk. 3D Audio takes advantage of the headset's spatial audio system, enabling sound sources to be isolated, be that the boom of an explosion or the sounds of a live concert video. The headset has a built-in mic and active noise cancellation that, although not 100% successful, is very effective in removing outside noise like traffic or chatter. If you want the best in quality, connection options, platform coverage, and style, then the Arctis headset makes such an impact, it can be deafening, just in a good way. Which option stood out to you? Let us know in the comments below. And thank you so much to NerdWallet for sponsoring this video. Check out nerdwallet.com for side-by-side comparisons of credit cards, high-yield savings accounts, and much more. NerdWallet, the smartest decision for all your financial decisions. Thanks for watching, and for everything else gaming, you're already in the right place, IGN. Has pushed forward on audio quality and
Time to cause some mayhem.
Let's dive in. Where's everyone going? Bingo? Alexander Barboza says, the king has returned. I thank you. I'm so excited. Leon is just too cool, man. Yeah, he is pretty cool. He's been legitimately my favorite video game character since 98. 98, so wrap your brain around that. Kira, hope Leon doesn't lose his cool and gives us the one-liners. There's some one-liners in there, and I got to create a bunch of them, too. Yeah, my favorite one-liner, I think, when he's about to fight Mendez, and he says, "You want to get ugly? Let's get ugly." I wrote that. Gridlock on the beat. I wish I had some cool names like this. Glad they're trying to go with a bit of continuity and are using the same face model as RE2R for Leon. Yeah, he looks a little bit more grizzled, but I can't take credit for that. So they did not scan my face, sadly. I thought I'd make a good Leon, but they didn't. They used a model. His name is Edward Bottaluda. He's a damn good-looking guy, isn't he? Next one. I don't know how to say this name, actually. 99% of their budget went to animating Leon's hair. I don't know if I can swear in this thing, but go bleep me out. It's f***ing amazing hair. Another name I don't know how to pronounce, it's a different language, is Nick Apostolides returning in his role as Leon from RE2 Remake. That would be awesome. It was awesome. And yeah, we did it again. I was so honored to come back because RE4 is my favorite game of all time. Ollie Midson. I love Nick's subtle change to Leon's voice. Oh, thank you. He hardened himself. Yeah, I did. Less of a big change in the voice, and it was more of a change in the attitude. You know, in RE2, he was more like, "Hey, I'm Leon. Where are you going?" And this one, he's more like, "I'm Leon Kennedy. Here we go again." Ashton Rendon. Why call her Baby Eagle if you're going to immediately before that call her the president's daughter? That's not how code names work. That is a good point. I never thought about that until just now. I like your face. I do hope they don't lose all that B-movie vibe. Don't you worry, they did not. Leon needs to say that bingo line or else this isn't RE4. Well, guess what he did? You know what? They actually wrote another line in place of that. We did it a few times. It just didn't feel right on set. And the cinematic director said, for shits and giggles, let's just do a bingo line. And I was like, really? And then he put it in, and it made it in. Where's everyone going? Bingo? Stony, 12-3-2. I would definitely not be wearing that jacket for mission, but who knows? Maybe it's Leon's most inexpensive jacket. If that's his most inexpensive jacket, I need to see what this guy's closet looks like. I am Jerusik. The only thing that matters is that Mike is in this game. You're absolutely right. That's the only reason I accepted the role, is because they told me Mike was coming back, so. Eduardo, Desiderio. Can't wait to hear Hasta Luego. Yeah, they brought that back too. That's a badass moment. Something like right out of Die Hard when he kicks the can of gas at him, just like the original. Hasta Luego. Let me do that again. Hasta Luego.
And if you like that video, why not check out Lady Dimitress from Resident Evil Village, aka Maggie Robertson, also
All right. Bum, bum, bum. Ghost shacks. She'll have to take some time to duck under door frames. Ah, yes, the natural weakness of tall vampire women. Yes, it is a commonly known fact that door frames are vampires' kryptonite. Kaiser, 1996. I need her shoe size now in the name of science. In the name of science. For research. Electro Dragon. Romanian. That's a Romanian last name. I'm Romanian. This just became a must by day one. Exclamation mark LOL. It is ironic that I choose that voice for a person who is Romanian because that is certainly not a Romanian accent. But hell yeah, go Romanians. Buy the game. Play the game. Play the game. Go Romanian. JJ Kook. Horny people aren't realizing that she probably smells like a corpse. I don't know, I feel like she would have a very nice perfume though, so she would probably cover up the odor. Ode to Dead. Bird 3713. Dang. Here I was hoping they'd found a 9-foot-tall actress to play her. That would have been great, but all you get is little old 6-foot me. What a disappointment. MacGyver 4723. I've never played an RE game before. Simply not my style. But you can bet your ass I'm playing this one. Raffle. What's that emoji called with the smiley face and then the one like well, that's my reenaction of it. You got the raffle. I do live emoji readings now. I'm going to be an emoji reading expert at the end of this. Please see me backstage later. Michael J. Hughes. That's the great thing about modern video games. You get a real life performance, much like a film. I mean, my God, some of the trailers and cutscenes that I'm watching from games now are so lifelike that I honestly cannot tell if I'm watching a real person with real animation, and it is bonkers how good they look. My goodness! So yeah, pretty much games are taking over. We're gonna be the new movies. Viva la game! Sumanovici. As I, Romanian, I always laugh when I watch YouTubers pronouncing her name. LOL. Yeah, I just do what they tell me to do. I don't know what else to say. I just do what they tell me to do. Dimitress. Rob Severns. I don't need a backstory. I just need her to bang like a softball. Y'all like some weird L1GHT B3AM. She could step on me all day. Well, play the game and she will. Go too slow, you're done. Josh Language. 9'6". ... What the is she doing? Killing people. LeBron needs her help. I would love to see Lady D on a basketball team. A one-off between her and LeBron. I would pay money to see that. Aha, last but not least. Terry Buchanan. Hardest thing I had to do was to kill Lady Dimitress. I think you're getting a sense now of how much fun I was in the 80s with just mostly weird noises. I'm a bit of a weirdo.
And if you like that video, why not check out Troy Baker and Nolan North responding to your IJ comments, and we've also got a Romanian vampire mythology expert reacting to Lady Dimitrescu.
Now, let's take a look. Wow, so she's really tall. I've never seen that either in a vampire.
Hi guys, my name's Anna from Anna Psychology, the YouTube channel. I'm also a clinical psychology doctoral candidate, and today we're going to be looking at Resident Evil Village. I'm also Romanian, and I'm told this is based on Romanian vampires, so that is something that I'm more than familiar with, and I am very interested in vampire mythology as well, so let's check it out.
So you can see us starting out in a castle. Castle Dimitrescu. That is definitely a Romanian name. Any name that ends in Escu tends to be Romanian. And are those bats or bugs that are turning into women? Okay, so they seem to be vampires. They do have some scenes in Dracula the movie where there are 3 she-vampires and they are usually attacking the guests, so far I would say it's pretty similar to that. I've never seen a vampire with a hat like that before. Oh, so she's really tall. I've never seen that either in a vampire, the idea of them being very tall or very large. The castle kind of reminds me of Sinaia Palace at Sinaia in Romania. Not so much like Bran Castle, which is associated with Dracula, but it does have the more regal intricacies of the Peleș Castle in Sinaia. So I've heard of vampires shape-shifting into other forms like bats or wolves or fog. Never in something like a dragon, but I guess that makes sense because Dracula was supposed to originally mean son of the dragon. These days it means more son of the devil, and it's kind of interesting how it's progressed to that from dragon to devil. So a lot of the mythology surrounding vampires came from Bram Stoker's book Dracula. It's loosely based on Vlad Tepes, who was a ruler, Vlad the Impaler, in Romania, and he kind of got this reputation as being bloodthirsty, and that's where this idea of him as a vampire came from, because he was a very strict ruler. He said that he at one point left a silver chalice in the middle of town and no one would touch it, no one would steal it, because they were afraid that he would cut their arm off. So he was definitely bloodthirsty. There's nothing to suggest he was actually a vampire. Of course, there are always rumors that arose after that, such as saying that his wife bathed in blood to stay youthful, things like that. It's not clear if there's that much truth to them. What I will say is that Romanians do tend to revere him. He doesn't have the same reputation as he does to foreigners as being this really bad guy, because he did bring order to Romania. He did stop crime, and he essentially eradicated poverty by killing poor people. The game definitely seems to be based on Romanian people because it uses the lei currency, and also the name Dimitrescu, like I mentioned, very Romanian. Dimitrescu actually, I think, has some symbolism regarding some Christian martyrs, but also before that it's associated with the Greek cult of Demeter. Demeter was the goddess of the harvest and also the cycle of life and death. So that makes sense as well, because vampires are also something that's associated with the cycle of life and death. It seems like in that scene the daughter is morphed into bugs, which is interesting because usually it's turning into one singular bat. Because bats are also associated with blood sucking, those are more Latin American bats though. The bats in Europe are actually pretty much just vegetarian. They just have berries and sugar, but still, because there are some bats that do suck blood, that's why they are often associated with vampires, and it's kind of an interesting take that these vampires turn into bugs rather than bats, because if anything, I feel like that's a little scarier. Yeah, so we saw some of the the powers that vampires have in these legends, such as inhuman strength, of course immortality, flying, shape-shifting. There are a few things that are special about her in particular, namely the height and also the claws. A lot of vampire mythology involves vampires that do have very sharp, almost claw-like nails, just because it's more associated with corpses or kind of like cat-like claws, but I've never seen them quite like that, where it's more out of X-Men.
You'll be sliced to ribbons.
So the accents are definitely not Romanian. They seem more British to me, which is interesting because usually it's a British person coming to Romania in these types of stories. It's kind of associated to xenophobia as well. The original Dracula book was a little bit about the fear of Eastern European men coming to the UK and defiling and seducing their women. But this is kind of a twist on that because they do not have Romanian accents. It's kind of reversed. Traditionally in vampire mythology, when exposed to sunlight or daylight, vampires turn to ash. In some movies and TV shows, they also catch fire. Like I'm thinking of The Vampire Diaries, for example. It also seems like in this one she turns to stone at the end, so that's an interesting twist. So I'm looking at Dimitrescu's daughters, Bella, Cassandra, and Daniela. Cassandra, I'm not sure if that's a Romanian name. It definitely wouldn't be spelled with two S's. If it were, Bella and Daniela, they could be Romanian. Okay, now I'm looking at Lady D, Alcina Dimitrescu. She was designed to be a vampire. She has 3 black roses close to her heart, which represent her 3 daughters. That's interesting because I guess for vampires it wouldn't really matter so much your heart because it's not beating. So the things I think the game did well was the castle. It definitely looks like a stereotypical vampire castle, and like I said, it kind of is similar to the Pelesh Palace in Sinaia. Also, I noticed that it was made of stone quite a bit, and in that sense, it's also kind of similar to the Bran Castle, which is actually supposed to be the Dracula castle, even though he never actually lived there. It is built within rock, within this precipice, so there are actually portions where you can walk up the stairs and there's rock on both sides. So in terms of architecture, I think it did pretty well. In terms of some of the parts associated with vampires as well, such as the strength, the blood-sucking, obviously, the shape-shifting, the dragon symbolism. The parts that weren't necessarily as accurate, I guess, would be the very tall height, the accents, and it definitely evokes the things that we love about vampires, which is the seduction of it, the danger, the power, and the nostalgia for olden times.
For more on IGN Experts Reacts, why not check out our playlist or our review on Resident Evil.
The spooky world of Resident Evil is back, and in classic fashion, Capcom isn't afraid to load it up with awesome Easter eggs, nods to the past, and some fantastic attention to detail. Here are 17 brilliant little details we found so far in Resident Evil Village. The game kicks off in Ethan and Mia's lovely new European abode, and although it seems like the horrors of Resident Evil are behind them, there's a couple of stark reminders. First up, before putting your daughter Rose to bed, be sure to take a left at the top of the stairs, and at the end of the hall you'll find a Mr. Everywhere bobblehead, one of the collectibles from Resident Evil 7. Why Ethan's held onto a reminder of the worst day of his life, though, we have no idea.
Why not even keep this around? I should get rid of it someday.
Just to the right of the Mr. Everywhere is a room containing a bookshelf, on which is a book titled A Historical Look into the Architecture of Eastern European Castles and Keeps by George Trevor. Yep, that's right. The same George Trevor who, under the order of Umbrella founder Oswald E. Spencer, more on him later, designed the original Spencer Mansion for the very first Resident Evil. Trevor was also an expert in building traps and puzzles, and considering his love for European castles, it seems like Trevor's been taking some inspiration from some of the ancient devices Ethan finds during the game, particularly when it comes to flattening our protagonist like a sandwich.
You were almost a jibble sandwich.
Ethan's house contains another book that will get the attention of hardcore Resident Evil fans. In Ethan's study, you'll find Gun Survivors, a heavy firearm manual for field combat situations by Joseph Kendo, the brother of Resident Evil 2's gun shop owner Robert Kendo, and former STARS weapon expert and creator of the Samurai Edge.
It's not paranoid if they're really out to get you.
Lastly, in Ethan's house, you'll notice an abundance of wine called Regina Rosie. Not that interesting on its own, but later in the game in Castle Dimitrescu, you'll notice the same wine bottles in the wine room. Could it just be a recycled asset? Most likely. But considering the castle is a producer of wine, I like to imagine that Ethan and Mia have been drinking wine produced by Lady D herself. Hopefully they never took us into a bottle of the Maiden's Blood-infused Sanguis Virginis, though.
Man blood.
Just outside Castle Dimitrescu is where we first meet the Duke, Resident Evil Village's helpful, Resident Evil 4-inspired merchant. Turns out, though, the Duke and the merchant share more of a connection beyond retail than we thought. When perusing for the Duke's wares, he'll say,
"What are you buying?" "Just something an old friend of mine used to say."
Referring to his now apparent former work friend.
"What are you buying?"
Treasure is found everywhere in Resident Evil Village, but it's also easily missed. Making a return to this series is the extremely handy map marking system, which, with a simple change of colour, can alert you there's an object in the area still to be found. Extremely helpful for those pesky, well-hidden crystals. And speaking of treasure, all of it can be sold to the Duke, but it's important to note that a few rare items can actually be combined with other treasures to maximise your profit. So make sure to inspect your list before immediately offloading the treasure to the tubby trader. Lacking the cash to make your next purchase? Well, besides the obvious places you might find some more lay, it's also worth picking off some local crows. They don't drop meat like all the other animals in the game, but surprisingly they do actually always carry a shitload of cash with them. Weird. The Duke is also a master of the kitchen, offering you up delicious, stat-boosting meals to aid you in your quest. But instead of your poultry taking up spaces in your precious inventory until you have all the ingredients, you can actually deposit items for later use. Infinitely more desirable than carrying raw meat in your pockets, and more importantly, it frees up space for that vital ammo. As is Resident Evil tradition, conserving ammo for your big bads is all part of the game. In Heisenberg's factory, you'll come across a room with giant pistons that need to be deactivated.
Bruh, Kazumi, if women were really approaching men, you would not be making 300K a month. Men pay because they don't get anything.
That's a very good point, actually.
What does that mean?
Well,
what?
In terms of men having it harder for dating, these industries, specifically sex work, would not be generating the sort of money that it is if men were getting women.
Do you think? First of all, I don't think only single men are in my OnlyFans. You know what I mean? No, there's definitely guys who have girlfriends, and I don't. That just doesn't make any sense to me.
But
also,
okay,
I've totally been, and I've also hung out with my fans. I have a Discord with all of my fans. Some of them have girlfriends. Some of them do get. They also just happen to support a creator. Like I'm pretty sure most men watch me. You know, the fact that they have the kindness to support a local hoe and like pay for my homegrown doesn't mean that they get no bitches.
Let me ask you guys a question. Do more men watch than do women watch it? Generally speaking.
Yes.
I feel like I
Generally
watch
speaking, I think so, just because like I don't want to agree with you, but like you said, like it's easier for women to get sex than for men to have sex, and so I think like for men to watch, and that's kind of like their way of like, you know. But I mean, women totally watch it too.
I don't think porn is a supplement of human connection.
It's not at all, but I think it's definitely
but
like.
I've definitely talked to guys who are athletes and like musicians, and they're cool guys, and they still watch porn just because they want to get off.
Yeah.
It's not like they can't call a woman. It's just like just want to watch some porn.
Sometimes.
Yeah. I don't think them watch. Yeah, of course, I definitely feel like men watch more than women, and that's also, but I don't know. I guess.
Do you think men that are getting laid regularly watch more or less than men that don't get laid at all?
I think if you're a guy who just kind of chronically watches, and you do that regardless of being single or not. Like I know my boyfriend still watches, and he can totally me or someone else. Bruh. But the ones that follow OnlyFans or watch obsessively are not getting enough. Dude, you just paid $20. You are a guy that supports the creators you like, just like everyone else.
Okay.
I was like, there's
No,
really
it's true.
No,
Like,
it's true. Whether it's like it's porn or your favorite podcast or Netflix, you are paying money for a creator or a group of creators to fund what they're doing. I don't think. Do you feel like because he's watching this podcast, he just doesn't have anything better to do today, so he's just watching you stream? Like I'm sure he has a social life and is cool. The same way people who watch also, maybe there are a few extremists who don't get anything, but I'm sure they just kind of just vibe sometimes.
Well, I mean, they are patrons and they support the show, but all right, so I just want to touch on this no strings attached thing for the Canadian 20. Yeah, I mean, if men were regularly getting laid, there would not be such a demand for OnlyFans, sex work, and strippers.
I don't think that's true.
I don't necessarily think that's true either.
I think a lot of men in the strip club
If men were regularly, if men were, then why is it that women don't consume these things at the same rate that men do?
I think we're not.
There's a strip club in Santa Barbara. Do you want to guess if it's for men or for women?
Well, obviously it's. Why is it obvious? I'm not. No, I'm saying
it is
like
obvious, right?
it's like it is. There's more men in there than there are women, but that doesn't mean that there aren't any women. Like
but there's not a demand. There's not a demand.
I think it's social stigma. I think it's social stigma because realistically, as a woman, as a girl, even being raised, I was always being told ways to make sure I don't come across as a slut or use goods. And I'm sure that if I was raised in an environment that didn't necessarily enforce those kinds of gender roles, I would be consuming the same rate as another guy. But as a woman, I was raised to be more conservative and to not really partake in that kind of stuff. So that's probably a reason why. When I turned 18, no, sorry, not 18. For my 21st birthday, I went to Vegas and I went to a strip club and I had so much fun because I was like, wow, like I've never been to a strip club before and I've always wanted to go, blah, blah, blah. But that's only because I finally found a group of people that were like, hey, it's not weird for you to be a sexual being as a woman. Because most women, regardless if they have OnlyFans or whatever, are often shamed and treated differently because of wanting to be sexual just like men do.
Does you know what? Oh, was ist das? Oh, das ist ganz schön. Oh, ich bin da. Wo bist du? Ah, ja.
Disregard the high value man promote.
Would I be a good wife?
Be a good wife.
Yeah, I'm not like, why would I? Absolutely.
Okay, so all of you said you'd be a good wife. So my question is, what do you bring to the table?
Why do were you like
What?
are we starting from here?
Go ahead, Sydney, you first.
I don't know, I'm very supportive and like I have like my love language is definitely like I think my love language like covers all bases. I'm just like I know that I'll be a good partner. Like I know that I'll be able to take care of my spouse and I know that I'll be able to support them and be there for them no matter what. But like right now in this time in my life, like I'm just being me.
Okay.
Your turn.
I bring a super fun life, truthfully, right? I bring really fun experiences. I bring an open mind. I bring like a new perspective. I also bring like, and when I say fun, that also means money. Like I'm willing to pay, more than willing to pay for fun experiences with you, dinners, trips, whatever. I'm also very supportive, The shit gets crazy.
Okay. What'd you bring to the table?
Open-mindedness, honest, loyalty, support, like good support system. I feel like that's very important in a relationship. Just being there for that person and like having their back and putting them first, like making our relationship a priority no matter what.
Making the relationship the priority. But I thought, didn't earlier, I don't know if these two things necessarily contradict. Earlier you said that you were independent.
Yeah.
And so do you think that you said you want to continue working when you get married and have kids and stuff. Do you think that that could potentially come at the expense of the relationship and
I
the
would
family?
never be with a man who like it was a make or break deal where I had to be a stay-at-home mom or I wasn't allowed to have my own income.
Let me ask you a question. What if a guy made $1 million and he could support you, but he said, I don't want you to work?
It would drive me crazy. Like I wouldn't be happy in that relationship.
Well, what if he said, I want you to
wouldn't put
just
myself
take care of the kids? I want you to just be the caretaker.
And I'm not allowed to do anything else?
Well, no, I mean, go to the gym, stay fit.
Well, no, what I'm saying is like I'm not allowed to do anything else as far as like the kids.
Well, I mean, if you're married, you guys
I think there's a big gap for
share.
like experience for women not to have something where like if it comes time for us to leave the kids, we don't have an extra job, we don't have anything of our own. So like it's just so sad that we even have to think about that. But it is like she wants to make her own money, but don't be responsible. Like that's not the only reason why I want to make my own money is because I want to have something that's my own. Because I don't want to just be a mom. Like I want to have my own and keep my own identity.
Well, I'm just curious. So you're gonna have you want to have kids. Would you want to hire a like send them to childcare, or would you take care of the kids?
I would take care of the kids. I don't want to send them to childcare. Maybe I'll have like a nanny. That's cool.
Okay.
But if I work with the stuff that I do, it'd probably be from home. So or
Sure.
anywhere.
Okay. But so you marry a guy who makes $1 million, but he says, "Hey, don't worry about work. I got it. I got this. You don't have to worry about it."
That's what I'm saying. Like, that'd be nice, but like I'm still gonna work. Like thank you, I appreciate that, but like I'm still gonna have my own thing.
So what? I mean, but then if your husband says, "Well, I'd rather focus on the kids. We don't care about your Etsy shop."
That would be a conversation that we would have before we even like made the relationship.
Sure.
Like
and it's totally fine to feel that way. Go ahead, use your initial question.
The initial question was,
what do you bring to the table?
what do I bring to the table? I feel like first and foremost with all my relationships is I'm just a great friend. You know, I show up, I listen. You know, I provide. I just I care about your happiness, and I make sure I communicate things. Obviously, I'm a hard person to date because I do cheat, and I'm always going to be about ethical non-monogamy. But I feel like I'm exciting. I feel like I bring a lot of like fun to the table, and not only that, it's like I'm a reliable person, and I feel like I also have a lot of hobbies. Like I'm very talented. Like I can actually do like wifey shit, like cook and clean and do shit like that. I want a cooking show. I want 10K. Random, right? But that's irrelevant to the fact that what I bring to the table is that like if I want to be with you, I want to be with you, and I'm a big simp. Like I love romance. I love to do things for my partner. Like I love like with my partner, I surprise him with roses. You know, I'll surprise him with a dinner. Like you know, if there's an anniversary, and he always knows when he opens a hotel room, there's rose petals everywhere. You know, I make sure the guy feels validated and special, and I'm not shy to tell him like I think you're so handsome. I think you look great, and I will show him with my words, my body, and like my actions. So I feel like I do bring a lot to the table in that regard when I am in a relationship.
Disregard the hype. I'll explain why the burden of proof is on you. Because, as I've gone over in the talk, for thousands of years, human beings existed, and there was no such thing as trying to medically transition people into another gender. And as far as we know, there was no suicide epidemic because of it. And then in the last few years, people like yourself have come along and said, we desperately need to do this or people will be in despair and they might kill themselves. So you are making a claim that contradicts common sense, science, biology, also the entire experience of the whole history of the human race. And so what that means is that the burden of proof is on you to support it. And so I'm going to ask you, you said that people need this stuff so they can live happier lives and potentially it'd be life-saving or something. Aside from your anecdotes of your friends who told you so, how do you know that?
Okay, so thinking back to when I was 16 in an anatomy class, when I learned that transgender people tend to have the brain structure that confirms their identity that they identify with. And you can look that up. That's
I will look that up.
Yeah, it's fact.
I will look that up. I will find it.
Yeah.
It's not a fact.
Oh, to be all blunt. Look.
So you're saying a trans man has the brain of a woman?
No. I'm saying that a trans man who identifies as a man will tend to have similar brain structure that a cis man would.
And where did you get that from?
Look it up. It's literally, I'm telling you, I learned it from my anatomy class when I was 16. And I looked up the fact before I walked up here because I knew that you'd ask.
That's not true, but it also doesn't answer the question. So let's try to stay focused on one false claim at a time if we can, so we might get bogged down. So you said, you actually started by saying that blocking puberty, which is chemical castration of a child, is life-saving.
It can be.
How do you know?
Because there are children who have been suicidal that have had these interventions made.
What children? How do you know? How many children have had that done
Personally,
and then
I
are still
haven't met
suicidal?
children. Me personally, I haven't met enough trans children to answer this question.
Okay.
But I know
You are
that there's
making-
research into this.
You're making this statement, you're stating it as a fact of all these people. There must be a reason, there must be something that you encountered that led you to this rather radical conclusion that to save a child's life, you have to chemically castrate them.
Not
You've
everyone.
gone.
No.
Okay. Well, that is what you just said. All the kids for puberty blockers, so-called puberty blockers, originally are cancer drugs used to treat prostate cancer. They're also used to chemically castrate sex offenders and child predators. Give them to physically healthy kids. You're saying that we need to do that or they will die. So one last time I'm going to ask you, what evidence do you have of that remarkable claim?
I don't think I claimed that every child would benefit from that.
No, I didn't say you did.
And okay,
You said
no,
puberty
you
blockers
did.
you said puberty blockers are life-saving. What
I
evidence do
said
you have?
they can be. The evidence is the encounters with patients who have had these procedures done, and it has saved their, I don't want to say it saved their lives, but it has made their lives better. I can't confirm whether or not they're alive right this second, but there are children that it has helped. So what do you have to say for the happy trans community who has benefited from these procedures? That's my question.
I guess what I
for
have
you.
to say is that your entire question is built on a whole stack of false premises that you can't begin to even remotely defend. So it's a faulty question from the start. I reject your premise. I absolutely reject that there are any kids who need to be chemically castrated in order to be happy.
Okay, let's see.
I reject that.
And finally, major headline here, the NASA jumps out of the bushes at Easter egg hunt to inform the kids that bunnies laying eggs is biologically impossible. Now, I appreciate this story. This is like, I think it's the fifth or sixth time I've been mocked ruthlessly by Babylon B. And which I also appreciate. But then my second second question was, who tells their kids that the Easter Bunny lays the eggs? Is that what people are being told? I never, now, yeah, I didn't know, here's the thing, I didn't know that this was the kind of falsehood I needed to correct. Because that's the only thing that this story gets wrong, is that I wouldn't be going up to kids and say, well, you know, Easter Bunny doesn't lay eggs, because I never knew that, really, that's what you're telling? Is that what parents are telling kids? That the Easter Bunny actually lays the eggs like a chicken? The Easter Bunny thing has always been, you know, as you know, I'm a Santa Claus apologist. You know, I'm fully on board with the Santa Claus thing. Easter Bunny's always been a little too weird, a little too extreme. Even when I was a kid, I always thought, I was kind of like, my parents told me about this big giant bunny that shows up and, you know, leaves a basket somewhere, comes into the house, and leaves. And I always had so many questions about this thing. Where does this thing come from? We don't have this with the Santa Claus has this whole mythology around it. We don't have an Easter Bunny. So I've always thought it was kind of strange. I didn't know that kids were also being told that this mutant sorcerer Easter Bunny lays eggs. When I was a kid, I always thought that the Easter Bunny, he has the eggs and it's like in a basket and he hides them places. This story's getting even more disturbing than I thought. That'll do it for this portion of the show. As we move over to the members block. Hope to see you there.
I'm the YAF chapter president here at NMSU. It is no lie that the dream of bringing in an honest, determined, and proud
And it really does work. You know, hashtag campaigns and all the rest of it are fine, but you have to be physically out there. And then look for examples. You know, one thing we did in
mutilating a child's body with hormones or with surgery, mutilating their sexuality and their fertility, that is abuse.
And so I would assume that there is no such study that shows that men are women.
We only sequenced the human genome fully in 2004. How sure are you that these individuals aren't realizing their identities through genetics and not... I'm sorry?
Go ahead, sir.
Aren't realizing their identities through genetics and not sociology. Research has shown in a large group of homosexuals, 25% of them shared similar genetic markers. Would you say there is a case to be made between social taboos like homosexuality and transgenderism and genetics? And if there were a study that showed a correlation, would you change your views on those topics?
Well, I mean, if there is a study that shows that, so I would assume that there is no such study that shows that men are women or that men can become women. Okay, if there's a study showing a genetic correlation with gender dysphoria, I would assume that there's a basis for that. Virtually all human behavior, literally almost all of it, is a combination of genetics and environment. And that is like the broadest possible statement that you can make about human behavior and genetics. And when you talk about, for example, the human genome study, well, what it said about, for example, the possibility of a gay gene is there is no gay gene. What it suggests is there are risk-seeking genes that have heavy correlation with, for example, more alternative homosexual behavior, more alternative sexual tendencies. Okay, but there's no such thing as a quote-unquote gay gene that is 100% as positive. You find it, and now you know this person is going to be gay, right? I mean, that is according to the human genome study that you're talking about here. So if I were to find a study that were to suggest that gender dysphoria exists in a certain percentage of the population because of genetics, would that shock me? No. I mean, I would assume that that is the case, like right now, without a study. What would shock me is if I found that men were women. That would be kind of a surprise. And I assume that there's no genetic study that could make that case.
Were genetics that made somebody more likely to be gay, without the social structures around them, if we could find genetic markers that made an individual more likely to be gay?
Well, I mean, again, I think we're kind of talking at cross purposes here. I'm acknowledging that there are probably genetic influences that make people more likely to behave in certain ways, on sex and on everything else. I'm also suggesting that the identification change from 0.8% of the population LGBT for people born before 1946 to 21% of the population for people born between 1997 and 2003 is not the result of a massive genetic bottleneck that occurred in 50 years in Western civilization. That it's a result of societal trends. And there is a trendiness to certain behavior. There's a trendiness to identifying in a certain way. It's happened before, it'll happen again, I'm sure. Social contagions are a thing. Do I think that it is just that society for thousands of years has been so repressive that fully 1/5 of the population was LGBT, and until this very moment, we just didn't know it, genetically speaking, and I have serious doubts that that is the case.
Hi, Matt. I'm transgender. I'm born and raised here in New Mexico. I have a graduate degree in information technology, marketing, business, and finance. I own my own home. I pay taxes. I have a 6-figure job. I'm a respected professional in Albuquerque. I'm a mother. My life experience is that I'm an awesome person. I am well-liked. I'm responsible. And I think I'm pretty cool. You touched on something. You said something earlier that for you, when somebody calls you a man, it doesn't faze you because, like, you just know that you're a man. That was interesting to me because I feel the same way about my identity as a woman. My question leading up to this, you've asserted that no one would ever see me as a woman, that nobody would ever see or could see a transgender person as a woman, and yet I have dozens of friends from diverse backgrounds, women from the reservation, a woman from Japan, several immigrant women. I have my coworkers, I have my boss, my VP, my CEO, all respecting me as a woman, my family, my long-term friends who are actually here with me. All of these people assure me, like, I'm a woman. They'll tell me, girl, like, there is no way you're a man. They see me as a woman. So the question, how can you assert that nobody would ever see me as a woman when my material experience tells me you're wrong?
Okay. It's interesting that that's the part of my talk you chose to ask a question about, because that's not in my talk at all. I don't believe I said that no one would ever see you as a woman. I mean, it's possible, I suppose, that you could fool someone. Now, you brought this up, so I have to tell you that you brought this up. You put your identity on the table for the conversation. And so I'm going to say you wouldn't fool me at all. I mean, I see a man 100%. And I think that most people would. Now, the fact that you have people in your life who are saying to you, oh, you're totally a woman, is exactly what I'm talking about. No one in my life has ever once said to me, you're totally a man, Matt. You know, if a friend of mine called me on the phone and said, listen, Matt, I want you to know you're really a man, I would think that there was something wrong with him. I would say, why are you saying that at all? It doesn't make any sense. So the fact this is a conversation to begin with tells me it only proves the point that I'm trying to make, that your identity, even in your own mind, is something that you need to be assured of. Now, what I would like to ask you, again, because you're standing here, and so you've brought your identity on the table for discussion. So how do you know that you're a woman?
It was first when I heard transgender persons describe their experience in their own words. And this was only about 2 years ago. Hearing somebody describe things, it was a woman from like England, describing her experience, her childhood, her teenage years. And it blew my mind to be listening to her, because it was just some podcast that I was listening to while I was like doing laundry. But it blew my mind to hear somebody so eloquently and precisely describe things that I had experiences that I had experienced.
What did they say?
Okay. So I am honestly hesitant. I know that you touched earlier about the difficulty that transgender women might have in describing their identity, but I want to state I honestly don't feel that you would engage in this conversation in good faith.
Okay, why are you here? Why did you stand up to talk to me if you don't want to have a conversation? You're saying that you discovered that you're a woman. I'm asking you how you did. That's a very fair question.
Okay.
How do you know that you're a woman?
That's fine. All right. So first of all, listening to transgender people, and it was like, okay, this is a one-off, one person describing these things. Things like looking at yourself in the mirror and not recognizing yourself. Hearing compliments like, you are such an example, like a positive masculine role model. And just hearing that and being like, it feels like they're talking about somebody else. It means feeling alone, even when you're surrounded by guys, even when you have a lot of friends. And I was active in like Boy Scouts. I'm an Eagle Scout. I had great masculine role models my whole life, and yet I never felt like I belonged. I felt welcome and included.
Why does that make you a woman?
Because
as opposed to just a man who doesn't get along with some other men, or a man who's depressed, or a man who doesn't feel at home totally in his body, which, by the way, is a pretty universal human experience. Everybody goes through it at one time or another. So in what way does that make you a woman, though? And it's interesting. You're telling me that you listen to the experiences of other transgender people.
Well, yeah.
But what about women?
So
trans women are women, you would say, right?
I would say that. Yeah.
Exactly the same?
Yeah.
Okay, well then why do you need to hear the testimony of quote unquote trans women? Like how pick any actual woman in this room? In what way do you know that you belong in the same category as them?
I know because they tell me. So here was
You need them to tell you what you are?
Women. Yes. I trust the opinions of the women around me.
And if most women...
It's incredible. You might try it sometime.
If most women voted and said they don't see you as a woman, would you say I'm not a woman anymore?
If who?
If most women voted and said they don't see you as a woman anymore, would you then relent and say, I'm not a woman?
I would say most people on the planet have no idea who I am. I'm going to trust the opinions of the people who spent their lives with me.
But you are relying on other people to tell you who you are, is what we're establishing.
for context, I know you like to think, I know you like to say, everybody's rah-rahing and supporting transgender people, and yet they're still killing themselves, etc. But I'm standing here in a room full of people applauding you and asking questions like, okay, I'm not saying, just understand it to a degree. Okay, look, we're going around and around. You don't answer any questions. We'll end with this. We'll talk about what's going on. People will probably shout out the question we're going to ask right now. Okay. But you know that you're a woman. Yeah. What is that? So gender is a social thing. It only makes sense. What is a woman? What is a woman? What is a woman? Word woman. Define in the dictionary. Go. A woman is somebody who is included and respected and seen in her space in society, recognized by other women. If you speak with women, that's fine. Whatever. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Good. Look out the news you were after. So big. There's a lot of angles to this caper. Complexities aplenty. Now it's time for one of the best character creators in gaming. And no, it's not because of the visuals. Music is oddly soothing and unsettling at the same time. Really powerful beats, and to my knowledge, it's the only time you hear it. Dr. Mustache wants to know who made it League of Legends, what sort of playstyle you prefer. He does. I ask you your opinions on some fine art. Now, that's definitely two bears rhyming. This is such a great way to introduce decision-making to the player. The world of New Vegas is defined by the vast stretches of the Mojave Wasteland. But what really drives the player's experience in that wasteland is how they build their character. And that is New Vegas' greatest strength, choice. Immediately, I can tell there were tons of deep mechanics, so much so that it's very overwhelming in the beginning. Maybe my parents didn't put enough points into my intelligence, but starting a character is pretty daunting. What's this? How does bats work? What does crippling limbs do? How an easy beat's name do I hack terminals? No, seriously, what am I supposed to do? Why does my gun only fire when it feels like it? I don't really feel like it. If you're new to Fallout and trying to understand how everything works right from the start, just play it. Make it till you make it. You'll get the hang of things. Unless you're stupid like me and didn't know how to equip different ammo types until 35 hours in. Nor did I ever use a workbench to do anything besides recycle ammo. And that's when I had a revelation. It got me thinking, how many ways I wasn't using the sandbox and tools around me? What quests did I miss? Which areas did I never visit? What else is this game hiding from me? It's these very questions that have no doubt led people to put thousands of hours into a single-player game, uncovering every nook and cranny possible. A lot of RPGs fall into the pit of focusing too much on the numbers, Mason. How high is your light bill, Godwin? Nobody cares, Zavala. You don't like the light? Most first-person shooters don't have RPG mechanics, and those that do are often pretty shallow about it. New Vegas caters to fans of RPGs and shooters because you can play the numbers game if you really want to go fast. You can still survive the wasteland if you don't. What makes New Vegas special, pun intended, is just how many ways you can play it. This is where all the different skills and special stats come in. These will do things like get you better prices at shops, repair weapons easier, or do you want to blow shit up and send people's wings flying across the desert? Want to be a skilled marksman who snipes from a distance? You can do that. But what about the perks, baby? Let's do a little comparison. This is how many perks were in the original Fallout. Here's 2. This is 3. It's 4. And this is how many perks are in New Vegas. Some perks will give you dialogue options. There's something I like about it. You just didn't really understand. Help you see better in the dark, give you an extra special point, allow you to tame animals.
things that are going to severely affect your lifestyle. Best of all, pick Wild Wasteland, get to fight aliens, and see all sorts of crazy stuff. Often in RPGs, at some point your character becomes so overpowered, it takes the decision making out of leveling up. Because you're going to kick the game's ass whether or not you can be noticed underwater. Every time I leveled up in New Vegas, I took a solid 5 minutes to look over my options. Skills, perks, traits, stats, challenges, all these mechanics work together restaurants, different places you can access at any point. But that's been a shocking revelation. There's never a moment where he can handed a quest and some nutsack is like, excellent, sir. I will treat your little little virgin. None of that. This gives the player an enormous amount of control over the events of the game and what moves they play out. And who knows, where you can still right to the second act. But in order to do so, it's much less obvious and more dangerous. Why did you look at
Well, these two are dictatorships. I'm not a big fan of those. And we need some kind of government, so yes man is out of the picture. That leaves the NCR. Surely a democracy is the best choice, right? I love democracy. What's that, Colonel? You want me to assassinate the leader of the Great Khans?
I don't enjoy killing.
That sounds kind of evil, but...
We don't have time for diplomacy.
All right, if it's for the greater good. So there you are, helping to rebuild America. You go back to the Colonel, and she says, hey, can you exterminate every single last person in the Brotherhood of Steel? Is there a peaceful option? No. Good thing I sided with the NCR, and no way am I regretting this decision at all. New Vegas has such a unique approach to morality because the Big Four all have compelling reasons for why they should rule, but also have crippling flaws. The New California Republic is the antithesis to the Legion, a revival of old world values like democracy, liberty, freedom, law, and order. But everywhere you go, you hear people complaining about their lack of organization, the bureaucracy that prevents them from making real changes.
The water ration's still a problem, and the NCR doesn't look like it's going to do anything about it anytime soon.
Some say the old world values they parade around are the same ones that led to nuclear war in the first place.
The bear grows without structure, follows a symbol without knowing its history.
As you travel, the areas controlled by the NCR are often plagued by raiders, internal conflict, something the Legion doesn't suffer from. The NCR is spread so thin that troopers are constantly requesting your help because they have no reinforcements, no backup communication. The NCR simply doesn't have the manpower or resources to truly unify these groups. Hell, they can't even unify themselves.
People turning against each other when the Mojave's at risk of falling. The Republic's sinkhole progress doesn't kill us. Greed will.
You can actually use this knowledge to convince the final boss, Legate Linnaeus, to back down on his campaign. The NCR also seemed to be incapable of negotiating peacefully with groups, instead opting to just kill everyone. There's a shocking lack of diplomacy and discipline across the ranks.
I've told him he could make my job a whole lot easier if he would just let me shoot anyone who talks back to me.
This is the woman in charge of interrogating prisoners in a democratic society. And she's a lieutenant. You could say the NCR has good intentions, but it's hard to put faith in the way they operate. The NCR hasn't proven that their type of society will work long term.
As a young man, I was taught to venerate President Tandy of Shady Sands, the founding mother of the New California Republic. Did you know her presidency lasted 52 years? And that her father, Aradesh, was the Republic's first president? Does that sound like a democracy to you? Or a hereditary dictatorship?
Caesar's Legion. Led by one of the best written characters in gaming, the Legion operates as ancient Rome did. By conquering smaller tribes, destroying their culture, and merging everyone under a single banner and culture. Throughout your travels, the Legion's brutality is always on full display. You'll see crucified bodies wherever they go. Ask anyone, and they'll tell you tales of murder, war, slavery, and death.
From worst to the worst, a tribe of degenerate losers led by a creeper.
Slavers, killers, and all other kinds of trouble.
Even Legion soldiers will tell you of how their tribes were conquered. They don't tell you how they've been brainwashed to believe in this brutal society. Caesar himself rules with an iron fist and punishes his soldiers harshly for failure.
The legionaries are lined up in ranks. Every 10th man steps forward and is beaten to death by his brothers. It instills a certain robust obedience.
How could you possibly find any good in the Legion when it's portrayed as this horrible empire? Well, the Kaiser does make compelling arguments.
I'd seen what had become of the NCR's attempts to emulate the culture of pre-war America. The infighting, the corruption. Rome was a highly militarized autocracy that effectively integrated the foreign cultures it conquered. It dedicated its citizens to something higher than themselves, to the idea of Rome itself.
Civilization after the nukes was basically reset to a blank slate. And despite all of ancient Rome's problems, it was one of the longest-lasting civilizations of all time. Is it really so bad to unify everyone under a single banner for the time being? Much like Rome in its glory days, the Legion doesn't have much trouble with raiders, criminals, and chaos. It's a very structured society, and there is peace within it through threat of force. But at the same time, Caesar is also just a man who found some ancient books and said, yeah, this will work for the next 1,000 years.
I spent 2 centuries searching for the platinum chip. It's my invention, my property, mine! Now be a good courier and deliver it.
Give me that chip. No, sir.
And then there's Mr. House, the man responsible for saving Vegas before the nukes went off. And he has remained its sole proprietor ever since, restoring power to the city through Hoover Dam. Mr. House's life work has been to restore New Vegas to its former glory.
Revenge doesn't interest me. Progress does.
He's cunning, shrewd, and looks down upon the Legion and NCR as groups that haven't learned from the past. Mr. House, too, is a pretty compelling choice.
Give me 20 years, and I'll reignite the high technology development sectors. 50 years, and I'll have people in orbit. 100 years, and my colony ships will be heading for the stars to search for planets unpolluted by the wrath and folly of a bygone generation.
You got Vegas this far, right? But by siding with Mr. House, you're putting all your faith in a single man. A dictator who's hidden himself from the rest of the world.
I prefer the term autocrat.
He's also a firm believer in not dictating what people do. So he doesn't have any plans to fix the rest of the Mojave's problems. He just wants Vegas to continue being what it is. Mr. House lacks the ambition for change the other factions have.
What I did to you was rotten. But if you think House, the NCR, or Caesar won't kill to put Vegas in their pocket, I really did blow out your brains.
And finally, there's the independent Yes Man, programmed by Benny with a plan to take control of the strip by using the platinum chip. This option allows the player to choose what they do with the other minor factions, but they will have to kill Mr. House and beat both the Legion and NCR at Hoover Dam. While independence sounds fine and dandy, without a strong leader or system of government, everywhere inside and out of Vegas will succumb to chaos and disorder. Hot damn! Is that complex or what? This is why the 4 choices are so hotly debated amongst fans, even to this day. Which is the best option? It's entirely subjective. There's so many deep stories here. A lot of the themes with the companions and factions are all about letting go. Boone's PTSD from the death of his wife because of a miscommunication and getting revenge because of it. Veronica wishing the Brotherhood would change and adapt to prevent them from dying out and failing their purpose. The Great Khans holding on to their past glory after years of crippling defeats.
My tribe deserves better than this.
Caesar holding on to the ancient ways of Rome, unwilling to face the facts that his style of rule is brutal. The factions all talk shit about each other, and what's interesting is they're not wrong, but they are wrong about themselves. Caesar is just as unwilling to admit his flaws as the NCR or Mr. House is, and yet despite all their differences, there's one thing everyone has overlooked: war. You people have lived in this chaotic hellhole for 200 years, and you still haven't figured out why war is bad and you shouldn't do it? In Fallout New Vegas, the people still haven't learned to make peace, despite that being a constant reminder of the state they are in currently. Obsidian went to such great lengths to characterize each faction and make them feel real and compelling in their own way. It's such a profound game where different ideals and philosophies clash against each other. I find it immensely fitting that there is no peaceful solution in a game that begins with the words,
War. War never changes. And so the courier who had cheated death in the cemetery outside Good Springs cheated death once again. And the Mojave Wasteland was forever changed.
Finally, there is the climactic Battle of Hoover Dam. And once you claim victory for the faction of your choice, the end credits roll and let you know how your decisions have shaped the world and people around you. Are you satisfied with them? Did you make the right moves? At the end of it all, I was still left wondering. Fallout New Vegas is much more than a spin-off. It's easily one of the most engaging, adaptive video games I've ever played. and arguably the best Fallout. Choice is its greatest weapon. To be who you want to be, play how you want to play, to choose your enemies and your allies. New Vegas poses deep philosophical questions about morality. It goes beyond just being a fun shooty RPG. New Vegas is a game that'll make you think. It has such a unique setting that feels real, like Obsidian thought of every single way in which these societies would operate. New Vegas is jam-packed with likable, deep characters and the best quest design I've ever seen. If this game had a remaster to iron out its still-present technical problems, update the graphics and the engine, it would be undoubtedly a masterpiece. Its successes are made all the more impressive with its short development time, and the way it melds so many styles and time periods together is simply remarkable. I have no shortage of good things to say about it. And that is why Fallout New Vegas is so awesome. Well, thanks for watching, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the video. It certainly has been a long time coming. I have been struggling with some personal issues and stuff the last few weeks, so if you're wondering why the videos haven't been coming out as often, that's why. But I'm really glad to have finished this video, and I want to give a big shout out to all my Patreon supporters, all of you beautiful subscribers. All of you are the reason why I do this. What's your favorite mod? For a good while, it was Halo Online. Have you played Persona 5 Royal or Hollow Knight? I have played Hollow Knight, and it's pretty damn good. If you could choose the last two Smash Bros. DLC characters, who would they be? Oh, imagine how cool it would be if it was Master Chief and Arbiter. What's your favorite Fallout faction? Brotherhood of Steel, baby. Are you excited about Resident Evil 8 Village? Kinda. Would you post other Fallout reviews? Thinking about doing a review of the DLC for New Vegas, but other than that, not sure. Will you ever do another Games That Need a Sequel video? I've thought about it, but for the time being, I kind of just like the content that I'm doing. Is there a specific video you really want to make for the channel, but are hesitant about doing? I had an Avatar The Last Airbender review all written and recorded back in September, but just never followed through with it. What comes after YouTube? Can you imagine far enough into the future where you no longer create content? I'll try to keep this going as long as humanly possible. I've always dreamed about being a fight choreographer for like TV shows, video games, or movies, though. What do you think of the Wolfenstein series? I have not played it enough. All right, folks, that's all I got for today. This is the Act Man signing out. Peace.
traditional woman just like you want traditional men. I definitely don't know what a traditional man or woman is. Men want traditional women just like you want traditional men. I definitely don't know what a traditional man or woman is, and nor do I have to even follow those. So whatever.
Also, in the same regard, like, why are you trying to open so many locks in the first place if you think that a lock opening up to every key is bad? Like, what? That is so strange.
Well, men and women's sexual strategies are different. Like, men can impregnate frequently a day. A woman can only get pregnant once a year.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that there's a double standard. Like, if you want a woman who has, like, a low body count or low sexual experience, then, like, why are you out here doing the most and, like, you know, freaking everything that you can? Like, I just don't get it.
Farting everything.
Yeah, like, I just don't understand. Like, if you... Yeah, that's...
So, do you think it's hypocritical that, say, for example, a guy who he has a high body count, he would prefer a woman with a low body count? You think it's hypocritical?
I do think that it's hypocritical, and I think it's a little weird.
Okay. What about you? What do you think?
About what? Sorry. Do you think it's hypocritical if a man has a high body count and wants a woman with a low body count?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Sydney, Kazumi.
I mean, I think everyone is entitled to their own dating preferences, right? I think it's silly to care about that stuff, but it's also like we just wouldn't date. You know, it's as simple as that.
Okay, so you believe that there's the double standard, though?
I just think it's a little weird. That's it. Because I feel like it's something that a lot of men focus so highly on, and I'm just kind of like, well, you're doing the same thing, so what gives?
So, okay, but I guess my rebuttal to the whole thing, like, oh, it's hypocritical if a guy getting tongue-tied here. You think it's hypocritical if a guy who has a high body count prefers a woman with a low body count?
I just think it's, okay, everyone is entitled to their own preferences, like Kazumi said, but I just think it's a little weird.
So like, to want a low body count, or for a guy with a high body count to want a low body count?
For a guy with a high body count to want someone with a low body count. Hey, if you want somebody with a low body count, then whatever, that's your preference. But if you have like a super high one and you're like, oh, I will only date a person with X amount. First of all, body count doesn't even really matter that much. But for the people but for the people that it does, like matter to, if you want someone with a low body count, then why aren't you practicing what you preach?
Can I say something on that? I think...
Well, I'll respond, but make it quick.
Okay. I was just going to say, I think, and I'm not, like, for either side, but I kind of saw something that I think men have sex for a different reason than women. I think women go for more of a connection, not all. I think women go for more of a connection base, whereas men go more for just, like, a pleasure base. Some of the time, again, not all of the time, but, like, I know that women are more, like, emotional and, like, connection-based. And so I think that's just me.
So, okay. Do you think that you shouldn't desire something in someone that you yourself do not possess?
Elaborate.
No.
So, a guy who has a high body count, he should not desire something in someone else that he himself does not possess, and that being a low body count.
I think you can desire an opposite effect in your partner.
Well, that's what I'm kind of I'm about to arrive at my point, but I might have stumped you there.
I think you did, honestly. Because personally, I don't really care too much about body count, so I don't really think about these conversations a lot. But I think it's okay. Okay.
I gotcha.
You did get me.
I gotcha.
You did get me. I will rephrase my statement. A lot of the time, when a man is focusing on body count, and like a high one or a low one, right? They're like, for instance, that lock example. Oh, you're used, like no one's gonna want you, blah, blah, blah. And it comes from a place of shaming. It comes from a place of shaming because there's a difference between a guy saying, oh, I don't want a girl with a low body count, and a difference between saying, oh, I don't want a girl with a low...
Why are you on me, Eric?
And him saying like, oh, I want a girl with a low body count because girls with high body counts are sluts and whores and blah, 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 right? So if he is coming at it from a respectful point of view, then like power to you, bro. But the fact of the matter is that most of these guys are not coming from a healthy point of view. And that's where the issue lies.
Okay.
Because first of all, I'm a person, right? I'm not a lock, I'm not a cookie, I'm not whatever freaking analogy you want to use me as. I'm a person, and I am allowed to have my own experiences in life, and a lot of those, for me, have been sexual, and they've been so much fun. And you, as a man, are allowed to do the exact same thing. But where the issue comes from is, like, you as a man, most men are like, oh, you're not allowed to have that because you're used or damaged goods. So it's really the mentality behind it and not the actual sentiment.
Well, I mean, there's a variety of reasons why men think body count matters, but just to address the double standard or the hypocrisy thing, there are things that people desire in a partner that they themselves do not possess. For example, I would say 99% of women, if you asked a girl, do you want a guy who's funny? I would say 99% of women would say, yeah, I like funny guys. Are they funny themselves? Maybe, maybe not. So there are a variety of things, men and women, what we find attractive in the partner, there's not a symmetry. There's not always symmetry in what we find attractive. For example, if a woman wants a man who's 6 feet tall, ought she be 6 feet tall too? Right? I've got some more. Many women want a charismatic man, yet they may not necessarily be charismatic themselves.
I get what you're saying.
Many women want a guy who's chivalrous, but they are not chivalrous themselves. Many women want a physically strong man, yet they are not physically strong themselves. So there's an asymmetry in what we want. So I don't necessarily think that it's actually wrong for even a guy who has a high body count to say, I prefer women with a low body count.
Okay, but
because there's asymmetries in what we find attractive.
Okay, but then the opposite can be true. Like, let's say a woman has a high body count and she prefers a man with a low body count. Like,
That's totally fine.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
Totally
I'm not
fine.
saying that he can't do that. I'm just saying I think it's a little weird given the context of which body counts are usually talked about. Personally, I don't care about body count. I think it's dumb to think about it. It doesn't really matter to me. I don't really keep track of, the people that I have connections with like that. But I guess I'm talking to the people who do care about it.
When I found the one, I did not wish for a smaller body count. I was glad I had the experiences I had to give me an educated decision. When I found the one, I did not wish for a smaller body count. When I found the one, I did not wish for a smaller body count. I was glad I had the experiences I had to give me an educated decision on if this was fun or not.
Can I ask you, I don't know if this is like too prodding, but has anyone here ever got an STD?
I think STDs are a thing that happens when you have a lot of sexual partners. Well, actually, no, you don't even have to have a lot of sexual partners.
Freudian slip.
You don't need to have sexual partners. You
can get that shit from a toilet seat?
You can get that shit on the first time having sex.
I have a friend. And
you can.
I have a friend who
Pull the microphone closer to
That's exactly the thing. You can get an STD the very first time you have sex. It doesn't matter how many times you have, how many body counts you have.
It's statistically proven.
It doesn't matter, but I'm saying like.
Oh my!
I just want to chime
in. It's probability.
I'm just saying, like, wait, let me finish my sentence.
Hold on. Let me just address that really quick, and then I'll have you go on. Sydney, can you technically, the first time ever you have sex, get an STD?
Yes.
Yes.
Just like the first time you have sex, you can also get pregnant. It's a matter of like safety wise.
Yeah, but we're talking about probability, not possibility.
Okay.
So you could, but who's more likely to get an STD? Someone who sleeps with someone one time or someone who's had sex 10,000 different times?
Obviously depends on safety wise, but yeah, 10,000 times. Yes.
Come on, Sydney.
Yes.
Come on. All right,
yes.
Go ahead.
I mean, obviously, it's going to depend on safety. If I had raw sex with you, I am way more likely to get an STD with you, who probably doesn't get tested all the time, versus me, who gets tested every 7 to 10 days, right? Because that's my profession. So I have to get tested frequently.
Even statistically, if you have raw sex with someone one time, you're less likely to get an STD than if you have sex 10,000 times with a condom.
Women are also, it also takes women a longer time to find out if they have an STD, depending on the STD versus men. I would like to know why you brought up STDs.
Well, I'm trying to find the...
That last...
Okay,
That
so like,
last
let's say,
comment
okay, well, anyways, we
I
know
feel
what you're,
like,
hold on. We know what you're trying to say, right? We know, you're trying to say that if I have a high body count, I am more likely to get an STD. Yeah, but I'm also a grown-ass woman, and as I age and I have more sexual experience, I am simply just going to continually have more sex with people. And and it's my right as a person to explore myself sexually. Now, do sometimes shit happens? Yeah, like sometimes people will get pregnant, sometimes the people will get an STD, but as long as we are educated on these topics and the stigma is removed from it, we're able to have better conversations on making sure that these issues aren't permanent issues.
Well,
right?
I guess, okay, so the reason I bring up STDs is because if a girl were to get herpes, for example, I don't suspect she would be so quick to defend promiscuity or defend having a high body count.
That has nothing to do with it, though.
If you're promiscuous, you're more likely to get an STD.
Okay, but just because a girl has herpes doesn't mean that she's gonna tell all the girls in her life to be a nun and not partake in any sexual activity. It's unfortunate that she has herpes, but that in no way could dictate the way other women in her life live theirs.
I think ultimately the better conversation is how often does one get tested.
I mean,
literally.
If someone got herpes,
it wouldn't
from a
matter
hookup,
if I fucked a bunch of guys if I got tested tomorrow and then I was clean, right? Because literally,
this chair is annoying me so much. I've been no, not you. It's just I should have addressed it.
I have had way more insane conversations talking to the billion men who don't do porn, asking when was the last time they got tested, and realizing that most of you men don't get tested. I don't want a guy with a body count of 10 who's never gotten tested his whole life versus a star who got tested 7 days ago. It's more so a matter of how sexually responsible and educated are you. Like, as a star, we have to get tested every 14 days max.
Full panel?
Full panel.
How long does it take? How long does it take to for those test results to come back and then
a day? Yes. I got tested today, and I'm getting my results back tomorrow.
Okay, but can I ask you a question? I mean, people are not in the sex work industry, and most people engaging in hookup culture you don't need to be a sex worker to have a high body count.
No, but even when I was a person that was just a slutty girl in college, I still got tested every time I introduced a new partner in my life, which is something that
really.
Yeah. Do you not?
Same sex, bro.
You don't do that?
Where did you go to college?
I went to. I'm not going to say that.
Well, was it in California?
Yes, I did.
Was it a state school or a UC?
I don't want to say it on here.
Okay,
it's irrelevant. I was a slut, and I've been a slut, but what mattered was that I was a safe and ethical slut. Are you saying that you don't get tested every time you have a new sexual partner? That's nuts.
But you mean before?
But
at each instance?
Yes, I've gone on dates with guys before getting tested. And if I wasn't able to get tested with them before, then I would get tested right after, the week after. That should be normal protocol.
You get tested after you have sex?
Yes.
Well, that wouldn't preclude you from contracting an STD, but do you think that most people that hook up, in each instance that they do hook up, are getting STD tests beforehand?
Are you saying that you don't get frequently tested?
I get tested, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. In general, when it comes to hookup culture...
The more important part, above all, hookup culture is the fact that you are sexually educated enough to know that every time you have sex with someone, you are putting yourself at risk.
Yes.
So are you taking the right protocols to make sure that you are not keeping yourself safe and others safe? And the best thing you can do about yourself is to have protected sex and to continually get tested. Now, maybe you're not a sex worker, and maybe most people in hookup culture do not do that, but they really should.
They really should. Live in reality.
The reality is that we should.
People in college
UCSB also has a very, very high STD.
Yeah, UCSB.
I think we're one of the highest.
UCSB, which is, we're here in Santa Barbara, is one of the #1 party schools. From firsthand experience and from hearing from a lot of people, and it's just kind of almost obvious to me. Most people who like will go out to a club or a bar or party, they will spontaneously hook up with someone, did not get tested beforehand.
But they should.
They should.
Like
But that's not how it. They should.
But you know what? You know the
There
reason why
shouldn't
they
be
don't.
war.
The reason they don't is because the reason why they don't is because they are not sexually educated enough. There's a stigma around testing. Yes, there is, because a lot of guys are like, oh, I have to get tested.
But even
why? You don't trust me?
Even you said that you didn't get tested before.
No, I was saying usually I would if it was a plan.
Afterwards.
Now, if I met you at a club, at a bar, first of all, I don't have.
You said you were like going through a slut phase, right?
I always there's no phase.
Your words, not mine.
Clearly, she's saying that she gets tested like really very frequently. So
Yeah.
Okay, but you had girlfriends, right? Were they getting tested frequently?
Yes, dude.
In college.
Yes, we are in California in a very liberal state with good sexual education. If you are not getting tested, I beg you to.
The vast majority of people are not getting regularly tested.
Then you really should. Like, it's like, okay, majority rule. You should start getting tested. I'm not gonna die on this hill. And the thing is, if you do get an STD, luckily we are in a world in America with great ways to solve it or mitigate the risk. So if you do pop, you should know that it is, and not to say fine, but it is something that is curable, not something that makes you dirty or evil or bad. It is something that you are able to fix, and people shouldn't treat you.
That's not true. Herpes, HPV,
but
HIV.
the things that I'm talking about, like gonorrhea and chlamydia, these are things you should be able to fix. And these are and even if you did have HIV, you should still be treated with respect. And you are not a dirty, evil, bad person. We should remove the stigma of STDs. You know.
Well, I mean, sure, but it's going to impact.
When was the last time you got tested, Brian?
Hold on. It's going to impact your life. It's going to impact your health, and it's going to honestly, if you have herpes. I assume you agree that you should disclose to a potential partner.
Of course.
100%. Okay, you're going to, a lot of people are gonna, if you disclose, they're not gonna wanna pursue anything with you.
And that's fine.
Okay, well, dating is hard enough as it is, especially for men. I don't think men should handicap themselves by getting herpes. Same with women, they should not handicap.
So you should probably get tested, dude.
Yeah, just get.
I'm not talking about.
No,
yeah, we're talking in general.
To those men, women, whatever. If you don't want to get an STD, then just practice safe sex. Like
condoms
2 + 2.
Don't prevent herpes.
Okay, get tested. Require tests from your partner. 2 + 2 = 4. If you don't want an STD, practice sex as safely as possible. And that means going to a local clinic or your primary physician and getting tested and asking your sexual partners to do the same. It's not that hard.
Most people in civilian life, if they do get an STD test, it's not a full panel test. People can be asymptomatic, and that shit can pop like down the road. It might not pop right away, but you might be contagious, I guess is the term. But
I feel like the solution isn't not having sex at all or looking for a person who's never had sex. What? Like the solution is to just practice safe sex. If this is something you want to continually explore, you have to just make sure that the people you're playing with are also playing safe games. That's an adult concept. And it's something that we should preach and have a more open conversation about.
But this is one of the reasons why body count matters.
Body count doesn't matter. Literally.
It quite literally matters when it comes to STDs.
It quite literally doesn't. Because
it quite literally does.
It doesn't matter as much as the fact that you cannot tell me when was the last time you got tested versus the fact that I can.
December.
And how many people have you fucked since then?
Actually, 0.
Okay, cool. But the fact of the matter is, that's absolutely fine, and you're able to have your own preferences. I get tested frequently, and I would much rather having.
wearing a condom is making sure that your partner is getting tested. Like, what the hell? Like, asking them about their sexual history. And I understand that a lot of men believe, okay, higher body count equals a higher risk for me, but that is not necessarily I told you my body count last time. Remember what it was? It was like, I've never gotten an STD in my life, ever. With all of those bodies, nothing, because the amount of people that I've slept with and have chosen to have a relationship sexually with, that doesn't put me at higher risk. I've made sure to be safe with all of my sexual partners. And that is what it's not the numbers, it's how you have it.
Okay, the more people you have sex with,
I don't think we're going to reach an agreement here, so maybe let's move on.
well, I'll just say my point and then continue. So, it's been proven statistically, the CDC has done studies on this. The more sexual partners you have, the greater likelihood of getting an STD. The more people you sleep with, it's almost self-evident to me. The more partners you have, the more people you sleep with, the greater chance, the greater risk of getting an STD. The same way, if I'm in a log cabin all by myself, and maybe like one person comes and visits me here, let's compare this to COVID. Your chance of getting COVID, one person, is much lower than going out to nightclubs and parties and meeting other people a day. That same thing applies to STDs. The more sexual partners you have, the more opportunity to get an STD. Now, you can practice safe sex and you can mitigate the risk, but the risk is still there the more partners that you have. It's fantastic that you've had as many partners as you have and you've not caught anything. Congratulations, you've been safe. But it is something to consider.
Well, luckily, Brian, you're not touching me, so it's fine. Just keep your body count as low as possible, so you never get it.
In January 2005, Capcom gave us Resident Evil 4 on the Nintendo GameCube exclusively for like a couple days. It changed up the gameplay of Resident Evil as we knew it. No more slow, plodding tank control, serving ammo, and watching out for the bad guys and avoiding enemy encounters. Now it was a very much more action-oriented game with a lot of intensity and incredible graphics and presentation. Many gamers who pre-ordered the game got this preview disc from certain retailers. There's no manual inside, but there's a standard GameCube insert. In addition to the Resident Evil 1 demo, there's also gameplay movies from Resident Evil 0 all the way to Code Veronica. And now we're getting the remake for modern times. Do you have the preview disc in your collection? In January 2005, Capcom gave us Resident Evil 4.
Alright, so we just got back to the cinema. We saw Super Mario Brothers movie.
Yeah, in a packed house. Going into the Mario movie.
First, I want to start off by saying I disagree with everything you say. Black Lives Matter, stop Asian hate, and leave trans people alone. Here's my question. Why do you weaponize?
I don't think I said that.
Listen to my question. Why do you weaponize to justify your subjective opinions?
How do you think I've done that?
You say that God says, oh, there's man, there's a woman, and this says that. Like, you don't represent religion because you don't live in a country where you can be purely pure based on your religion. Like, you sin, everyone sins, and we can understand that. So trying to
have with you. Because that's what we're saying about it.
Because our fundamental beliefs are different. I don't think it's murder. I think it's that thing in the baby, not the baby, but the uterus.
That's what she said.
That is not.
I think you just admitted that I'm right. You accident. That's called a Freudian slip. And I think you just proved the point.
Chill out. The thing in the uterus is not a baby. That's what I was trying to say. It's just a clump of cells. It's a tumor. Okay.
It's a tumor.
And trying to be like, it's a baby. We just have fundamentally different belief systems, and I don't believe that. No, I don't think it's murder. It's not murder.
Right, but the baby unlike a tumor, say, the baby in the womb, it has the DNA of an individual human being that's different from the DNA of the mother and the baby in the womb. The baby in the womb grows at a very early stage, grows to take on the form of an individual human being, and the baby in the womb left unmurdered will grow into a full adult-sized human being, just like you are. So that would seem to be a difference between the baby in the womb and the cancerous tumor. So you're saying, well, I just don't believe that, but you obviously do believe that just because you're going to call the baby a baby. You don't want to acknowledge that reality because it's inconvenient. And I'm not denying that there are inconveniences in the world and there's suffering and there are all sorts of difficult decisions that people have to make. But that doesn't mean that there is a right and a wrong answer. And it doesn't mean that you don't know what it is because you've admitted that you don't know what it is.
Damn it. Better see the Duke again.
How was it? Did you learn anything?
I found these feathers. Now tell me how to fix this like you said you would.
Settle down. First, you must use that key and collect all of your little roses flasks.
Where are the rest of them?
There are 4 in total. You have the one, and the other lords have the rest.
Lords?
Mother Miranda is the cold, calculating ruler of this village. 4 lords serve under her. The first you've already met, the Lady Dimitrescu. The second lives deep in a valley of mist, the dollmaker, Donna Beneviento. None of her playmates have ever come back from that dank old estate. The third is Moreau, a being of twisted flesh that lives in the reservoir past the windmills. It is said that he is not the only monster that lives in those waters. The fourth and most dangerous is Heisenberg. He works in his factory on the village outskirts. And the project, let's just say parts of the human imagination are better left alone.
Some of these games, and pretty much all of their DLC, have become completely unobtainable. There is now no storefront to obtain some of these games legitimately. But what about illegal? What about crime? We talk a lot about emulation here, and there are now a ton of awesome channels that have a heavy focus on emulation. But almost none of them dive into the topic of where or how to get these games, or the morality of piracy. You know what? I don't blame them. It's a touchy subject. They don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble either. But I'm going to go ahead and talk about both of those things today. So I might get in a little bit of trouble. Because I recently just found something that some of you guys probably already know about. It's called the H Shop. And it took me around a minute to put it on my 3DS, and now it's opened me up to basically any game that I want. I want to issue a warning here. Piracy is illegal. Okay? But how would you like me to obtain Pushmo now, Nintendo? Box Boy? Mario vs. Donkey Kong? Pokemon Red? You won't let me buy some of your most popular games. What did you think was going to happen? You think I'm just going to let my 3DS turn into a useless brick? You should absolutely only obtain the ROMs for games that you already own. But what if they leave you no choice? You want something, and they say you can't have it. Why? This video is sponsored by Factor. Hey, what you doing? Just playing around with my new 3D printer. It's incredible. I can just make whatever I want. What are you making now? Just a cup. So you can print anything? Yep. So you're making a cup of yellow? Do we have to sit here and stare at it, or can we leave? Oh, we can leave whenever we want.
If you truly wish to save your daughter, you must first gather the 4 flasks. I'll do you a personal favor. I've marked the Lord's locations on your map. Some treasures still lurk in this village. I'm sure each one will prove of great use to you.
Why are you doing all this?
Why, it's all part of our first-class customer service.
Going on. You can use
Please do come again soon.
Factor meals arrive pre-prepared and ready to eat in 2 minutes, which is perfect for busy lifestyle. I like it because I can just walk over to my fridge and grab a healthy meal that's ready to go. It's perfect for when I'm busy just staring at stuff all day. And you can try it for yourself by going to factor75.com or clicking the link in the description below and use code YAHUNGRY50 for a whole 50% off your first Factor box. I gotta check out this box. You know, it's only took me 2 minutes to make, by the way. Just did. Hey, weren't you gonna make a cup? Yeah, I did. That's a problem. Ah, damn it. You know I always get those two. You follow me over on TikTok or even listen to the Nintendo podcast I'm a part of. You probably heard me talk about stuff like this before, but here I'm talking about it on my biggest platform, YouTube. How you guys doing? I'm Bob. I like to talk about crime. Honestly, this isn't really something that I'd like to draw too much attention. The emulation industry is booming, and I've been loving it, and I'm sure you guys have been loving it too. Emulators allow you to play games without having the physical copy. The loophole is that you can rip your physical copy that you legally own and put the file on an emulator. Just like you could rip a CD back in the day and put the files on your MP3 player. I have some videos on how to do this. It also works for ripping and transferring send files, which is super convenient. Let's be honest, nobody's doing that. Even if you own the game already legally, it's still just much easier to download the ROM off of the internet. We've all done it before. People always ask me where I get my ROMs from because they expect it to be some like haven of just piracy, but really all I do is Google the name of the game that I want and it's a ROM download at the end. And it's usually the first link, and you just gotta dodge a bunch of nefarious download links, and you'll figure it out. You're a smart guy. But even if you own a game, it's still a crime to download it off the internet. It's not a loophole. That's not how things work. You can't just walk into a 7-Eleven, buy a Snickers, and then grab another one on the way out. It's still stealing. The reason emulators are legal is thanks to a court case that happened in the year 2000 where Sony tried to sue a company that made a PlayStation emulator, and they lost. So, thanks, Sony, for that. Having an emulator isn't the issue. It's having all of those digital games that you didn't legally obtain. That's the issue. I probably shouldn't be holding this because I'm pretty sure this came with a bunch of games that I didn't legally obtain. It is illegal to download a game, even if it's commercially unavailable. But is it necessarily morally wrong? I would say it's morally neutral. No one's being hurt by that. It's neither good nor bad. The rights holders aren't selling the product anymore, so who are we stealing from? Sometimes rights holders do this to drum up hype over their IP. Is the Disney Vault syndrome? That's a whole load of horse. There have been multiple studies over the years proving that the people who pirate the most video games and movies are the ones who are spending the most money on these media. We don't pirate because we love crime. We do it because we want access to all the stuff that we love. Stuff like that. Retailers spending people identified as pirates ended up spending more. That we could have subscription services like Netflix. All privately held businesses. The reality is the majority of people who've gone through the effort of finding and accessing such unlicensed content are first and foremost fans who are more often than not trying to get content legally if they can. So pirates also tend to be your biggest fan base. With access to these legacy games on newer platforms, we will buy them. Probably multiple times. Don't ask me how many copies of Silent.
What?
Ethan, come with me. There's something I have to tell you.
Mia? What's going on?
If you watch the Nintendo podcast, you've heard all the stuff already, and I'm sorry for reiterating it. If you don't watch that and you'd like to hear more about this, we had a nice long conversation all about piracy there. You can check that out. I'm sorry it took so long to get into the nitty-gritty here, but I had to do all of that preface.
You have to fix her.
Talking about piracy on the
hell is
because
this?
I want to make it clear.
Everyone leaves me.
Still very much a
Even
performing
Rose.
your own risk thing.
I don't want to
But now
know.
that the 3 eShop is
This can't be
You
real.
can, kind of do this with a clear conscience now. Kind of. So, having a hacked 3DS is now more useful than ever. Hacking a 3DS is so easy, there's a whole meme around it. I have a video I did about a year ago praising how easy it was. You should check that out as a preface, but if you want to perform it yourself, you can check out an updated guide at 3ds.hacks.guide. Some guy always comments on all my stuff that you should always use written guides for better video tutorials, because video tutorials often get out of date pretty easy. And that's true, I understand, but I'm a visual learner. I think it's okay to use video guides as supplemental material to the written guide. So you should start with the written guide, and then if you get stuck on something, then you can reference either mine or like plain Mockler. Hacking your 3DS will allow you to put homebrew software on there. If you did a hack similar to the one that I did, you will automatically have a feature where you can just dump a ROM they installed right onto your micro SD card.
What's going on?
Entire library of DS and 3DS games right onto my 3DS's micro SD card. That way, I will always have my entire library of games with me on this
Penalty to this treasure.
Also, borrow some games from a friend and put them all on your 3DS. That's great for the digital versions of physical games that you might already own or have access to, but what about
the treasure?
over 1,000 digital games and their DLC that just got flipped out of existence last week when the 3DS eShop went down? What are we going to do about those? Well, luckily, that's where the eShop comes in. Well, 3DS is a great piece of hardware, but the boot times are very monumental. The eShop is basically a pirate storefront that has 3DS games, DSiWare, virtual console, DLC, updates, and a whole bunch of stuff that's been lost in time. It's got a lot of stuff. I'm not sure if it has everything, but it has everything that I've tried to find. Games like Kirby Planet Robobot don't show up under the North America region, but it did show up under Region 3. So if you don't see that version, check the Region 3 category. And since my 3DS was hacked already, it was like the easiest thing in the world to put on here. It took me around a minute total. All you have to do is Google eShop. I'm afraid to put a link in, but you'll find it. Then just download the 3hs.cia file, pop it on your micro SD card, open up FBI, open that 3hs.cia file, and boom, you have access to thousands of games. What, you have Sushi Striker, right? You can let me borrow it? On what? DS, 3DS? You have it, right? No, I'd say you do, though, for the video? Yes. Thank you so much, thank you. One of the games that I'm having a lot of fun with is New Super Mario Bros. 2. Now, I played this back in the day when it came out, and I remember I didn't really like it that much. But thanks to Gerard's video, where he bought every single 3DS game and their DLCs, I learned that this game had some DLC that is now unavailable. The only way to get those DLC levels now would be to purchase a New Super Mario Bros. 2 limited edition 3DS console that comes with the game and the DLC preloaded on it already. You gotta buy that on eBay or whatever marked up price is going. That bundle is the only way to access these DLC levels. Unless three of these levels are some of the hardest official video levels I have ever played in my life. The virtual console on the 3DS was one of the biggest losses that we suffered when the eShop went down last week. Nintendo has been very bad at porting some of their legacy games over to newer consoles, namely the Pokemon game. Under the virtual console section in the Region 3 category, they're all there, baby. And they even work with Pokemon Bank. And this is currently only obtainable through the eShop. That's just how much this hacker initiative saved the 3DS. There's also system apps like Netflix, so you can watch movies on here again. Oh, never mind. No watching movies on here. Watch Succession somewhere else or whatever. And also a library of ROM hacks. I love me some Mario ROM hacks, and there's plenty here, but I know a lot of people love Pokemon ROM hacks. There's even a Mario 64 3DS port. Even the Star Road ROM hack ported to the 3DS is on here. It's incredible what we have access to, and it all just downloads over Wi-Fi and shows up on your home screen, ready to go, just like you downloaded it off of the eShop. Imagine downloading Star Road off of the eShop. This is only possible thanks to the years of ROM dumping that pirates have been doing. Without that, we would have lost access to all of these games when they shut down the eShop. The only other way to preserve all these games would be if some psycho decided to just buy every single 3DS game that was available on the eShop and all of its DLC before the eShop got shut down. But that would take so much money and so much time to do all of that. Oh wait, George. That's just a sample of the insane lengths that we have to go through just to preserve video game history, or just to have access to the games that we love, the things that we want to try. There's so many things out there that were released throughout the years that we didn't get a chance to try at the time, and we want to try now. We got to jump over all of these hurdles because for some reason Nintendo wants to put hurdles in our way to access their games. We just want to play the stuff that you have as fans. Just let me buy Pokemon Red for the third time. I'm trying to give you $40 here. I just ask that you use some discretion here. Just because you can download every game in existence doesn't mean that you should. Some games are available elsewhere and easily accessible. Games like Shovel Knight are on the eShop, but you can buy that literally anywhere. If you can support the developer, you absolutely should. And this goes double for indie dev. This is why I'm afraid to talk about this stuff, because people are going to run rampant and start downloading everything all willy-nilly. You're going to ruin it for the rest of them. And this is why I don't like to talk about emulating games and consoles that are currently available and easy to get to. Like Switch emulation is still a touchy subject for me, because a lot of the stuff that I see people emulating are indie games, because those are the easiest to run on little Android devices, and that feels really sad. But now there's literally nothing else you can do. They gave you no choice. I guess you got it. When our big corporate overlords finally do.
I've been waiting for so long. I'd make a much better daughter than Rose. Please, won't you stay with me forever?
What? Wait, where's my gun?
eShop going down and how the pirates are keeping this thing alive. Maybe you recently just got a 3DS somehow, and you've been playing it, loving it. Now all of a sudden, now you got to rely on some homebrew people to keep it afloat. What do you think about that? Leave in the comments below. At me on Twitter, any and all this other social media garbage. Unless you're a publisher or developer, just go straight to my lawyer.
She's so
energetic,
it's crazy.
Thank you, Factor, for helping sponsor this video. Don't forget to check them out at the link in the description below. I stream on twitch.tv/wolfden all the time, usually at night. I'm taking Mario Maker submissions that I'll be playing on this Sunday. You gotta give me the submission before that so we can vet the level and stuff. Go into my Twitch chat, type in !submit level, and you'll see it. But of course, the most important thing that you guys can do to help support this channel is just subscribe right here to one of these videos goes live, and share this video with a friend who maybe just got a 3DS and wants to get some use out of it now. Thank you very much.
fictional adventures, I'd rather not be horrified right now. However, I've always been interested in this game because Resi 4 has always been lauded as not only one of the best games on the GameCube, PlayStation 2, Wii, Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, or Nintendo Switch, but also as a critically acclaimed turning point in the Resident Evil franchise. It's a series of games that just rots in my backlog, so I might take a look at a few more of these things depending on how my time with 4 goes. I finally decided to start playing this one a few months back, after I talked about my games of the year from 2001 all the way to 2018 and made it clear how I had to play this, or these. I got a lot of flack from people for not playing some of the best games ever made, so I said, well, you, I'll show them. I'll play Resident Evil 4. But it's finally time to finish it off, fully form an opinion on this thing, and wipe it from the backlog before we turn it. Resident Evil used to be all about survival horror at all different kinds of camera angles. After the first 3 entries and numerous side games, many of the developers knew something had to change with the series. It was kind of still not only for players, but for developers as well. 4 was in development for quite a long time, with multiple iterations of the game being started and then scrapped. The first version of Resi 4 Creators was such a departure from the series that they felt it wasn't right for it to carry the Resident Evil name. So instead of canceling it, they just reworked it into something, which became Devil May Cry. The next couple of iterations were far closer to the Resident Evil 4 we know today, but featured different styles of gameplay, environments, and stories. Each version faced development problems, and by the time they started work on the final iteration, instead of focusing on how scary the game could be, they more so focused on how fun it could be. Couple that with the third-person perspective and more action-oriented gameplay, and we have ourselves a Resident Evil 4. Yeah, this was fairly different from the standard RE formula up to this point, but it still felt like a Resident Evil game. It had returning characters, and the horror element was still there. It seems every 3 of the numbered games in the mainline series, they change up the gameplay style, with 1 through 3 having fixed camera angles and focusing more so on survival horror, 4 through 6 being third-person and being more action-oriented, and 7 being first-person and going back to pure survival horror. 4 was originally released only on the GameCube, one of the 5 games Capcom was touting as exclusive for the console. With 1 being canceled, 1 released for the PlayStation 2 on release, 2 being released for the PlayStation 2 shortly after, and then 1 that remained a GameCube exclusive. Let's cheer for Capcom. You're trying to tell me this purple triangle is a lie? I mean, it's better this way for Resident Evil 4. This might just be one of the most accessible GameCube era games out there. You can play this thing on Dandy or anything. Yes, even the Zevo system from Brazil. Well, the question is, which version should be the one I cut my teeth on? You know, I've been talking about this unrelated stuff a little too much lately. It's actually the company I hate the most, but I still love talking games to the platforms and all the other guys. So while Resident Evil 4 was originally a Nintendo exclusive, let's just probably throw some variety in there and talk about the game for something other than Super Nintendo console. So let's start playing Resident Evil 4. Damn it. Man, this is such a logo. 4 Resident Evil follows Leon Kennedy, who first appeared in Resident Evil 2. Originally a police officer, now a full-blown government agent, his mission is to save the president's daughter, Ashley. But watch out, Leon, there's a cult in the mix. Yeah, she was kidnapped by some cult. They inject people with this garbage virus that turns people into murderous cult members. That's pretty much it. I mean, Leon and Ashley get the juice, too. They're kidnapped and injected with the virus. But it has to simmer a bit in their bodies before they turn into that. The main goal here is to return home with Ashley while also removing the cult bugs from themselves, but that's not going to be so simple with a 14-hour-long video game, now is it? I like RE4's plot. It's fun and keeps things moving. It's easily understandable, and while new characters and plot elements are thrown in there consistently, it never felt like too much and remained entertaining. It strikes a good balance between too ridiculous and oddly grounded. Even cult plots could be so fun. The main villain is Lord Sadler, who controls the minds of everybody here, but I will always consider Ramon Salazar to be my favorite. I want to flush at this guy. Graphically, this game holds up tremendously. It looks better than most people I see on the street. Animations are great now, but for a GameCube game, textures and the overall environment definitely aged the poorest. But by and large, this still looks good. And the voice acting is pretty decent as well. I think. The lines can be so stupid sometimes that I don't know if it's the writing or the voice actor's delivery that was bad, but who cares? I'm having a good time over here. Now, the general gameplay of Resident Evil 4 goes like this. Progress, kill horde of enemies, progress, kill horde of enemies, kill horde of enemies, light puzzle solving, find object to progress, boss fight, progress, kill horde of enemies. Now, you see, that sounds repetitive when I put it like that. But really, any game would describe that way. I hate Mario because all you do is jump. Blasting hordes of enemies is incredibly fun, mainly because, dare I say, Resident Evil 4 is one of the most well-designed and balanced games I've ever played. It has this giant named El Gigante, that's right, Q-Max Paint 3. None of the environments are easy to get lost in. Everything is straightforward and understandable without being boring. It's fun to dig around these places, breaking open crates to find hidden goodies, checking out notes left or little details. On normal difficulty, they give you just the right amount of ammo, just the right amount of checkpoints, just the right amount of everything to make the game work so damn well on the first playthrough. Not too hard, not too easy. You can still get stuff done with the amount of ammo they give you, but it's not enough to where you can just shoot wildly without a care in the world. However, there were some parts where the amount of ammo I had leading up to that point made things stupid tight. Like this boss fight with the two O Gigantes. Like, yeah, you dump one of them in the lava, but the other one, Jesus, man, I barely had enough ammo to beat him, and then immediately afterwards, when I had no ammo left, I had to go through this area with like 80-something bug guys. Thanks. Now, the gameplay balance is just right, but one thing that does make RE4 more difficult is the controls. Yes, the controls are a little clunky and weird here. But I don't think this is a negative with the game, for a few reasons. First, let me get this out of the way. Resident Evil 4 isn't horror, it's horror. This isn't a scary game, it's scary themed. There were only like 3 times where the game either startled me or gave me some chills based on like the visuals or sound design. Like when I broke open a crate and a snake attacked me. I mean, I wasn't expecting that. That made me flinch. There was this one time near the beginning where an enemy was right around the corner. That kind of made me jump. And there were the sound effects from the more powerful enemies in this. You have your standard villagers or henchmen that are just kind of whatever. But then you have the Chainsaw Man, or yeah, the Regenerator. When you hear the chainsaw in the distance or the Regenerator's harsh breathing and you don't know where they are, that's when this game does horror the best. You feel the sense of dread, like, oh man, they're coming. And then the rest of the game is this. So yeah, this game isn't scary, but it creates a sense of tension. The controls are weird by today's standards. You can't move while aiming. You still have hand controls, forward or backwards, and swerve left and right. These definitely aren't ideal, but they feel deliberately crafted this way. The controls don't feel dated or like a product of its time because the rest of the game works so well around them. They make each and every enemy counter an adrenaline rush. Things just aren't completely in your face. Ammo is definitely there, but not ridiculously abundant. The controls make it so you can't run and gun and just mow down enemies. You could use the shotgun and obliterate your foes, but then you might not have enough shotgun ammo when you really need it in the field. They make a simple enemy more of a threat this way, and with a more action-focused gameplay, this helps receive some of the horror of Resident Evil in a weird way. The controls may feel dated and clunky, but give them some time and it's easy to realize this game wouldn't work nearly as well with more modern and smoother controls. I feel like they would break the game and it wouldn't be nearly as fun or balanced. The controls are definitely one thing I see people dock this game for with the recent re-releases of it. I don't think anybody's wrong for thinking the controls are clunky and haven't aged well. I just personally believe they work in the context of the game. So if the controls aren't bad, what didn't I like about this game? This game has some quick time events. Kind of whatever. Like, who cares if you fail them? What, you have to watch 10 seconds of a cutscene all over again? No! I don't really have too big of an issue with them here, mainly because I feel quick time events are at their worst when they're just replacing what would be fun portions of the game, if you could actually play them. RE4 just kind of uses them randomly to keep you on your toes. It mainly kind of felt like they had some cutscenes, and they made you press some buttons during it. Not great, but not really an issue, to be honest. They don't detract anything at all. If I had anything else to complain about, I will say by the last 2 hours of the game, I was kind of saying, alright, let's wrap this up. Because this game just keeps on going, man. I was just ready for it to end an hour or 2 before it actually ended. Like, it could have ended plot-wise at like 4 spots in the story, but there's always another villain to deal with, and Ashley keeps on getting kidnapped. Oh yeah, Ashley. Ashley. There were only a handful of instances where she was actually helpful to Leon. Most of the game she's been kidnapped and you're alone, also known as my favorite moments of the game. But when she's with you, my god, now you have to worry about her health bar and you being in the line of fire. Damn it! But other than those things, there weren't really major problems. They were just kind of little bits that kind of annoyed me. This is probably one of the best games I've ever played. Like, it was even fun for me to organize my inventory. Why? It's just stupid fun to traverse these environments and kill all these enemies. They knew the perfect time to introduce new bad guys, new weapons, new puzzles. Nothing is ever boring here. It's a blast from start to end, except when I was fighting this thing. It was called It, and Jesus, I died. This is probably why I was ready for this game to end near the finale. Apparently, this game has strong language and violence. Language? I mean, there's some words you might see on CBS from time to time, but nothing you couldn't say in the first parking lot. Violence? But I, of course, played the Wii edition. This game felt like a dream. Since I was 3. Probably just a computer where controls were get used to since I was controlling them with an unconventional controller. Let's see how the PS4 version stacks up. Jesus, no thank you. Yeah, it's really hard for me to play this after playing Wii edition. You just can't beat this game with a standard controller, man. You need the Wii remote, or at the very least, gyro aiming. At least everything is much clearer. This game cleans up very well. But it looks like they basically took the original game and just kind of put it in a higher resolution. A lot of these textures weren't made to be seen in 1080p, so in my opinion, the HD version looks clear, but the Wii version oddly feels less faded. With the PS4, you can see all the garbage textures. The Wii, yeah, Yeah, this version's over 10 years old and in 480p. It's low res, but it's the resolution RE4 was meant to be played at. For good measure, let's check out the original GameCube release, coming on 2 whole discs. Yeah, this is pretty much the controls of the PS4 version with the graphics of the Wii version. Actually, this is a lot smoother. The edition looks a lot more pixelated. Weirdly enough, I found the controls more manageable here than on the PS4. I guess my brain doesn't like playing this game with a modern controller. It just works better with an older one. I don't know if it's a new release, but I heard it used to be the GameCube one, but not just graphically, but the bonus content's run in there, which is also available in all the releases after this. You can also use a desktop controller to play this game. Yes. So Resi 4 has been gutted from my backlog. I'm so happy I finally bit the bullet and played this one. This is honestly one of the best games I've ever played. Next time I'm gonna beat a game from my backlog, I have no excuses to finally play Max Payne 3. So next time I'll be checking out Adventures of Dino Ricky on the NES. Finally, oh my god, now that's one thing I can finally cross off my bucket list. Finally playing Resident Evil 4. Now I can move on to my next one, holding a Sega Saturn. I should die now. Hey y'all, Scott here, and welcome to a new segment I like to refer to as Tales from the Backlog. Man, what a scary intro. I could sit myself all day to that thing. Tales from the Backlog has been crazy going through games that have sat on my shelf for a few months and having me finally take a look at them. So let's go ahead and pick a game at random. Gravity Rush. This is the remake of the game on the PlayStation Vita in 2012 and made its way to the PS4 in early 2016. Gravity Rush was the brainchild of Keiichiro Toyama, who directed the first Silent Hill. It was originally being developed for the PS3 before being shifted over to the Vita and finally getting a remaster on the PS4. The game follows Kat, who alongside a cat named Dusty, can shift gravity for a short period of time. Kat wakes up with amnesia and decides to help people out with her gravity shifting abilities. And from here, the plot goes all over the place. You bring parts of the city back to where they belong, you meet another gravity shifter, Raven, who thinks you're a no-good doer, you discover a lost city of children, you have a psychedelic deep dreamlike sequence about who exactly you are and how you'll die. Character-wise, I wasn't really into any of the characters except for Kat. She's adorable, especially this profile shot of her. Look at that. Kat's really smart and capable, but she can be super bubbly sometimes, and it made me really like her as a protagonist. All the other characters I wasn't into at all. A lot of the times people were just mean-spirited or dumb or annoying, and other characters like the children in the Lost City held me captive, and when told to save them, I was just like, why would I ever want to do that? I never really considered Gravity Rush to have an amazing plot. It works for the game, like I was mentioning with the prequel. It's just hard to explain to people afterwards, but if you played the game, the plot context of the world and the game. So the plot doesn't really have a coherent beginning, middle, and end. Like, those three sections don't really feel naturally intertwined. They feel weird separate. The game is structured by episodes, which makes the whole game's plot feel like it's a season of a television show or something that has a handful of stories that kind of come together in the end. It's not often sensical, but very rarely did I ever say what during the game. Except at the end of episode 9, I had to rewatch this cutscene like 4 times to even kind of understand what went on. So Kat's doing laundry just in a towel, and Sid, a police officer she's befriended, comes by to show her the newspaper commending her for helping the city out. Sid then comments that she's only in a towel, and Kat gets defensive like he's coming on to her, and then she's naked. I guess her towel falls for with the comic book style, it's kind of hard to follow and understand. Speaking of which, oh me oh my to this game's art style. It's so cool. The moment it clicked with me was when I noticed how the game handles distance structures. Buildings in the distance are just outlines with the primary color filling them in, and that just looks straight out of a painting or a comic book. I think that looks so cool. The majority of cutscenes in Gravity Rush are in comic book style, which at first I was turned off by. It kind of reminded me of Bayonetta 2, where some of the cutscenes were fully animated and others were just filmed and kind of moving. Obviously done as a cost-cutting or time-saving measure, but as the art style started to feel more and more like a comic book come to life, I think they worked out pretty well. It can be sometimes hard to follow, like in the end of episode 9, but they were alright. I gotta say, this game feels really Nintendo-esque. Some of the because they're gibberish, which is kind of surprising to me. This just seemed like the kind of game that would have full voice acting, but I guess not. It's alright, I just feel like full voice acting wouldn't feel out of place in the game at all, and I would have actually preferred it. Getting to the meat of it all, Gravity Rush obviously focuses heavily on the use of gravity shifting for its gameplay. Pressing R1 lifts you up and allows you to control your gravity based on where you want to land. So if you aim at a wall and hit R1, you'll propel to the wall and will be able to walk on it. The game also utilizes the motion controls of the DualShock 4 and allows for precision aiming. I always love controls like this, where using motion enhances your control tenfold. You do have a limited amount of time to shift gravity, which forces you to be precise and creative with carrying out specific
the game would be focused on exploration and puzzle solving. No combat. The main thing done in Gravity Rush is combat and flying around. And this is where my problems with the game wrap up. The majority of missions in this game revolve around using gravity to defeat the enemy, the Nebby. You really only have one main attack in the game, being the gravity check. Basically, it's like propelling yourself forward with R1, but it's an attack. And this can be incredibly fun. When you land an attack, it makes you feel triumphant. The problem is, this is the only practical attack. The other ones we have here are a standard attack, which doesn't involve gravity shifting, and it does not accomplish anything. It can only really damage the most basic of enemies, and even then, it takes way too long to take them down in this level. And we have a few special attacks. They need to charge up over time, so gravity kick is the main attack you will be doing. And let me tell you, this one can be kind of frustrating. Multiple times, it'll simply miss the target or just not hit it at all. Or fly by the target, missing it by that much, and it is so frustrating. And this is emphasized by the tedious amount of enemy waves and bosses you have to fight through. This is actually my main problem with the game. There are so many times where you have to fight through a large wave of Nebby, and then guess what you have to do next? Do it again. And then I realize I haven't leveled up in the game at all. Yeah, I totally forgot about the fact you can level up your powers and health through the menu, and I figured it out about a solid 80% through the game. No idea how I lived through the majority of it, but it was frustrating, so please, folks, remember to level yourself up early on. This section was the worst to live through without leveling up. It just became unfair, even with leveling up, like half the time. Immediately when I'd respawn, the swordfish Nebby would attack me, and like, what was I supposed to do there? He literally came at me from behind, I couldn't see him. And then when I would die, it would throw me back at the section where I have to travel back up to the wave of enemies. This made me realize I peaked right before I put this game in. Anyway, to level up, you have to collect as many gems as you can. You can either find these scattered across the game or earn them by completing missions. I wasn't super into the missions. They were basically just more combat and more flying around the city, bigger than not really progressing the game forward or offering unique ideas outside of the main story. I only played through a few of them until I got what I considered to be enough gems. Alright, putting aside my frustrations related to my pity about forgetting to level up on my first playthrough, my main problems with Gravity Rush are that the shallow combat is its main focus, and I don't see if the game can be somewhere. Like I said, I would have liked a bit more variety with use of gravity shifting. It's mainly used as a means to fight enemies and get to places. There are a few sections, like the sequence where the pyramid-shaped gravity shifter shifts your gravity to wherever they point, that I really enjoy. I wanted a bit more of this stuff, just out of grander scheme. Basing the game around combat is fine, I just would have wanted it to be a bit more deep or interesting, while also having more variety in what you're doing. So much of the game was just defeating waves of enemies, and then when they were all gone, you had to defeat another wave of enemies. It just got annoying. Overall, Gravity Rush is good. It just has a few flaws that I really want ironed out. It could be tedious and frustrating sometimes, but I was constantly charmed and endeared by the game. And
a year ago, I was recording music in my room, and like young dudes and Shannon just sent me beats and we made music. And then I bought a microphone, recorded in my basement, and then we just sitting there making music. And then like recently this year, we go to like a studio. We haven't done our own studio. We just borrow a studio. We know each other. And we're getting there.
yeah, you knew this part was coming. Well, with my faith to review Resident Evil 5, I got the main voltage. So with Resident Evil 8 around the corner, I fired it up. I hadn't played the game since its release in 2009. I had quite a bit of fun with it at the time. I played the co-op campaign with a friend, although it was a noticeable step down from Resident Evil 4. For this playthrough, I'll be using the companion AI. Plus, I didn't play the DLCs at the time, so these will be fresh experiences. Coming back to it all these years later, I still had fun. The game is well designed, but as far as the mainline Resident Evil titles go, it's nothing that really stands out. It wouldn't be until nearly a decade later that number titles would return to these survival horror roots. If you enjoyed Resident Evil 4, you'll enjoy Resident Evil 5. And while it makes improvements in some areas, the overall package falls short of the masterclass design of Resident Evil 4. So, let's hop to it. Let's see how we got
here is what leads up to the moment of Chris reaching a boulder inside a volcano. To say Resident Evil 4 was a smash hit and a massive influence that's still felt to this day is an understatement. It has more re-releases than Skyrim. Hell, as of recording, a VR version of Resident Evil 4 was just announced after months of rumors. While there were still elements of horror in Resident Evil 4, it eschewed the survival horror formula to focus more on action, which Resident Evil 5 would continue with. In between the 4 years of Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 5, we saw the rise of the third-person cover shooter, like Gears of War or Uncharted. This was also a time frame in which Japanese studios start to look more from Western design trends. In some cases, it was farming out their IPs to Western studios, to mixed results. The late 2000s to early 2010s was an odd time for Japanese studios, especially Capcom. "We want the Call of Duty audience," was a common saying amongst the higher-ups at studios. So Resident Evil 5 built on the foundation of Resident Evil 4, but added more of these Western design trends that emerged in between the two titles. Watching the behind-the-scenes footage of Resident Evil 5 makes this more apparent. Behind-the-scenes footage is all focused on the Hollywood aspects of production. Compare this to other behind-the-scenes footage of other Resident Evil titles, which delve more into the game design. There's none of that here. That said, it is really interesting to see all the work they did to get the cutscenes to take shape, especially the motion capture work in seeing the final product. The amount of work they did on this front shows how much they cared about this focus on a more Hollywood feel. And I would say the end product reflects that. Was the game better for it? More on that later. Resident Evil 5 was also the first numbered title to not have any insight from Shinji Mikami. In an interview in 2012, "I didn't play Resident Evil 5 until a year ago, which was long after it came out. They sent me a copy, but I didn't open it for a long time. Whether the game was good or bad, I knew that someone other than me had made it, so it'd be different to my style. I didn't like the idea of that." Unlike Resident Evil 4, which went through numerous iterations of its setting, the setting of Africa for Resident Evil 5 was there since the beginning. The initial trailer shows a Chris that's less on the juice than the final version, which looked to be more survival horror than what we got in the final product. They wanted to try a daytime setting as a bit of a technology showcase with their NT Framework game engine. They also wanted to try something different in regards to horror. Granted, you don't see a lot of horror done in the day for good reason, unless you're going for a psychological horror push, but I give them credit for trying something different. The E3 2007 is much more in line with what we ended up getting. Although Sheva was not present, it wouldn't be shown until a year after. Before going forward, I can't talk about Resident Evil 5 without the discourse that happened upon its release, and the accusation of racism from the press. This was the late 2000s, Twitter was still in its infancy, level 4 blue check marks were really a thing. There's a lot that can be said about the subject. Let's hear from the actor who played Josh and what he had to say.
It's in Africa. It's been in Antarctica. It's been, I think, in Spain. It's been in the Midwest. If it wasn't racist then, why should it be racist now? It's in Africa. Have fun with the game. Play the game.
In an interview with Karen Dyer, the motion capture voice actress of Sheva, she had this to say about the subject. "Yeah, it's a bunch of baloney. There was a huge uproar at E3 2007, where it was just a Chris Redfield character in the trailer. At that time, development of Sheva was not even done, and we had started developing that character, and I have all the notes to prove it from early 2007. So by the time I came in September 2007, we still weren't done with how she was going to look. She was still being created, so there was no way of being done by that E3. The whole time I was on set, there was nothing racial, you know? I cannot imagine if I was being offended that I would stay for a whole year, you know? That would have been totally absurd racially. Why would I have stayed? I really can't imagine what kind of response a title like Resident Evil 5 would get today. They would spruce up the diversity and enemies from the final game in comparison to what we saw at E3 2007, including one model who bears a strong resemblance to Saddam Hussein.
I need your help!
Oh my god, that's Saddam Hussein, the dictator!
So with that, let's get to the game proper. I'm playing the Gold Edition on PC. There's an unofficial patch to help you get around games for Windows Live. Remember that? We're playing as Chris Redfield, making his first appearance since Code Veronica. He's on some kind of pharmaceuticals, different than Umbrella's. He's obviously taking vitamins that Hulk Hogan told us going on about. Or as a certain YouTube fitness legend would say, he's on Skittles. We meet up with Sheva Alomar, a part of the BSAA Western African Division. She will be accompanying us to look into some black market dealing. Sheva is a great addition to the Resident Evil cast. She's confident, she's likable,
She and Chris work well off one another. So, of course, she didn't make any other appearances at the title card. Come on, Capcom, show us your own here. On the note of being competent, your AI has a bit of mixed reputations. Playing through it, I didn't have any major issues save for a few instances. Granted, I'm guessing the AI did get patched up over time, although I couldn't outright confirm this. In a way, Resident Evil 5 takes some of the co-op aspects of Resident Evil 0, but runs with it. Resident Evil 0 wasn't a co-op game per se, as you could just switch back and forth between you and Rebecca, or control the other with a different stick on your controller. There are areas where you'll need to separate from a partner to move forward. This is also explored in sections of Resident Evil 4 having Ashley with us. Although in Resident Evil 5, we have someone who can hold their own in fight. Right off the bat, I have to commend how great the game still looks. In a way, I think the character models look better in this engine than in the RE engine. What do I mean by that? In my RE scouting video, I mentioned that the RE engine, as great as it looks with its photorealism, did have some uncanny valley instances. This is especially true for women when you compare them to the models such as Ava. I will note though that RE8 does look to have addressed this to some extent. As well, I did mod the game visual. What you're seeing on the screen is the difference in filtering. I'm playing with a green filter remover. This is something that was quite common at the time. There's very few games I think where a filter made things better. The only one that really jumps to mind is the Fisk filter in Deus Ex Human Revolution. You have a little intro that helps with the world building and building tension that something is not right in this area. Not only are we a stranger in faraway lands, something isn't safe right here. Then you get to the game's equivalent of the RE4 build tree. RE5 will have a number of these moments that pull heavy influence from RE4, for better or for worse. The most common enemy throughout the game are the Magicals. This game's version is a Granada. They are infected by a parasite derived from the Baga parasite of RE4. They behave in more or less an identical manner. The game mixes and matches these types throughout the game. RE4 was a master class in face animation. While RE5 doesn't quite hit that mark, it's still very well designed. There's a lot of room to work with here, lots of verticality, and lots of environmental options at our disposal. RE4 did a fantastic job with its combat areas, and RE5 continues in this fashion. Sure, there's a different feeling being in daylight and having a partner with us. The game will constantly throw you in scenarios that present themselves with major obstacles. While RE4 gives us a large portion of the looping nature of previous titles, RE5 moves even further away. Only small sections of the game contain some light traces of looping level design, before moving on to the next set piece. There's plenty of sections of two paths before moving to dead ends and some items before continuing on the main path. Inventory management, the backbone of Resident Evil, has seen another shift. Inventory management is now done in real time. Chris and Sheva have 9 inventory slots each. Each item is the same size, whether an egg or a rock launcher in our inventory. There are no ways to increase our inventory size. We can swap items back and forth, however.
You grab it.
Real-time item management does change the flow of the game. Compared to RE4, where to swap up and use items, we could do that in the safety of the inventory room. In a way, real-time management does make up for some of the tension that gets lost with increased emphasis on action during the firefight. I focus more on shotguns and machine guns, with Sheva using the rifle on attack mode or pistol on cover mode. I tended to give her healing items when I could. I found she would heal at the right moments for the most part. I'm aware others have said she could be a bit too heal-happy. She'll mix herbs within the options, so if you'd rather not use as many herbs, keep some for yourself. The movement and gameplay that continues from RE4 still feels good all these years later, although it does take some time to readjust to having to stand still while aiming and shooting. The game does expand on melee usage from Resident Evil 4, and if timed right, one melee attack can lead to another by Sheva. As well, you can now stomp down enemies. It's really satisfying to stomp ahead and clean off. Speaking of head removal, one thing the game scales back on over time is player death. Remember how gruesome the RE4 chainsaw death was? Well, they scaled it back here. But also in Mercenaries mode, I did have this downside. only thing that they scaled back on was the PvE, which is a major sticking point in criticisms for Resident Evil 4. That said, there was a charm to a lot of the PvE deaths in Resident Evil 4, and the game greatly scales back on them, with a couple of exceptions that I'll talk about later. For this, I was playing on a keyboard and mouse. Sometimes it was just a simple F button. Other times it would be A plus V key. Other times it would be F plus E plus, which are kind of an awkward placement. There were a number of times where I was caught flat-footed and took damage as a result. There are some brief mentions of flashbacks from Ezekiel that raise up some questions in our head of what happened there. There's a lot of Black Hawk Down instances that you see present in Chapter 1, something which the team used as one of their references. The game eschews the save system and firefighter. Instead, the game makes use of checkpoints. Granted, I wish the game didn't mention that we hit a checkpoint. It makes it really obvious that an enemy encounter is coming up. Well, usually that's the case with the level layout. I do wish they done that in here. You can upgrade our weapons at the store between missions, but there's no merchant, just a screen. Look, it didn't have to be the merchant coming back, but having some kind of eccentric black arms dealer would have given the game more character. The merchant in RE4 is none of both for good reasons. It's nice to see that RE8 is going to use their own merchants in full.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Princess. You know my name. Anyone has heard of the likes of you.
So going after this black arms dealer, Irving. He's the MacGuffin at the beginning of the game to keep the plot moving forward. Sadly, we move on from the village areas fairly quickly. RE5 likes to move on from one set piece to another. It's too bad, because it felt like there could have been more they could have done with these kind of environments. A lot more mileage out of them. Chapter 2 mixes up the environments and throws different hurdles in our way. It does introduce more of the Western design trends. There is one portion of the chapter where one of us will carry a lantern, so you can't shoot unless you put the lantern down. It's a good idea in practice and it adds some tension. The cave as it is isn't that dark. It's not like it's pitch black above it. In a way, it reminds me of the older worlds of Dark Souls 2. This is where darkness is going to be much more of a challenge, before they change that in the final version. RE5 will have various sections which twist each other and be separated portions. I think the game could lean more into this, but some of the better moments in regards to gameplay, tension, and horror pop up in these encounters. The end portion of the chapter will have the turret section, and that's where some of the Western design trends really start to emerge. We have a turret boss fight at the end of the chapter which was the equivalent of the Elder Dante. I have to admit, for a turret-based boss, it's pretty reasonable. Jumping back and forth, taking out the big fellow, keeping others at bay that will shoot at us, dodging. It's nothing to write home about. Considering how eye-rolling some turret sections could be, it could have been a lot worse. Moving on to Chapter 3, now we're in the marshland. One thing I have to note about Resident Evil 5 compared to other RE titles is that there isn't a noticeable difference in quality between section to section. For example, the island section from RE4 was a drop of what people score. RE7 has quite a drop when you get to the ship section. If anything, I think the middle two chapters, Chapter 3 and 4, are the game that is out. It's fairly consistent across the board and doesn't have any major drops, although nothing hits the highs of the other titles. It's nice that this section has a bit more optional exploration than what you find in other paths. You get some more insight into the dynamic between Chris and Shepard, why Shepard's fighting, and what happened to the ship. At this point, we can unlock the Lost and Nightmares DLC. Why this wasn't unlocked to begin with, I don't know. I'm a big proponent of letting players access the DLC when they're making one. Perhaps they bought the game years ago on a different account, which just want to jump right into the DLC. Another missed opportunity that RE5 has is not having more talks between Shepard and Chris. There's plenty of moments where moving from area to area in silence. The game can use that time to flesh out each character. When the game does so, they're enjoyable talks. They work well off one another. Another reason why I'm still puzzled Sheldon isn't up later in the series. We meet up again with Josh and have some more great combat areas. It was funny to hear this conversation about Jill and the emphasis about her being a friend to Chris.
The hard drive contained data on the POW experiment had a picture inside. The picture was of Chris's friend.
A friend? Feels like I should be making a joke about something here. Something about bloodline. I'll come back to it later. I'll finally catch up with Irving and have a boss fight with him. We get a bit more insight about him when we fight a doctor wearing a ridiculous looking winglet. Wonder who that could be. Nothing really to say about this boss fight. Most of the boss fights in the game are pretty enjoyable. I don't think any of them really hit the highs that some did in Resident Evil 4. I know I keep comparing the two back and forth, but there was plenty of times throughout this game where I think to myself, I could just be playing RE4 instead.
far as gameplay goes and story. We're now exploring some underground enemies. There are sections here that will keep each other apart and make for some good tension. There's a section that we avoid fire on the pass that we can also use against their enemies. We very briefly get some portions of weekend level design, returning to a point with everything we picked up along the way to move forward. We have a simple puzzle solving section of League of Legends. Nice change of pace to this some downtime. Too bad the game doesn't really use it to feel more of Chris and Shelley's relationship as we do this in silence. We also get our first appearance of Excella, an entire looking like J-Lo in the awards show. I also have to note just how drop dead gorgeous Ramona in actress is. We also get our first appearance of Excella, an entire looking like J-Lo in the awards show. I also have to note just how drop dead gorgeous Ramona in actress is. Season concludes with Albert Wesker. He's in this new world that he's looking to create. He's ready to help the team that Wesker's look like.
I have my eyes set on something much bigger.
In the chapter, we'll get some more insight into how this virus connects to the Resident Evil lore whole, with mentions of Umbrella. Chapter 5 wraps up the Sound series by bringing lookers back into the fold. The section leading up to their introduction is the game that's most tense, and closest the game gets to horror. The other workaholic has little plenty, although I do think the AI did something to that second level. The Empire separation where the lookers come out is probably the best tension-filled moment in the game, and it really nails the feel of Resident Evil 4. I do wish the game had more of these tense sections, although I can understand why the team didn't include more. Co-op would be much easier to manage, as opposed to having an AI partner. Here we come to one of the oddest parts of the game. We're allowed to take cover because now we're dealing with enemies with guns. They're as slow as molasses, so we get plenty of time to get cover and take them down. The game wasn't built around it. These parts feel like they were half-assed and boxed in, which I'm guessing they were, as if some higher up said, we want a really more audience, tossed in fairly late in development. Otherwise, this chapter is quite great. Lots of verticality, variety of enemies. Unfortunately, we get to the most annoying boss in the game. A couple of times I ran out of ammo just trying to take it down. I do have to go to YouTube to find a way to quickly kill the game. The majority of the comments express this frustration as well. It's what Dark Side Guild would call a puzzle boss.
I have 4 bullets left. This sucks. This game's fucking stupid. I'm puzzle boss. Oh, just completely. Wait, well, Roger, they can't be your delete puzzle. Puzzle, even though exactly what you're getting. How fuck off?
We'll finally catch up with Wesker, and we get the least surprising reveal ever. The fight doctor woman is actually Jill Valentine.
The what? And over.
She's taken a few style tips from the Williams section, and the experiments like the blonde hair. We have an encounter with them. It's more like a grant of basic life. Nothing much.
No, really.
We get a nice moment between the three of them.
Chris, you're the only one who can. Your life's in danger. Don't you trust your partner?
All right.
Have Jill be aware of everything that she was doing, and she cannot control it. That's pretty fucked up. Though she says she's okay. We won't see her again until the end, but she'll pop up again in the DLCs. I'll talk more about Jill's character and role in RE5 later, because there's plenty to discuss there. Moving on to Chapter 6, on the ship, there's plenty of straightforward combat arenas. That said, there's areas of separation, verticality, off enemy variety. You do come across a case keeping.
Now, let's take a look at them. Wow. Wow, Ethan.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Winters.
Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you let me slide. Please.
between Village and RE7, you could see Capcom was into a lot of the feedback on the criticisms people had about RE7. That said, for some of the ways that they addressed the feedback that works, some where they missed the mark, in other areas, created issues that weren't in RE7. We brought back the looping level design from RE7 and its classic titles, but with some tweaks on the more action-heavy focus. Compared to its predecessor, there are numerous shifts in focus and in tone. Sometimes for the better, and yet sometimes to its detriment. The plot is grander with higher stakes that, again, sometimes can be better, and sometimes to the game's detriment. While it doesn't quite hit the highs of RE4 or some of the classic titles, I did find it overall more enjoyable than RE7, even if it's a less cohesive title. It's been interesting to see the reception the game's gotten so far. Some feeling that it's a recent classic, others feel that the series has jumped the shark. Granted, that's something that's been part of the series since as far back as Resident Evil 4. So it will be interesting to see how the reception of the game changes and with additional content that I'm sure we'll be getting for the title. After all, the Resident Evil 7 DLC is some of the better DLCs that I've come across. So let's get to it, ladies and gentlemen. Do know that I'm not holding back on spoilers here. Work on RE Village began in August 2016, a few months prior to the release of RE7. RE7 was a major departure because in the past season of the title, the team had to wait some time before a full commitment to their plan. After the success of RE7 from a critical and commercial standpoint, they decided to make a direct sequel to the story. I did play on standard difficulty. It's nice that the game gives us an option to watch a recap of RE7 in case you need a reminder of what happened. I always appreciate developers who make this happen. We got this Tim Burton, Neil Gaiman-like intro with fairy tale that helps serve as an allegory for the game, helping become more apparent at the end.
Then the path of fear, he created her womb, and fear is a name. Come, child, quench your appetite. So she drank the thick, dark blood and smelled the joy.
It's nice that we can skip cutscenes a bunch. As great as the intro was for RE7 the first time around, it takes a while to get the main game going and can be annoying to replay unless you have a save file and can release it faster than basic. That said, this game is more cutscene heavy, which could be a detriment, but more on that later. You join the Winters family to accomplish what the Redfield bloodline had ability to do, include their own bloodline, their daughter Rose. I have to note that the RE engine is doing faces a lot better now. I've mentioned before that sometimes there's something a bit off with some of the faces in the past season, especially the villains. Neil is one of them, although I found in a way it worked with her appearance in RE7, whereas the show there gave fewer complaints. Wandering through the home gives us some indication of what's been going on the past 10 years. How they've been moved to Eastern Europe by the BSAA, with Chris keeping an eye on them. There is some insight into Duke here.
Lycans and gentlemen.
Is that just a wild guess on your hand? Was she further in favor of curing Zoe? topic answering a number of questions, but also raising a lot of new ones. An issue that I do want to point out here is that a lot of this information is conveyed through telling as opposed to showing. These scatter notes that give us insight into what's going on. Granted, it's not like this is new to the Resident Evil series or games in general. It's nearly always preferable when you can to show, don't tell. The ship area has a good sense of progression of going back and forth to unlock areas. The issue is that it's narrow hallways that look the same, and lacks all the variety of the first areas. And of course, we have to deal with more of the same old mode. There's not a ton of space in here, so it's more difficult to blame haunting, which at this point have gone far past their novelty in '74 and are obstacles simply to overcome. At least 37 gives us remote bombs we can use against the map, which are really satisfying to use. We cut back to the present day now that Mia has her memories back. It's time to rescue Ethan. We have to progress through the ship again, but things are a little different in how we navigate now that it's 3 years later. While I don't mind the ship as much as other people do, I do think Resident Evil 7 would have been better off if only flash back in the present day together and have the time of being on the ship. Eventually we reach Ethan. We cut this scene as Ethan talking to Jack Baker, who is normal, and Zoe there as well. How this scene happens doesn't really make sense, but some absolutely stellar acting by the actor playing Jack Baker.
Listen, maybe I'll just listen to you on all. She's okay. Right? You fine? You still fine? You're not. You're useless.
Now playing as Ethan again, we now have to go find Evelyn that Mia gave us.
Mia! No!
I want to comment now that there's something so endearing about Ethan and his matter-of-fact comments throughout the game.
A fucking pocket knife? Do me a favor and stay dead.
Seeing as we'll be playing as Ethan again in Resident Evil 8, I guess it's true when they say Ethan Chads just keep on moving. We're off to the mines, and really, there isn't much to say about this area. It's short, it's fairly linear, and guess what? We're molded. However, it's much more open than the ship, so it's just easier to run around in. I guess it's more about setting up the DLC where we'll be down here afterwards. We have a number of notes here that really answer a lot of plot questions. In the span of 2 rooms, we get basically an information bomb. Again, it's a case of telling as opposed to showing, but say what you. So it turns out for the last few years, Lucas has been here, at least in regards to being under the control of Evelyn. Which makes me wonder, what was Lucas like in that time frame where he was under her control? If he's as deranged as he is now, what would he have been like then? We get more insight into how Evelyn wants a family. Now she's looking old. We learn about this infection in E-Series or Evelyn and how it works. We learn that the first stage of the infection, one of the side effects is that the subject gains regenerative abilities. So, Ethan is infected. That explains the hand in the leg.
What the fuck?
And while Lucas is normal in the mind, he seems to still have this ability due to his arm being back. The second stage of the infection hears things and experiences hallucinations. We see images of Evelyn and hear her voice. So Ethan is at this stage as well. Not only with what we'll see shortly, but back in the old house, when we get part of the serum. On that note, the intake section of Mia in the old house, is that Ethan seeing Evelyn intake? Is that Mia? How does that work out? Third stage of the infection is the body being taken over. Physical mutation varies, results in incredible physical strength. So that explains Jack or Marguerite. Now aspects of Mia when she's taken over. But how is Mia able to cut back and forth? Is it due to Evelyn viewing her as a mother? We learn about how Evelyn is a bioweapon, and how it converts hostile enemies into your own servants. This could change the landscape of combat at war, and is a nice variation of twist from the various viruses we've seen over the years in the franchise. We get an explanation for the reasoning of Evelyn's appearance as a young girl, which I'm glad that Resident Evil 7 justifies. When I first came across Evelyn, I was a bit disappointed thinking that they were going to do the girl route, as it's been a bit of a cliche in the horror world. But RE7 at least justifies the reasoning. We get back to the house experiencing plenty of hallucinations.
Kill him, Mommy. You say you have done that. It fucking hurts.
Evelyn saying he wanted to be Daddy, and when she let her guard down, he was concealing on her. And surprise, you would have thought that Grandma Baker was actually Evelyn all along. Which we had a bit of foreshadowing in one of the previous scenes. We only get this comically goofy fight with Evelyn, but luckily we have some backup. We take Evelyn down to her in the familiar place of Mia.
Oh my God! What's wrong with your face?
Granted, it's a bit of a running joke now how much Chris's appearance seems to change throughout the series. But here he looks like he's really off.
My God! What's wrong with your face?
Granted, running joke now how much Chris's appearance seems to change throughout the series. But here he looks like he's really off steroids and hasn't been punching many rollers yesterday. But really now, we get on the helicopter with Mia, and boy, this might have to be a long conversation all that you can get to. This might have to be a long conversation between the two actors. Oh, and Mia has money to account for, doesn't she? And look at this, umbrella. So I'm guessing here's all that you can get to as well from the team that rescues you, and we'll see later in one of the DLCs that they do have in here for us. Oh, unless you decide to here play instead, which the game mostly plays out the same, except both Zoe and Mia die. Lucky you supporters of Zoe. But with that, we get a really cool credit scene in the base game of Resident Evil 7, which is over. Before we look at pursuing narrative in the DLCs, let's take a look at the base game overall. Resident Evil 7 is a fantastic return to form to the series roots while making some tweaks to it for me. While it does become more action survival as the game goes on due to becoming more familiar with and molded, stripping things down to dealing with the Bakers, they were well put together in areas that take the aspects of game design to the original titles was the right choice. Keeping the plot mostly self-contained before revealing wider implications and how RE7 ties to the series was the right move. I'm curious to see where Resident Evil 8 goes from here. Of course, it's not perfect, and shifting the minds took a noticeable step down in what came before. The lack of enemy variety hurts quite a bit. Some of the plot is really missing, but granted, what game isn't? Especially considering how convoluted and overcomplicated the lore of Resident Evil has gotten over the years. So on that note, let's take a look at some of the ways we can fix the narrative. We'll take a look at missed opportunities, discussing some of the major issues with the plot of RE7, and banging threads that I hope Resident Evil 8 doesn't drop. No, this is all hindsight being 2020, and it's just one person taking a look at some points. Game development is unbelievably complex, and has so many people involved in moving pieces. Constant changes to the plot can be very common. That said, let's fix it. One missed opportunity right off the bat in Resident Evil 7 is not making use as much of the Louisiana setting as they could have. Louisiana does have an interesting culture that RE7 could have leaned more into instead of just leaning over the bad stuff. Another missed opportunity that could have been used to build more tension and horror is to make use of the fact that Ethan is infected. Having a race against time to make sure we don't meet the same fate as the Bakers or the Molders is a really easy way to raise the stakes and tension. Resident Evil 7 doesn't really take advantage of that. Hell, if they wanted to go hard with multiple endings, they could have had certain action scenes with bad endings and things that become fully infected. And on that note of multiple endings, let's go back to the biggest issue with the game's plot. That being between the choice of Mia and Zoe. Again, this is the team's reasoning behind this choice for RE7.
We wanted to actually bring things forward even more. So what could we do? One of the ideas was the split paths with Zoe and Mia. Keeping with the scope of less is more, and our fast approaching deadlines, we wanted to have something that made players feel like they were making a critical decision, but also something they wouldn't be so involved in to delay the project.
So there's a few ways we can take a look at this in hindsight and correct this issue. Firstly, I just say take this choice away. Letting the other characters have agency here in driving the plot. One that pops into my mind right away is have Zoe just use it here and leave us for our elements. Why? Well, because she's justified in doing so. She knows that Mia has some part to play with Evelyn being here, what if it's her family. Simply could choose herself and say, hey, that should be Keenan on you. Go check that out. Mia have anything to have went there, trying to cut off that I was careless working at this organization. I'm curious to how much Eva knew, as she was aware that she was lying, but to what extent. She lived a double life for quite some time now. Her behavior in the game seemed to show that there's a lot of remorse for what she's done, and I don't doubt her love for Ethan. But it could also just be that she's following orders with Evelyn. After all, in her briefing, she does mention to dispose of Evelyn and mission is compromised. There's a lot of unanswered questions here about Mia, which to me makes her really intriguing, and hopefully Resident Evil 8 doesn't drop the ball on. And with that information, should it not come as a surprise why Chris shoots in the Resident Evil 8 trailer? Granted, I'm sure there's more to this scene that needs to die, especially show a scene like this in the trailer. As well, we'll see in case it's DLC, he's not afraid to put people down. I guess at some point he learns about Mia's role in this. That, or seeing that they have a kid, found a suitable seed provider in Resident Bloodline. Another missed opportunity here is not going into much detail about the marriage between Mia and Ethan. And I've read people saying that they chose Zoe for this year. One of the reasons is that we don't really know much about Mia beyond the fact that she's Ethan's wife, and that's what was enough of it. We don't really know the history between the two. Granted, the team of Resident Evil 7 wants to see Ethan marry a blank slate, but when you have someone like a blank slate that's married with such a large role in the plot, that can create a lot of issues, which happens here. So, what's the way of fixing this? I'm going to do something that developers have already said in here, and merge two characters together. Initially, Grandma Baker was supposed to be a separate character before seeing those two were others. So one way to fix these issues with the plot is to merge the characters of Zoe and Mia. Why? For two reasons. Firstly, instead of Zoe leaving us here, instead of Mia doing that in her place when she has more clarity. This way, you could flesh out the relationship between Ethan and Mia more to give better insight. It creates most of the plot and helps the movie pass on choice of Zoe and Mia to one conundrum if you will. But there's also a second reason for merging Zoe with Mia, and it's the way Zoe deals with the infection. This creates a lot of confusion and inconsistency in the plot of Resident Evil 7 as to how and when the infection works. You're given information that this infection will vary within each person, and with Mia, the fact that everyone sees her as a mommy, there's reasons for why the infections work differently for her. And what about Zoe? Especially as after nearly 3 years, it doesn't really make sense. She does mention that she can't read. She feels that she'll be like her mom and dad soon, but how does she know that? It's not like Lucas, who escaped from everyone's control 3 years back in just a few months after being infected. And almost over 3 years, I think having such a long time frame between the shipwreck and when Ethan arrived, it wasn't necessarily good for all progress. And Resident Evil 7 can make do with that time frame being 2 weeks or not. In that case, you could say that Zoe was able to resist the first infection. She feels like she's going to be infected soon, and that feels much more in line than 3 years. Sure, 3 years did give Evelyn enough time to kidnap people to try to kill the family with, but I think a few weeks a month could suffice here, and you could have had some motive come from the ship to test. How you could have brought the alligators in as well, which is most easy in the later DLC. And why was it 3 years until Evelyn tried to get Mia to bring Ethan home? Was she able to fight off that long? Again, it's something that you could have done in a few weeks or months, and I think that reducing its time frame makes a lot of the Resident Evil plot a lot less interesting. So on that note, let's leave the base game of Resident Evil 7 behind, and let's take a look at what the DLC has in store. DLC of Resident Evil 7 has a nice variety of ideas that wouldn't fit that well in the main game. They're free to explore and incorporate here. But base game can be campy at times. The DLC does lean more into this. It does also pull slightly more action-heavy elements from 4, 5, and 6. This is one of the better examples of making good use of the DLC. So let's jump right in. Canned Footage Volume 1 has 3 pieces of content for us to check out: Nightmare, Bedroom, and Ethan Must Die. I don't really have much to say on Ethan Must Die beyond its rather enjoyable challenge, so let's look at the other 2. Nightmare reminds me of Mercenaries mode from the previous titles with a few twists. You'll gather resources to purchase weapons or upgrades, and basically the main
to escape from the room, so as we free ourselves, we have to navigate through the room to find items and solve puzzles to make progress. There will be points where noise will be made, and we have a timer to get back in bed. We have to make sure everything is in order, or else Marguerite will catch us. There's some task detection here as she comes moving, making sure that everything was in order as it was.
Well, everything seems in order. Now hold on a second.
agility to increase the punching power that Joe has. And we also have the option of stealth kills. You also get some throwing spears, which are quite satisfying to use and allow us to take care of new enemies. Gators. It's too bad that the base game didn't include the gators in it. The gator fights slow things down to make sure we take them out before moving forward. And there's that tension of keeping a distance and not getting too close. Even Joe's bare hands aren't enough for them. We have small sections that will loop around before we progress forward or hit more roadblocks and then ready to clear. With KJ being a free gone as they left to work on other projects, Capcom would have more clear routes for some of their franchises. Resident Evil 7 revitalized the series. Although on a bit of a separate priority from the original, but Resident Evil Village was unexpected great. Shadows of the Resident Evil Village, another year of the series, so it's been delayed. And Resident Evil 8, continuing the story of building and creating a base. This game was capable of launching in a really full-on environment and setting in itself. From what we've seen so far, we probably have much more time to see the story as a whole than we probably see in the end credits done by 7. It's also nice to see Chris getting back to his old self. Although, is it me? Or do you think seeing voice acting level is too much?
Thanks so much for the question. Not actually.
It's been so nice in a world where everything is so united, where everyone's come together and united in universal love, that we're tall, going down, going viral. I look forward to seeing what Resident Evil 8 has in store.
Wow, keep believing. Stay.
There you are, my friend, Resident Evil 7. Covered a lot of ground here. Enjoy celebration.
So maybe you have nice eyes, but it doesn't matter now, Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy.
foundation from the castle version, but changed enemies to hallucinate that Leon had to deal with. This version was heavily inspired by the film Lost Souls. The team wants to try a more psychological horror approach akin to the Silent Hill series. The camera would switch over the shoulder akin to the final version in various situations, and would include quick-time events. In my videos I did on Resident Evil fan games, I covered a couple of fan games that are versions of this Resident Evil 4, known as Resident Evil 3.5. One version that you can play that came out a few years ago is Resident Evil Code Man, which I'll provide a link in the description. There's another one in development known as Resident Evil 3.5 Revival, which I'll provide as well as a link to in the description. Keep an eye on that one. It looks really interesting. However, due to its demanding technical aspects as a result of the hallucinations, the team could only get one enemy to appear in a room. This led them for time trying to make a game based around one enemy. They didn't find it worked out. So in the fall of 2003, this version was scrapped. The next version was known as the zombie version, which very little is known about. It was only in development for a short period of time before being scrapped. Not happy with how things are going, Shinji Mikami stepped back into the director role. This returned to the Resident Evil 4 version that was released. It was here that Mikami decided the camera would be over the shoulder the entire time as opposed to just when aiming. He decided to set the story after the Fall of Umbrella to create something that would mostly stand on its own. There was a bit of hesitation from the development team due to heavy changes. Mikami and the team saw it through. Looking at those timelines, the zombie version was scrapped in late 2003. It looks like this version of the game that was released may be done within around a 1-year time frame. Granted, it's not like they were starting from scratch. Ganados were tweaked enemies from the zombie version, and they had assets already. Of course, this is much more achievable back then due to the tech being used, the budgets, team sizes, but no doubt they put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get the game out. With this video, I'm playing the PC version, the Ultimate HD Edition. It's pretty funny to think that Resident Evil 4 was meant to be GameCube exclusive. A few months before its launch in January 2005, it was announced that the PS2 version would be released in late 2005. Being a PS2 owner, this is how I got to experience the game the first time around. It's a meme and running joke about how many editions there are of Skyrim, but Resident Evil 4 has it beat. As of now, there are currently 11 editions out for Resident Evil 4 compared to Skyrim's 9. A VR version of Resident Evil 4 will be coming soon, and with what leaks have shown, there's going to be a Resident Evil 4 remake, perhaps as soon as the end of 2022. Your move, Todd. We start off learning about the Fall of Umbrella, and Leon, who has escaped the fate of continuing the Redfield bloodline for the time being, is off to an unknown country in Europe, which is Spain, to rescue the president's daughter that's been kidnapped by a mysterious cult. You'd think that they probably send a little more firepower and manpower for such a mission, although I guess they want to keep a low profile. Besides being isolated, it does add more to the tension and gore, but at least Leon brought some gum with him.
They have only one very important question. You got a smoke?
Got gum. When it comes to fan polls of favorite characters of Resident Evil, Leon is always at the top by quite a margin. I think a large part of it has to do with his appearance in 4. He's cool and confident, but he still has that dorky side about him. His quips and one-liners are still great and memorable, considering everyone and their mother have run quips and one-liners into the ground since around the time of the Rise of Marvel films. Gone are the fixed cameras. We're now over the shoulder. Besides the addition of aiming, controls are pretty much the same from past titles. Tank controls have a bit of a mixed reputation. I don't have any issues with them. While they're much better suited for fixed camera, they do just fine here. There are people who have used trainers and whatnot to get footage of the game with fixed camera angles, which are always interesting to watch. Although in the Japanese version, the portion where you play as Ashley in the castle is fixed camera angles. Why this is not in other versions, I'm not sure, although you can get a mod to change it to fixed camera for that section. Shinji Mikami admitted that he was embarrassed by fixed cameras. They used that style as a result of the technology available at the time. He actually wanted to go with first person, which did eventually happen to the series, although that was long after he had any involvement in it. We'll come across our first enemy encounter, the Ganado. I love the way he turns in this cutscene.
I was wondering if you might recognize the girl in this photograph.
¿Qué carajo estás haciendo aquí? ¡Lárgate, cabrón!
Sorry to bother.
The vast majority of enemies in the game will be the Ganado. They're not zombies, but their humanity is mostly gone. Some will lunge at you, others will toss axes your way, others will try to stab you with pitchforks or knives. Later on, others will toss dynamites your way or blow fire in your face. And very quickly, we're at the iconic village fight scene. A scene that the series has made use of in 5 and in Village, although neither of them have the same impact that it does here in 4. The game very quickly tells you it's not messing around. Instead of having this as a test later on, it throws it in your face very quickly. It's funny too, because the game does ease up quite a bit afterwards. There's plenty of room, houses to run into, kicking down ladders, and blocking doors to buy some time. It's funny that beyond another section later in the village, there's next to no use of blocking doors to buy time. I'm wondering how much pushback there was from higher up at Capcom to scale down this encounter so early in the game. As a series, Resident Evil hasn't been known as a difficult game, unless you're playing on the higher difficulties. Challenging, yes, but they're not known for their difficulty. It's an interesting note on the number of enemies on screen compared to previous builds. In previous builds, they struggled to get more than one enemy on screen at a time, but here, there's so many enemies on screen. On the note of difficulty, Resident Evil 4 does make use of dynamic difficulty. It's something working in the background to adjust things as needed. It'll make enemies more aggressive or less ammo if you're doing well, or it'll scale enemy aggression back and more ammo if you're struggling. This village fight section also introduces an enemy who's become a pretty iconic character in the series, Dr. Salvador, or the Chainsaw Man. There's fewer things more tense than playing to quick turn and see him quickly approaching, especially in Mercenaries mode if you're not careful. And if you're not fast enough, you'll get a pretty gruesome death scene. Resident Evil 4 has plenty throughout the game, both in combat here and elsewhere in QTEs, which we'll look into shortly. And with that, we get our title card.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
The game slows down quite a bit afterwards as we make our way towards the village. We'll come across our first quick time event. We'll have these pop up in combat times to dodge, but there are other times in the game when they'll pop up, and if we're not careful, we'll have instant death. Too bad we're not playing as Chris here running from this boulder. You wouldn't need to run from it. Of the influence that Resident Evil 4 had on the industry, it's pretty disappointing that a lot of pirates decide to implement quick time events into other games. Now, of course, Resident Evil 4 wasn't the first game to do so. This stretches back to the 1980s when we had movie games like Dragon's Lair. Shenmue, which was released a few years earlier, as Jeff Gerstmann calls them,
It's a fucking bullshit forklift simulator for assholes!
made heavy use of QTEs. God of War, which released around the same time frame, made use of them too. But afterwards, it became very much a cliche in the late 2000s to early 2010s to have quick time events in games. Here, you could skip ahead to the moment if you do die in the past. I have to say, some of the deaths here are pretty awesome and gruesome. In previous builds of Resident Evil 4, they mentioned taking more influence from Silent Hill, and I feel that really comes across in the soundtrack. While the game doesn't have as much emphasis on horror as previous titles, the soundtrack makes up for it. The tracks are much more sparse and abstract, more like sound collages. There's a heavy emphasis on rhythm, much less on melody. It really adds to the tension of combat. I also have to ask, what happened to the lead composer, Misao Sanbongi? She was the lead composer here, and she knocked it out of the park. But looking at her credits, she only did a few titles and left the company. She did soundtrack work on the first Devil May Cry and the Resident Evil remake, but that's it. Where did she go? The game slows down afterwards to give us some breathing room, something that Resident Evil 4 is a master of. As far as ranking games for the best pacing, Resident Evil 4 has to be near the very top. Sure, I do feel the gameplay in 5 is better, but it lacks the incredible pacing of 4. He knows when to slow things down and when to speed them up, when to dial back combat and when to amp it up. We'll meet two key characters in the game, and two characters that sadly don't get as much screen time as they earn. First, there's Louis, our Spanish amigo who helps us out. He's charming, he's competent, he works well off Leon and Ashley.
A little rough, don't you think?
And then he gets killed but feels too early into the game. Granted, he didn't need to survive the game, but I would love to see more of him. If the remake of 4 wants to give him more screen time, I'm all for it. And why he can't be played in Mercenaries mode is quite puzzling. It's not like they didn't have animation for him or assets to do so. And then there is Mendez, the big chief, who serves as our adversary for the village portion. And gone too soon, because his presence, not just his physical presence, is greatly intimidating. Plus, how could you not like an enemy with whom turns like Rasputin? popped into my mind that in the remake of RE4, what if they made Mendez more like a pursuer in the village section? He's got the build for it. He's super intimidating. Sadly, it seems like Capcom is moving away from that, seeing in how they gameplay pursuers in RE3 make and RE Village compared to RE7 and RE2 make. But one can hope that in remake he pursues us like Jack Baker or Mr. X throughout the village.
Over here, Dragon Job. Got something that might interest you.
We're then introduced to the merchant. It's interesting to come back to this game after playing Village with the Duke. You see the different presence that both of them have in each respective game. Plus, Leon here never talks to him outright, unlike Ethan, which is funny because Leon and the merchant are both voiced by the same voice actor, which I didn't learn before doing this video. And of course, every one of his lines have been ingrained into the brain of anyone who's played this game.
Is that all, stranger? Thank you. What are you buying?
Let's talk about the upgrade system and the inventory. Gone are the item boxes, and instead we have the Tetris-style item layout. Key items and treasures do not count and are in separate areas. So mostly gone is that resource management compared to past titles. When that style is done right, it adds so much to the game, like the original Resident Evil 2, the remake of Resident Evil 2, RE3. What can take it away is not done so well. For example, Resident Evil 0, although that's more for different reasons. And while I prefer having that style of resource management, coming back to 4, I didn't miss it as much as I thought it would. This is due to the emphasis on action and much less of the looping level design. There are very few cases in the game where we're going to be returning to previous areas. And if that is, that's more to pick up extras along the way. We can upgrade our weapons at the merchant, so if you want to stick to the base guns fully upgraded, you can, but you're doing yourself a disservice when better guns become available. In that case, sell those previous guns for a high price, and then upgrade the next ones you get. Money is aplenty in Resident Evil 4. You'll find plenty throughout the game in boxes, barrels, treasures, along with being dropped by enemies. The game gives that incentive to engage in combat, and also does so by being fairly generous with ammo. Again, it's that dynamic difficulty working in the background, so you're not going to be stocked with plenty of ammo, but you're never going to be really hurting for it, at least on these normal difficulties. We get to the lake and encounter our first boss, the giant fish Del Lago. Resident Evil 4 has a number of enjoyable boss fights throughout the game, all with great sense of progression, hurdles for us to overcome, and tension, wondering how Leon is going to get out of this situation. While some of them will get fairly heavy in regards to QTEs in order to avoid damage, they offer some nice change-ups to the game, and give us some downtime to recollect afterwards. Oh, and this fight has one of my favorite Easter eggs in any game. With that, the village section moves to night. The raid ramps up the atmosphere, along with the music. We're introduced to the parasites that get pop out after taking down a Ganado. You never really know when this is going to happen. These are where our flash grenades will be our best friend, as they take them down instantly. Every once in a while, you'll take a head off a Ganado and they'll still walk for a bit. There's this brief moment wondering if they're going to fall down or a parasite is going to pop up. The game will ramp this up over time. And if anything, I felt the last stretch of the game had parasites pop up a bit too frequently. But it's a great addition, and over the course of the game, we'll come across different parasites that can emerge. Our next boss fight is with the El Gigante. The team was clearly watching Lord of the Rings when they designed him. On the Haunting Ground connection, this dog here bears a strong resemblance to Huey from Haunting Ground, provided you did free the dog at the beginning of the game, which if you did, I don't know what's wrong with you. Hey, heading back to the church, there's a bit of puzzle solving that we use. Puzzles in Resident Evil 4 are mostly palate cleansers, a breather in between combat encounters. While the past Resident Evil games had puzzles that weren't utter head scratchers for the most part, it did feel like they simplified them a bit too much here. I can see why with the greater focus on action, but it's not like players would shut the game off with having something more difficult. There was only one that really caused issues during my playthrough, and once you figure it out, it can be done super quickly.
Don't come!
Hey, take it easy.
With that, we finally meet Ashley. Coming back to Resident Evil 4 over a decade later, it feels like her reputation has been a bit of a victim of the Mandela effect, or people greatly overstate her annoyance. She's been known as annoying, get in the way, that escort missions are always terrible, and she's a perfect example of it. Sure, she can be annoying, but her bratty personality and how she warms up to Leon as the game goes on is enjoyable to watch unfold. If she gets grabbed by Ganado, you'll know right away with her yelling, and you want to stop it quickly by shooting at them. The most annoying parts I found were in areas where you need to rescue her and be nice. She's constantly yelling, "Help me, Leon." As far as escorting goes, you could do a lot worse. When she follows you, she's right behind you. She's not wandering off and getting stuck with pathfinding issues. She'll step down in combat encounters as well, so you really have to go over your way to end up hitting her by mistake. You'd also order her to stay or hide in conveniently placed garbage containers. And the way people have talked about her over time, it comes across that she's with you the entire game. But we'll have long stretches where we don't have to worry about her. She gets recaptured several times throughout the game. When she is around, the game makes use of her appropriately, having us deal with combat encounters with her in mind, including one section that I consider the highlight of the game, but more on that shortly. This is one of those things that Resident Evil 4 does so well. It's that pacing and keeping things fresh, changing it up, just knowing when to do so, when to scale things back. It was time to wander around without enemies, or when to bring them back into the fold.
I'll take the girl. Who are you? If you must know, my name is Osman Sadler, the master of this fine religious community.
We'll also meet the main antagonist of Resident Evil 4, Sadler. Compared to the other major villains we'll come across, he's not as enjoyable as a presence. In a way, like Resident Evil Village, where Mother Miranda paled in comparison to the other lords, especially Heisenberg and Baby Chess. We'll learn about what his plans are, and this is a good time to talk about the tone of Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil has always had that B-movie feel. It really ramps it up here and doesn't take itself too seriously. It's one of the reasons why that, although the plot is pretty silly and bare bones here, it's unapologetic about it, something that future titles in the series will lack. There are a lot of dark encounters and things that we'll come across that's rarely conveyed in the cutscenes and the dialogue. It's much better to be unapologetic and lean into this camp atmosphere, and try to juggle between the two. We'll come to one of the game's highlights, the cabin fight. Luckily, our girl Luis is also present, and gives us one of the funnier lines in the game.
Small world, eh? Well, I see that the president's equipped his daughter with ballistics, too.
How rude! And I don't believe there's any relevance with my figure and my standing.
Capcom, whatever you do, don't try to appease the Twitter crowd in the remake of 4 by removing these kind of lines. Who cares if game journalists say they're problematic? Lean into that goofy atmosphere that this title has. Be unapologetic about it. This is the last time the game makes use of blocking doors with objects. Having to juggle back and forth between floors and various entrances as they become flooded by donados. Luckily, the game also keeps actually hidden, which was the right choice, as we're in such a tight space as is. Plus, in a bit of the developers think of what players might try, there's an amusing game over scene if you shoot Luis too many times.
Adios, Leon.
I think Darkside Phil may be the only person in the world who've ever played Resident Evil 4 who got this game over unintentionally.
What the fuck? What happened? Huh? What the fuck happened? He killed me.
At the climax of the village, we'll encounter Mendez, the big cheese, for the last time. It's too bad the game disposes of him fairly quickly, because his presence is intimidating, especially when compared to Sadler. It's like I mentioned earlier, if they want to have him be more of a pursuer in the remake of Resident Evil 4, I'd love to see that come together. In a weird note, it's really odd that the rifle reload does so in 30 FPS. I don't know why this was never fixed, and no mods ever seem to do so. And hey, look at that achievement we get when we kill him. Leon severed that bloodline like he's doing with the Redfield. Yeah, I'm see myself out. With that, we move on to the castle portion of the game. I go back and forth on whether I prefer the castle section or the village section. Of this playthrough, I give the edge to the castle. It has the game's best moments, the best atmosphere, and the best pacing of what the game throws your way. So, as I was scripting this video, there was a really interesting development in regards to the assets of Resident Evil 4, along with other Capcom titles around this time period. A lawsuit was recently filed against Capcom, accusing the company of using licensed copyright photos from a book to appear their games without permission. The book, titled Surfaces, released in 1996, contains hundreds of photographs as visual research for artists, architects, and designers. The book came with a CD-ROM of the images, which required permission from the author to make use of the images for commercial use. The author states that Capcom never contacted her, I'll give you the whole document, which I'll have linked in the description. It has plenty of visual evidence, and yeah, it's pretty damning stuff. There's plenty of assets that they made use of in the castle section, which is why I'm bringing it up now. There's other assets that were used in other games like Devil May Cry and Resident Evil Remake. So why is this information just popping up now? Well, there was a large security breach at Capcom in late 2020. Most of the focus in the press was on the release of future Capcom titles and plans. Images of artwork and assets were also leaked. Some of the file names from the Capcom leak were the same file names from the Surface's CD-ROM. Again, pretty damning evidence. But I'm curious to see how this lawsuit turns out. But back to the castle. The castle does dial up on the horror while maintaining that action atmosphere. Instead of the village Ganados, we're now dealing with the cultist Ganados. They have these very unsettling chants. And like the villagers, different variations that come our way in different combinations and numbers to always keep us on our toes. Oh, and now we could suplex them. There are fewer things more satisfying than suplexing a Ganado and having their head explode. And there are fewer things less satisfactory when they don't. As I talked about earlier about the music, the game does make up for some of that loss in the horror with the more action-heavy focus, with unsettling music that wouldn't stand their place in the Silent Hill game. Again, what the hell happened to this composer? She just sort of disappeared. It's too bad in the behind the scenes, it doesn't go into how the music was made at all, because I'm super curious to hear how they came up with these soundscapes.
I was starting to wonder when you might notice us.
Who are you?
Me llamo Ramon Salazar, the eighth castellan of this magnificent architecture. I have been honored with a prodigious power from the great Lord Sadler. I've been expecting you, my brethren.
No thanks, bro.
We then meet the Castellan of this castle, Salazar. It's funny to play this after Village. Whereas that Castellan was super tall, well-endowed woman, here we have the albino Napoleon manlet. He has a different presence than Mendez in the Village. Where he was intimidating to his size, Salazar is a nuisance, a pest, throwing others in the way with him cackling in the background. And the banter he has with Leon are the best example of the game not taking itself too seriously, and their conversations have some of the game's most memorable quotes.
Oh yes, I let our miserable insects out for some exercise down in the sewer.
Thanks. That should keep me company, because boredom kills me.
I look forward to our next encounter in another life. I have absolute control.
Well, I really don't give a damn. Rain or shine, you're going down.
I've sent my right hand to dispose of you.
Your right hand comes off?
Say whatever you please. Die, you worm!
With quick succession, we come across two of some of the most memorable moments in Resident Evil 4. Firstly, being introduced to the Garrador, the enemies that are blind, which the game makes very clear in their introduction, and by also giving us these bells to shoot. We don't encounter many of them throughout the game, but they're great tense fights, because they could take you down very quickly if you're not careful. One of the most tense, if a bit frustrating encounters in the game happens when you're trapped in a locked cage with one of them, along with other Ganados. Resident Evil 4, for the most part, doesn't mix and match enemy types. For in combat encounters, it mostly sticks to that enemy, and variants of them. That's not criticism or praise, it's more of a thank you note. The game does just fine as is. Although part of me wonders if there were more combat sections with a mixed and matched enemy types. And shortly after this encounter, we'll encounter the water room. Everyone who played this game knows what I'm talking about. Most people dread it. The funny thing is, for me, the first time I played Resident Evil 4 all those years ago in 2005, I just barely survived the room, nearly out of ammo, nearly out of health. It was that moment that Resident Evil 4 became one of my favorite games ever. It's the game's biggest test since the village scene, throwing waves of Ganados at you, especially upon entering with everyone lined up and waiting for you. And also, you have to consider Ashley in the equation, make sure that she's okay. And we have this section of separation where she's turning levers, but we have to ensure she remains safe, along with taking out enemies that come after us. There's plenty of open space here as well to accommodate the fact that we have Ashley in tow. Coming back to this room all these years later, it's still such a brilliant stroke of game design. There are new hurdles your way as you continue through to ensure you're just making by. And with that, we now have a portion of time where we're separated from Ashley, not having to worry about her. The way she gets captured and separated from us always cracks me up.
Ashley! What's going on?
The game takes advantage of this by creating some combat encounters in small rooms with cultists wielding greater firepower. While these rooms would be very frustrating if Ashley were around, it's something that we don't have to worry about here. We eventually run into Ada Wong in a pretty goofy mid-2000s action cutscene, as the plot of Resident Evil 4 begins to open itself more and tie itself into the overall lore of Resident Evil. The way it's shot, it's implying that Leon doesn't recognize her until she took her glasses off.
Leon. Long time no see.
Ada. And she's playing hard to get, but we all know she's trying to convince Leon that she should be the one to continue the Kennedy bloodline. As one ship poster once said, it's not long, it's wrong. Shortly afterwards, Sadler kills off Luis, as I mentioned earlier in the video, far too quickly. I would have loved to have him help us get Ashley back at various points, and later on make a sacrifice. The game could have done a lot more with him. Oh, and Leon, you can at least pronounce his name right instead of Americanizing it.
Louis!
With freeing Ashley, we now play the portion that is closest to the original Resident Evil title. Due to how helpless you are, depending on what version you play or mods you install, you can have the classic fixed camera angles. This portion also is a puzzle that I will admit took way longer than I thought, where I had to leave the room and come back. Though as someone pointed out in chat when I was streaming the game, it's actually a very quick solution. Oh, it's only possible in the GameCube version, but you can actually take your enemies to Suplex City with Ashley. It would also been nice if Ashley said something about Luis here, since, you know, she was at least present in the same room when he died, just some kind of acknowledgement. There's some backtracking that we could do here to pick up some extra goodies. When we find a revolver, instead we need to purchase it. Otherwise, very rarely is the case when you need to backtrack compared to the well-design of previous games and what they bring back later in the series. It's one of those compromises that the game makes. And even though I prefer the looping well-design of past titles, I didn't miss as much as I thought when coming back to Resident Evil 4. It's that strong pacing that really helps make up for it. The game throws hurdles our way with Ashley in tow that scales back the enemies, dials up on trying to throw hurdles with her into the equation. Again, I sound like a broken record. The game is just masterfully paced in knowing when to dial up and down, when to separate us from Ashley, when to bring her back into the fold. And before we know it, we're separated again, and we have to deal with more combat encounters. We then get to encounter Salazar's right hand. This invokes so many moments in Half-Life 2 when you have to wait for the world's slowest elevator. This can be an agonizing wait as he takes a lot of damage in order to go down. Or unless you picked up the rocket launcher earlier. This is a great time to make use of it. The game brings back the Village Granados into the fold for a section. It does it in matching with the cultists, and also brings back not one, but two El Gigantes, and one of my favorite death scenes in the game, where they will snatch you from the jaws of victory. Before we return to the cultists, we have the Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom section of minecarts. Remember You'reTheManNowDog.com? To bring memes back in the early days before memes were much of a thing. I remember one that showed some of the similarities and the cultist chanting, and that's always what I think about it. Hey, actually here it is. One of the game's most ridiculous moments will be chased by giant robotic Salazar. Jeez, talk about compensation. After constantly running away, we finally come face to face with Salazar. It's so nice for him to give us this big, obvious weak point for us to attack. When I was streaming this, someone brought up a good point in chat. Had Salazar killed Leon, what would he have done? Was he just going to hang out here in this room for the rest of his days? Could he detach himself from the wall? I guess it's true when they say man will they learn. island section is widely considered the game's weakest section. While I do agree with the sentiment, replaying it, I didn't feel it had as big of a quality drop as I recall. While the game skews most of its work to focus on the action, especially with the change in music, it does have some of the most tense and horror-filled moments in the game, along with the best jump scare. Playing this, I knew this part was coming, but I thought it was in a different room, so it did actually catch me by surprise. The encounters with the regenerators are the game's best use of horror. It has that classic build-up. You know something is going to happen. Of course it does upon picking up the key items. At first we can only really just slow them down, unless you pour a lot of firepower into them. However, the best way to do so is to get the infrared scope on the rifle, which we could pick up. With that, we can see their weak points. If anything, it felt like Resident Evil 4 could have made more use of the regenerators. Spread them out a little more, map out how much damage they need to take out. Because dealing with them is the closest that the game gets to the classic feel of knowing when to run, and whether damage or kill. This can make for an interesting multiple pursuer section in the remake. Of course, those movements, the music, and the sounds they make put you on edge. Don't forget near the very end, this is body bag. It's one of those moments I've always remained in my mind. What's in there? The game makes the right choice in not showing what's inside. One of those cases where your imagination will create something far more frightening. The game also mixes up how much will be escorting Ashley and then having her recaptured. It doesn't feel like a case of, oh geez, you klutz, you got captured again. Instead, it's more of a, here's a section where it's just you, and that's just Ashley.
No way, Leon.
Way?
Are you out of your mind?
I knew you'd be fine if you landed on your butt.
You...
Been a long time, comrade.
Krauser. Well, that encounter Krauser in the QTE knife fight. I remember back in the day when I first played this, how cool this felt. Even though these QTE battles did become a cliche and luckily fizzled out in the 2010s. While I was streaming the game and capturing footage, someone mentioned that Krauser wouldn't feel a place in the Metal Gear series, and that stuck with me. He really does feel like someone that Snake arrived in the fight.
You may be able to prolong your life, but it's not like you can escape your inevitable death, is it?
And then there's the laser room, which is their tribute scene to the first Resident Evil film, but made it a little more video game. Oh, and the decision to just sit in this chair here, great choice, Capcom. Some of these last action-heavy combat sections drag on a bit too long, and this is where the game seems to pull from most when it came to future titles like Resident Evil 5 and 6. Though we do get a brief period of time where Mike, our buddy pilot from above, gives us some help before being shot down. Even though we don't actually get to see him, the short conversations with Leon are enough to make him an endearing character. Alas, like pretty much every pilot in the series, he's gone before we know it.
My name's Mike. Fireball, you come to the right place. Thanks. When we get out of here, drinks are on me. Yeah, hey, I know a good bar.
Ashley and Leon finally get cured of the parasite. This is something the game could have made more with. Could have implemented into the gameplay somehow in dealing with the infection. How they would have done so, I'm not quite sure though. There could have been a lot more consequences to being infected by a parasite, beyond just having a few cutscenes. It's not really focused on it, it's more about, oh yeah, we can just remove it now, it's in there. Something I hope the remake leans a bit more into. Oh, and you know these sounds that Ashley makes here have definitely been made use of by Puma creators.
You okay?
The final story is fine, there's not much to say about it, and there's the Devil May Cry similarities with the ending with escaping. One of the more game's iconic lines, don't you dare think about cutting this one, Capcom.
So, after you take me back to my place, how about we do some, overtime?
Sorry.
Somehow I knew you'd say that, but it doesn't hurt that, you know?
Hey, Hunnigan, no glasses.
Forget the glasses. What's the status of the mission?
I've rescued the subject. We're returning home.
You did it, Leon.
Thanks. You know, you're kind of cute without those glasses. Give me your number when I get back.
May I remind you that you're still on duty?
Separate Ways, in a way, it was like DLC before DLC existed. It was a PlayStation 2 exclusive when the game released in late 2005. Since I had a PS2 and not a GameCube, I got to experience Separate Ways. Well, here's the thing with the PlayStation 2 version. Unlike the GameCube version of the game, it doesn't use in-game engine cutscenes, but are pre-rendered. So the cutscenes here are very low res. I mean, come on, Capcom. Will it kill you guys to do some form of upscaling here? Separate Ways helps fill in the gaps of what Ada was doing and how Wesker ties into the story as well. There's a nice conflict here of Wesker wanting Ada to kill Leon. She keeps ducking out to keep him alive. After all, she does want to make beautiful mixed babies with him. Ada pulls off that Akita sexy spy style of grace, running around in dress and heels while killing off Granados. Plus her fan kick is far better than Leon's standard kick. She does have a hook shot, but the game doesn't really do much with it. It's only be used in certain areas. Most of Separate Ways will have us revisiting familiar territory, but mixing things up with different combinations of enemies. There is a section on the island that's new with an action-heavy focus. Although not as much care was put here as the main game, it's still enjoyable though.
That's a large thing you have there. But I don't like it when men play rough.
There's not a whole lot I have to say about the Silent Ada minigame. It's just the early portion of the island section, where we have to pick up some parasite samples. Ada's military uniform is pretty cool, and I do like the intro and ending music. Let's talk about the minigame, one that everyone knows and loves. Oh, Mercenary. Minigame to end all minigames. Mode that's just fun to come back to over and over again for just one more run. On my video of Resident Evil 5, I mentioned how I felt that game's Mercenaries was the best iteration. However, while playing RE4 for the first time in a decade, I actually think this version is best. It may not be as many characters or as many stages, but I prefer this cast of characters in the differences and the quality of stages. You could play as Leon, Ada, Krauser, Wesker, and Hunt, each with their own unique layouts and melee attacks, and fitting music to boot. I haven't mentioned it all yet in this video, but Resident Evil 4 was still in the classic mold of pausing the game to manage our inventory and switch weapons, compared to Resident Evil 5, which would do so in real time. Usually, it's just a 2-second process and you're back into the game right away. I am surprised that there's never been some kind of fan mod that allows you to switch between weapons in real time. One of my favorite moments from years ago was when I first played the level with the giant chainsaw wielder. Climbing to the very top, thinking I was safe, only for him to jump up and take my head clean off right away. As I mentioned in the intro of the video, there are people who are critical about Resident Evil 4, less about the game itself. Although there's plenty of valid criticism there, it's more about the impact on the future of the series, on survival horror, and the landscape of gaming as a whole. I don't think many people will argue that prior to 4, the Resident Evil series was getting a bit stale and needed a change up, and that's what Resident Evil 4 was. However, in that change, many things were greatly reduced or outright dropped from what I was doing up to that point for the series. Gone was the looping level design that slowly unlocked your way forward. Mostly gone was resource management. You didn't have to think about what items to take with you from your item box, which Resident Evil 4 discarded. Gone was when you should take down that enemy or run past it in order to save ammo. Resident Evil 4 pushes you to take down all your enemies to collect money and more ammo. And on the horror side of things, I don't think the horror was as downplayed as it was made out to be. There's still plenty of dread and tension in the air, and some really great scare moments. The following two sequels, Resident Evil 5 and 6, would be the ones to greatly push horror into the background. Well, nearly 12 years later, after the release of Resident Evil 7, that saw the series return to its core design that it began with, Resident Evil 4 saw a major shift in the genre of survival horror. The original Resident Evil helped kickstart the genre that saw many fantastic titles on the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 line consoles. This is widely regarded as the golden age of survival horror. And while there were still a few more excellent survival horror titles that came out after Resident Evil 4, the survival horror genre mostly faded to the background during the PlayStation 3 generation of games. Silent Hill 4: The Room, which released just a few months prior to Resident Evil 4, was the swan song of Team Silent, before Konami put the series into the hands of Western developers to diminish results. There were some action horror titles that came out in the vein of Resident Evil 4. My priority to this one was on Dead Space. The best example of a game that came the closest to getting what Resident Evil 4 got so right. In some areas, even surpassing it. Resident Evil 4 was the last game in the series that Shinji Mikami would work on. He would take another crack at the survival horror with The Evil Within in 2014, although I've never played it. Common consensus is that it's a good game, but nothing outstanding or groundbreaking. It was the indie titles like Penumbra and Amnesia in the early 2010s that were bringing the aspect of helplessness back into horror. Eventually, Resident Evil would return to this many years later with Resident Evil 7. The Silent Hill series was looking to go this way as well, before Konami, being Konami, boldly played on the Kojima's Silent Hill title. Not only did Resident Evil 4 have a major impact on the series and survival horror titles, but the gaming landscape as a whole. While it wasn't the first to use the over-the-shoulder camera view, it's one that set the standard that's still used to this day, in many variations. It helped lay the foundations for titles like Gears of War and the rise of the cover shooter in the late 2000s and early 2010s. It set the template for the quote-unquote PlayStation exclusive that's still used to this day. While it didn't create them, the heavy use of QTAs and titles that followed in the early 2010s. It set the template for the quote-unquote PlayStation exclusive that's still used to this day. While it didn't create them, the heavy use of QTAs and titles that followed were no doubt influenced by Resident Evil 4. This is one of the more ill-advised design decisions that luckily have faded into obscurity. While Resident Evil 4 does let me factor in how some of these trends did play out, I do feel like people put more hate on the title than it deserves on that front. It was and still is a fantastic game. It's just that most developers tried to copy with it without understanding why the game worked so well. That's their problem, not Resident Evil 4's. So I talked about here and there throughout the video, but let's focus more on this upcoming remake of Resident Evil 4. In the leaks, there's been some interesting information on how it's been playing out. Due to the criticisms at the remake phase, Capcom's A team has been shifted to work on this, with B team taking less of a role, and it's looking to stick more to the original. If they could do something along the lines of how RE2 remake was, I think they'll be fine. Keep that campy atmosphere. They'll probably be more in line, of course, with the series has gone with 7, Village, the remix. But I think they've learned here not to really muck with the tone. Don't turn Ashley into a swearing machine like they did with Jill in the remake. Don't water down the dialogue because it's quote-unquote problematic. Please give Louise more screen time, keep him around longer. I'd love to see sections with pursuers, like Mendez pursuing us at various points throughout the village. On the QTEs, while I still love those deaths, you could cut them out of the game. Not the death scenes though, find some way to remove those. I think the stakes are also much higher for getting this remake right compared to 2 and 3. There's many eyeballs on this one. While they have had some stumbles, Capcom has done a mostly great job of continuing the series with 7 Village. The great remake with 2 seems to have learned their lessons of how they handled 3. So I'm cautiously optimistic about how this will turn out. That's been my video on Resident Evil 4. I hope you enjoyed it, everyone. Like, comment, you know the whole thing with the algorithm. If you'd like to support the channel further, what?
Smells good. What's that?
Oh, hands off, mister. Churba de Lagoon. The local.
Churba de Lagoon.
Like a full native family.
Local wine, too.
Then we get the scene from the trailer. And if you're thinking to yourself, Chris sure sounds like Carlos in RE3 remake, it's because it's the same actor. It's nice to see him back to his more normal appearance after how he looked in RE7.
Oh my God! What's wrong with your face?
With enough actors, and there's a number of them they brought back from past games playing different roles, which I'll make note of throughout the video. There's going to be some 6 degrees of Resident Evil. We'll also see if we can connect that back to Kevin Bacon. It is an attention grabber to hook us into the game, and something that was used heavily in the marketing material. That said, I feel it creates a lot of plot issues, but I'm going to discuss more about that later. We're then taken away by Ethan's men, but the van we're in crashes. We're out in the cold snow and make our way to a cabin. Something thing I noticed in this cabin is that there's medication on the table that's the exact kind that Mia takes in their home. I thought maybe this would come up later. It never does. Whether it's just a coincidence, placeholder, or something that'll come to DLC, I guess we'll have to wait and see. There's this great reveal of the village before us. Also the castle in the distance, the windmills, the factory. Reminds me a lot of Dark Souls 3 with first getting to the ethereal and Boreal Valley, or seeing Majula for the first time in Dark Souls 2. One of my favorite moments in the game. When it comes to the design of the village, they did first plan to have snow. However, during our research trip to Eastern Europe, there was a record-breaking cold snap. The team decided to integrate snow into the village as a result. There's an eerie feeling in the village with no one around and many people dead. We encountered the first enemies of the game, the Lycans. I really enjoyed the Lycans as an enemy, and that's good, as we'll be dealing with them throughout Village. They dart and dash around and are aggressive, so if you don't have a great shot like I do, you'll find yourself missing on the regular. They don't just come at you in a straight line. Then we get to the survival bit that's akin to the RE4 Village introduction. There's a lot of ground that we could cover, and there's some verticality with the houses that we can enter. There's a lot of oh shit feeling in the air, as this is just a matter of survival. We can use shells to block entrances. This is something the game doesn't really make use of once we're outside the village. To note about the gunplay, it feels a bit weak at first, but it's also a case of having the upgrade system back into the fold. So as the game goes on, we will get upgrades, get better guns, so there will be more of an impact. One head scratcher for Village is the reduction of FOV compared to 7, and there's no option to change so unless you have a mod. It is okay in 7 due to the smaller spaces, but when you have more open areas and more combat, it's puzzling why this is the case. So most of my footage here is with the standard FOV. It is pretty disappointing that we never get to encounter these horseback Lycans. I was really looking forward to it. And like RE4, thanks to church bells, the Lycans leave. Guess it was bingo time. On the village itself, some of my favorite moments of playing just came from exploring the village mostly in peace, even with some tension in the air of something else being out there. There's a lot that's blocked off at first, but as we progress through the game, we'll get new keys that allow us to open the area up further. We can revisit old areas with lock picks, access the wells, kill the livestock for food. There's plenty of hidden optional things to explore here. It's that classic gameplay loop that originated from the original RE games, and it's still a joy to go back and create these shortcuts. While a lot of this is optional, I did find myself making my way to clear things out. After each major plot beat in the village, after each lord, there will be changes to the village. New enemies will appear, the time of day will change. It's not just a static environment. It's like how the trailer was the main point of center in RE7, but here that's greatly expanded out. And on the note of the gameplay loop, I do want to talk about the change to the inventory, which to me is the largest issue I have with Village. Unlike RE7, there are no item boxes here. It's akin to Resident Evil 4. Crafting and key items don't take up inventory slots. The only time I really had to do item management was picking up a new weapon if my cache wasn't large enough, which we could upgrade at the store. On that note, it doesn't quite have that same feel of the Tetris-style item management that Resident Evil 4 did. Just doesn't feel as satisfying as it did there. I can understand why they went with this type of item management due to having more of an action-heavy focus. But the thing is, we still have the looping level design where having item boxes would have made sense. I talked about in previous videos how one of my favorite things about Resident Evil has been item management. Getting to my item box, deciding what you want to take, how much to allocate to healing items, guns, ammo. You got into the flow. How many item slots will you leave open in case you have to pick something up? And when you do, where can you make use of this item? While RE7 did make use of this style, one issue I had with the game is it felt a bit too generous with item slots. I only had a few cases where I really needed to unload. I was hoping to see them take another crack at this, considering how well they pulled it off in RE2 Remake. I'm wondering if this was a decision they made early on, or if they changed at some point in development. To me, this was Village's biggest missed opportunity. While it does have more focus on combat and action, having the classic style of item management could have been implemented as well. To note, unlike 7, going into your inventory does pause the game, which I don't have a problem with due to the higher focus on action. On that note, I do think some of the tension is lost on being able to craft items right away in your inventory. Part of me wonders if each time you crafted something there was a short animation or time frame before you can make use of it. We get to meet some of these surviving villagers, and if you thought to yourself, hey Elena, that sure sounds like Jill from RE3 Remake, it's because it's the same actress. We then get to meet the rest of the surviving villagers. For more of that RE connection, the actors who played Louisa and Julie in this scene are the same actors who played Marguerite and Lucas in RE7, respectively. And with that, they get killed off very quickly, which surprised me. I remember reading that Elena was likely to be a playable character at some point in the game, and the trailers did show more of these villagers. I'm guessing that this will be a DLC where we play as one of the villagers, like Elena, before things hit the fan. We say a prayer to Mother Miranda. The game does have some very minor religious overtones that they don't go overboard with. It felt like in some way that they were holding back on it.
Great ones, hear our voice. Together as one in reverence, we call on thee within the endless dark to deliver us into fate's hands. As the midnight moon rises on black wings, so we make our sacrifice and await the light at the end. In life and in death, we give you glory, Mother Miranda.
I have to know, even just her short time frame on screen, Elena was really endearing. It's kind of funny that Ethan seems to show much more emotion than after Mia died.
Ethan, go! Save your daughter!
Don't give up! Reach for me! Why is everyone dying on me? Why the fuck is this happening again? Shit.
He's much less of a blank slate in this game, which makes sense now that we've had more time with him. I'm also wondering if Capcom listened to feedback and we wanted to create more of a personality for him. Ethan then gets captured and we get the game's equivalent of meeting the Baker scene. We have the Four Lords and Mother Miranda. This scene helps encapsulate the difference between the two titles. In 7, we're sat down at a dinner table with a family where something seems off, a table full of interesting cuisine. Now we have a different kind of family. Here we have a tall, well-endowed vampire woman with impeccable style. Van Helsing, here played by Nicolas Cage wielding a large hammer, a talking doll, a giant fish humpback, and the winged masked woman, with lycans surrounding us. The game is swinging in many different directions, and as I mentioned earlier, sometimes for the better, but also to its detriment.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Winter.
How do you know my name?
Anyone who is anyone has heard of the likes of you. A hero searching for his daughter.
Now that we're at the castle, this is where it feels like the game really begins. We also get to meet this game's merchant, the Duke. There's a lot to say about the Duke's presence in the village. As the producer mentioned in one of the previews of the game, he's an interesting fellow. That's undersells him greatly. When he was first revealed, I was thinking he was mostly going to be a retread of the merchant in RE4. Luckily, that's not the case whatsoever. He takes on a very different role. In a way, he has a presence like a god of Greek mythology, giving favor to mortals to see their task through. He always has our back, even if he could talk in circles to Ethan. And while another character who we'll cover shortly had received a lot of love prior to the release of the game, the community has been giving the Duke a lot of love, and for good reason. He's a fantastic addition to the series. Keep his background mysterious was the right choice for the relationship he has with Ethan and the village itself. With the Duke, we can upgrade our guns, purchase various items, and sell goods to him. Or pay a pretty penny for treasures that we find along the way. What's disappointing is that the game only has one area where we have save room music. And even then it's buried pretty low in the mix. Although you can hear the influence that RE4 had on it. You can also cook meals for us with ingredients that we pick up, giving boosts to our stats. However, there's an odd bit early on where you can pick up fish as ingredients before he offers the cooking option. So I ended up selling the fish to him. It's a weird design oversight, and I've seen others bring up that same point. These ingredients come from animals like pigs, goats, or fish. There are even secret animals that offer rare ingredients that are incentives to guests to explore the village thoroughly. On the note of incentives, we have plenty of vets to fight in combat. While there's plenty of money lying around the environment, enemies will frequently drop currency, encouraging us not to just run around enemies.
Well, Ethan Winters. You escaped my little brother's dizzy games, did you? Let's see how special you are.
So now, let's talk about Zoe Castle. After some brief exploration, we're captured by the three daughters and brought to Lady Dimitrescu. All vampire mommy. I can't recall a character getting such a rabid reaction prior to game's launch. Even before we knew her name and how to pronounce it, Dimitrescu, people were going nuts over her. Despite that in the initial previews, it wasn't apparent that she was a giant until just a few months prior to release, at which point fan reaction went nuts. In a world that seems to be more divided than ever, it was nice to see people come together to share their love of Lady D. Look at all the cosplay that's emerged prior to release, all the artwork. As writing, the game has a growing list of mods around her and the three daughters, some more legal than others, or being modded into other Resident Evil games, or other series in general. I can't help but think if the team known that she'd have such a high level of reaction, she would have been in the game much longer than she is. Hell, they could have made a whole game out of her and her daughters. The game will have DLCs, I'm sure it will. I would be surprised if they changed things around to include them to a greater extent. On the note of the model that Dimitrescu was based after, here's some 6 degrees of Resident Evil and Kevin Bacon. Helena Mankowska is the model that Lady D is based after, who was a stunt double for Mila Jovovich in the film Paradise Hills. Of course, Mila Jovovich was the actress who played Alice in the Resident Evil film franchise. And while Mila Jovovich has never been in a movie with Kevin Bacon together, she did present an award with him at an award show. So there you go, 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. Before settling on having 3 daughters, the team experimented with having dozens upon dozens of daughters hunting down Ethan. Imagine that. Granted, settling down to 3 makes for a more cohesive experience and can convey more of their personalities. And on the note of her daughters, Daniela is played by the same actress as Elena here and Jill from Mari's remake.
So you finally came to see me. Everyone falls for me in time.
And on a tragic note, the actress who played Cassandra passed away just a few months before release at the age of 39 due to colon cancer. There was a GoFundMe to help with her cancer treatment, which hit the 60,000 goal very quickly. Looking through the comments, there were a lot of Resident Evil fans who donated. It's really nice to see the community come together to do something like that. And for a franchise that's been around as long as it has, I do feel the RE franchise is one of the better fan bases. So, one major concern I had coming into Village is that as great as the love has been for them, would it be scary? Would she have the same presence that sound like Jack or Marguerite Baker prowling through their respective areas? It was less scary and more of a oh shit presence akin to Mr. X. Her footsteps and her heels in both the footsteps of Mr. X. But in another case of missed opportunities, I feel that Village didn't go far enough with their presence. I think it's one of those cases where Capcom overcorrected with fan feedback. There were a noticeable portion of players who found Mr. X too much and frustrating. Hell, there are mods which you can remove Mr. X altogether. It felt like the team compromised by still having her pursue us, but not to the extent of Mr. X. On the note of pursuing, the 3 daughters as well are greatly underutilized. They're incredibly easy to take down. You think someone over the years would have done something about these windows? When this first occurred, I thought it'd be a case where it puts them temporarily down, but nope, that's it. For them to go down just like that was extremely disappointing. And why was Daniela hanging out in this one room where we could open the roof? I think she would have picked a better location.
So mean!
We get to a puzzle room, so let's talk about puzzles in RE Village. Resident Evil has always had interesting puzzles. Nothing too difficult for the most part, but nothing brain dead. The puzzle with turning these 4 statues is pretty reasonable. While not overly brain tasking, there is a little satisfaction of completing it. But then there's this, well, I wouldn't exactly call it a puzzle. When I got to this piano piece, I started thinking back to my piano lessons as a kid and reading sheet music. Every good boy deserves fudge and face. So in figuring out what octave it was, I discovered you don't need to hit the keys in the right order. Once you hit the right key, it stays. So you could just trial and error your way through it. Come on, Capcom. If people really struggle with this, they could just look it up. As well, it's lucky that we're not playing as Chris here, or we would never make it. There are optional puzzles in Village. One type is the labyrinth ball puzzles for each of the 4 lords. Sadly, more of the challenge came from camera placement as opposed to changing the position of the labyrinth. That said, they are nice diversions with some nice rewards at the end. Another type of optional puzzles are the fire torch puzzles, which struck that right balance of not being too brain dead, but not frustrating you beyond belief. Sadly, the game only has a couple of these. I wish there were a few more. While making our way through, we'll get our right hand cut off. Or Ethan can't seem to catch a break, no? First his left hand by Mia, and his leg chopped off by Jack in an optional scene. And now this, Ethan uses a first aid med to place it back on. Almost like he still has some of that regenerative moldability in him still. I wonder. Let's give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen. Eventually, we'll have Domitresk in her true dragon-like form, an enjoyable boss fight. I was hoping she was going to fly away and counter again later, but no, that's it. We're done with the castle. As much as I enjoyed this portion, there's far more that I could have done with it. I didn't even talk about the layout itself. It's got that classic looping level design where we're constantly opening up shortcuts. The castle's dropped dead gorgeous as well. There's also a dark underbelly in the basement. Domitresk pursuing us is greatly scaled back compared to the Bakers and Mr. X. I would have loved to have first escaped from the castle and then having to return later in the game. This time being with the daughters for good, perhaps in a gang boss fight, or finally dealing with Domitresk herself. With all the love that they got prior to release, I'm betting that Capcom are kicking themselves for not having them in longer. The first rule of show business is always leaving them wanting more, but here it feels they left too much off the table. One of my favorite bits in playing Village was making my way around only to run into Domitresk. It's also a great touch at shooting her a few times in the head, causing her to readjust her hat.
Is that all?
So I am hoping that we will see future DLC where we'll get to see more of them.
You're the one who's cursed. Just give it up,
I was not ready for House of Benefiento. The dev team mentioned that with fan feedback, they were going to scale back on horror. While horror is subjective, they created a section where I was the most terrified in playing a Resident Evil game. Resident Evil hasn't exactly been a series to lean into psychological horror, but they do so here, and they knocked it right out of the park. On first glance upon approaching the house, I was wondering how this was going to play out. The house is awfully small. I worried that it'd be something along the lines of Bride of Chucky with the dolls. Luckily, that wasn't the case. We head into the basement, where weapons are taken away from us. A bit cheap how it does so, but hey, that's the attention. Do some basic puzzles, and hey, here's a Mia doll. That's not unsettling at all. In examining the body, I had flashbacks to examining bodies in L.A. Noire. On a side note, can we get L.A. Noire 2 or some kind of spiritual successor? I know the original developer is long gone, but Rockstar does own the IP. It's not like they don't have the budget for it. Indie devs, if you want to stand out, make your game heavily inspired by L.A. Noire. On that note, some upcoming noir-based indie titles are Shadows of Doubt and Fall Masons, but back to Village. The tension builds up, lights go out, returning to the main room, the doll is gone. So great. That's what we're going to have to deal with it.
Insanely huge spoiler warning. I'm going to be covering key plot events from Resident Evil 4 Remake in this video, so if you haven't watched, played, ingested the RE4 Remake, go away, play the game, and then come back to this video to avoid being spoiled. So with that out of the way, let's get into what we're going to be talking about now. So, the RE4 Remake has a post-credit scene that does not tease, does not tickle, does not hint at, it outright confirms that we are going to be getting a Resident Evil 5 remake. The end of the game has a post-credit scene in which you see Big Man Wesker looking at a big screen of details that include such key parts of RE5 like Excella Gioni and the big flower hot place underground scary lab where the progenitor virus flowers were originally discovered and cultivated. We also get to hear Wesker talking about a big hint towards the Ouroboros virus, his idea of saving the world by killing off the population and replacing it with the next stage of human evolution, yada yada yada, right? That's the basic plot detail. We know they're remaking RE5 now. But the big thing that I think is more interesting to talk about is the concept of how they are going to remake RE5. Now, for those of you that have been under a rock for the last 14 years, RE5 is somewhat of a controversial game. Not because of its lack of quality, but because of its lack of horror element. You will find video essays and think pieces and opinion writers and articles and this and that talking about how RE5 is a terrible Resident Evil game, how it ruined the series, how it was the precursor to the legendary curse on the franchise that was Resident Evil 6, this and that. But I tend to find most of these articles don't actually talk about the gameplay. They just do the usual Resident Evil fan base take, which is it isn't scary, therefore it's bad. But for most of the rest of the gaming industry, RE5 is looked at as this excellently well-designed action co-op game, which it is 100%. They are correct. It is not a horror game. It doesn't try to be a horror game. It's not scary in the slightest. But what it is one of the best designed arcade